He wakes up. He sees the sun rise. He brushes his teeth. His teeth are white. He puts on his clothes. His shirt is blue. His shoes are yellow. His pants are brown. He goes downstairs. He gets a bowl. He pours milk and cereal. He eats. He gets the newspaper. He reads. He goes to class. There is an empty seat in front. He sits in the seat. He looks around. There are different people. He says hi to the girl next to him. She smiles. The teacher comes in. She closes the door. Everyone is silent. The first day of school begins. She is thirsty. She gets a glass of water. She begins to walk. She drops the glass. There is water on the floor. The puddle is big. She gets a mop. She wipes the water off. The floor is clean. She gets another glass of water. She drinks it. She is happy. Casey wants a new car. She needs money. She decides to babysit. She takes care of the child. She feeds him lunch. She reads him a story. The story is funny. The child laughs. Casey likes him. The child's mom comes home. The child kisses Casey. Casey leaves. She will babysit him again. Sam is a doctor. He takes care of people. He smiles at them. He gives them medicine. He gives stickers to the younger patients. The younger patients like him. They see him when they are sick. He makes them feel better. This makes him happy. He loves his job. He goes home proud. Jill and Jody are twins. They look the same, but they act differently. Jill likes sports. She is good at basketball and golf. She is also loud. She talks all day. Jody likes reading. She can read 300 pages a day. She is also quiet. She does not like to talk. Jill and Jody still love each other. The book is in the library. Jody goes to the library. She wants to borrow it. She uses her card to check it out. She takes the book back home. She sits on the couch. She reads the first page. It is good. She reads 20 more pages. It is not that good anymore. Jody returns the book. Brenda wants to have a picnic. She gets a basket. She puts sandwiches in the basket. The sandwiches are healthy. They are also tasty. She drives to the park. She lays out a blanket. She hears a sound. It is raining. She folds the blanket back. She puts the food in the basket. Mary goes to the store. The store is very big. The store sells bakery goods. Mary sees a carrot cake. She does not like carrots. She sees a banana nut muffin. It looks good. It costs $2. She buys it. She takes the wrapper off. She takes a big bite. It is crunchy on the outside. It is soft on the inside. Linda loves the park. There is so much to do. First, she looks at the sky. One cloud looks like a dog. Another cloud looks like a sheep. Later, she feeds the ducks. They are hungry. Linda throws breadcrumbs. The ducks enjoy the food. Finally, Linda watches the sun go down. It is beautiful. Sandra cannot see. A bird looks like a pillow. A pillow looks like a marshmallow. A marshmallow looks like a tree. A tree looks like a bee. Sandra goes to a doctor. The doctor gives her glasses. She puts them on. She can see the doctor. His eyes are blue. Everything is clear. Carol walks to the store. The store sells fruits. The fruits are colorful. Strawberries and apples are red. Tangerines and pumpkins are orange. Lemons are yellow. Limes are green. Blueberries are blue. Grapes and plums are purple. Carol's favorite color is purple. She buys a plum. She leaves the store. She bites the plum. It is tasty. He wakes up early. He is tired. He needs breakfast. Breakfast will give him energy. He goes to the kitchen. He pours milk into the bowl. He sees the wheat cereal box. Wheat cereal is healthy. He opens the box. There is a toy inside. It is a small car. She goes to the mall. There are many stores at the mall. She sees a clothing store. She goes inside. There are many different shirts. Some shirts have flowers. Other shirts have stripes. She gets a flowered shirt. It is pink and white. She tries it on. She looks in the mirror. The shirt looks great. His house is white. White is too boring. He goes to the paint store. He looks at the different colors. He sees the red bucket. Red is too daring. He sees the blue bucket. Blue is too sad. He sees the yellow bucket. Yellow is too bright. He sees the green bucket. Green is perfect. The beach is fun. Some people swim in the water. They see who is the fastest. The winner gets a surfboard. Some people lie down on the sand. They want to relax. The kids make sand castles. They try to make the castles big and tall. Later, the water washes the sand castles away. The kids make new ones. The garden is beautiful. The garden is big. There are many flowers. There are pink flowers. There are purple flowers. There are small flowers. There are big flowers. The gardener plants more flowers. There is also a fountain. Kids sit next to it. Kids throw coins in it. Their parents smile. She plays basketball. The game is intense. She stares at her teammate. Her teammate passes the ball to her. She runs to her team's side of the court. She dunks the ball in the basket. Her team is happy. They hug her. They shout her name. The people in the bleachers shout, "Hooray!" Her basketball team won the big game. They want to celebrate. They have to buy some things. They split the work. Patricia goes to the bakery shop. She orders a cake shaped like a basketball. Linda gets the decorations. She buys bottles of bubbles and water balloons. All the team members meet at Mary's house. They celebrate. She stands at the starting line. She wishes her competitors good luck. They are racing to see who is the fastest. She is nervous. Her hands are already sweating. The whistle goes off. She starts to run. She starts slowly for a few minutes. Later, she speeds up. Her competitors are slow. They are tired. She reaches the finish line. She wins.
Miss Smith is a great teacher. She makes math look easy. She also teaches her students how to be great people. Miss Smith feels sick one day. Another teacher substitutes. Mr. Johnson teaches the class instead. Mr. Johnson is a bad teacher. He makes math confusing. He also yells at the students a lot. The students want Miss Smith back. He likes to collect stickers. He likes the way they feel and look. He has over 500. He has animal stickers. They are shiny and big. He has fruit-shaped stickers. They smell good. He even has stickers of bugs. They almost look real. He shows his sticker collection to everyone. Her family is going to another state. It is far away. It will take them 48 hours to get there. They have to prepare. Her mom brings a map so that she knows where to go. Her dad buys sandwiches and bottles of water. She brings a camera. Now they can remember this moment forever. Karen lives in California. Her brother lives in Ohio. They miss each other. They only see each other once a year. Karen calls him every day. She talks about their parents. She also tells him about her day at school. He tells her about his day at college. They never want to say goodbye to each other. Lisa and her grandma go to the beach. They ride their bikes. Grandma still rides like a young girl. She is very fast. Lisa is slow, but she is willing to practice. The two ride their bikes for 4 hours. They decide to relax. Lisa gives her grandma a hug. He hears a sound from outside. He looks out his window. The newspaper has arrived. He loves the newspaper. It's just so interesting. He reads the cover story. It is about a homeless man who won the lottery. Then he looks at the cartoons. They are so funny. He loves the newspaper. The Johnsons realize that they have new neighbors. They visit the Taylors and say hello. The Taylors invite them in. They make spaghetti for the Johnsons to eat. The adults talk about the neighborhood. They also talk about what their jobs are. The kids all play in the Taylors' backyard. They get along well. The Taylors feel at home. She goes to the movie theater. The movie starts to play. A monster appears on the screen. She screams. She is scared. She continues to watch. The screen is completely black. She reaches for some popcorn. The monster screams, "Boo!" She jumps and drops all her popcorn. It is time for the show. He plays a doctor in the play. He is nervous. He goes on the stage. He looks at his audience. There are so many people. They are all staring at him. He is about to speak. He forgets his lines. He goes back. Stephen walks around his town. He trips over something. He looks down. It is a wallet. There are $500 cash, credit cards, and a driver's license in the wallet. Stephen needs to return this to the owner. He takes the wallet to his town's Lost and Found Center. Now the owner can find it. I drive my car. It suddenly stops. I go outside to see what is wrong. It's a flat tire. I need to call a tow truck service, but I do not have my phone with me. I see another car coming. I ask the driver if I could borrow his phone. He says, "Of course." What a nice person. David, Jennifer, and Susan try to find something to do. David wants to eat at a restaurant. Jennifer and Susan already ate. Jennifer wants to sing at a karaoke. David and Susan have sore throats. Susan wants to play tennis. David and Jennifer are lazy. What do they do now? She goes to the market. She wants to buy blueberry muffins. She is not sure if it tastes good. She finds an employee and asks for a sample. The employee cuts a small piece and gives it to her. She tries it. It is good. She buys the pack of muffins. She jumps into her bed. She is ready to sleep. She hears a noise. She looks out her window. She sees a dog howling. She goes outside. The dog is sad. His owner does not feed him. She gets the dog some food. She plays catch with him. His tail wags. Edward is a secretary in a doctor's office. He does a lot of things. He greets patients. He asks for their information. He records their height and weight. He tells them how long they have to wait. He answers phone calls. He always knows what to say. Edward also keeps the files organized. She is a maid for a rich family. She does a lot of things. She does the laundry. She washes the windows. She cooks meals. She cleans the tables. She wipes the floors. She does not like cleaning. However, she likes taking care of the children. She reads to them. She picks them up from school. He walks into his house. The door is already open. The windows are broken. Clothes are all over the place. The furniture is turned upside down. He sees a person in a mask. He is being robbed. He makes sure the robber does not see him. He calls the police. The police arrive quickly. They arrest the bad guy. The hairstylist loves his job. He provides many services. He cuts people's hair shorter. It's very easy for him to do. He charges only $5. He straightens hair. This is hard for him to do. He charges $100. He dyes customers' hair. He lets customers pick any color. He charges $50. People think his prices are fair. She reaches into her pocket. Her cell phone is gone. She looks under her bed. All she sees are some coins. She looks under her couch. All she sees are some pencils. She has an idea. She calls her cell phone number with another phone. She hears a ring. It is coming from the kitchen. She sees her phone above the microwave. She goes to the park. She sees a lot of squirrels. They are small. They are brown. They have furry tails. They run really fast. They have big eyes. They are cute. She goes up to a squirrel. She feeds a nut to the squirrel. The squirrel takes it and runs away. She cannot sleep. She tries exercising. She runs 3 miles around her house. She does 100 jumping jacks. She dances. She goes back to bed. She tries to sleep. She still cannot sleep. She asks her older sister what to do. Her older sister sings her a lullaby. She falls asleep. It is Christmas time. Miss Miller goes to a store. She shops for gifts for her students. She buys 20 stockings. She buys candy canes. She buys school supplies. She buys gingerbread cookies. She puts the items in the stockings. She goes to the cashier. The cashier tells Miss Miller what a nice teacher she is. He has a job interview soon. He wants to be the manager. He needs to prepare. He goes to the barber. He gets a haircut. He goes to the mall. He buys a suit. He goes home. He prints out his resume. He goes to the company. He takes a deep breath. He is ready. She gets an allowance from her parents. They give her $10 a week. She wants more. She asks her parents nicely. They say no. She tries to change their minds. She washes their cars. She makes them dinner. She compliments them. Her parents decide to give her a raise. She will get $15 a week. The big bully enters the cafeteria. He goes to the front of the line. The students do not say anything. They are smaller than him. They are scared. The lunch lady sees the bully being mean. She tells him to get out. The students cheer for the lunch lady. He opens his new bakery shop. The shop sells cake, bread, and muffins. He puts a large sign outside. It says 50% off everything. He hopes to get a lot of customers. Many people start coming in. He greets the customers. They buy his bakery goods. He thanks them for coming. She eats a granola bar. She drops a crumb in the kitchen. She does not realize it. She goes to watch a movie. She comes back to the kitchen. She sees many ants. The ants are all near the crumb. She gets a broom. She sweeps the ants and the crumb away. People go to the park to see the fireworks. They lay out their blankets. They sit on them and watch. The fireworks are amazing. Some are big and loud. Others are small and quiet. The fireworks appear in different colors. Some are red. Some are green. Some are gold. She goes to the library. She looks at the mystery section. She takes 2 books from the shelf. She goes to the romance section. She does not take any books from that shelf. The romance books seem boring. She takes some cooking magazines. She goes to the checkout desk. It is raining. She wears a yellow raincoat. Her body is warm. She wears a knitted hat. Her head is warm. She wears a gray scarf. Her neck is warm. She wears rain boots. Her feet are warm. She wears mittens. Her hands are warm. She gets an umbrella. She goes outside. She pours the cereal into a bowl. She needs milk. She goes to the refrigerator. She gets the milk. She pours the milk into the bowl. She tastes it. Yuck! It tastes bad. She checks the milk carton. The expiration date was last week. She throws it away. No one should drink it. Miss White goes to a clothing store. The dresses are on sale. She buys a dress for her daughter. It is blue with yellow flowers. Miss White takes the dress home. Her daughter tries it on. It doesn't fit. It is too tight. Miss White goes back to the store. She wants her money back. The cashier says, "Sorry, all sales are final." Ruth is a lifeguard. She wears a bright red shirt. She has a whistle. She sits on a tall chair. She looks at the swimmers at the beach. She makes sure everything is okay. She looks out for danger. When people are drowning, she saves them. People like her. She makes them feel safe. Ruth loves her job. Mr. Green wants his students to work together on a project. Anthony, Brian, and Carol are all in one group. Anthony is lazy. He does not do anything. Brian and Carol have to do all the work. They cannot finish. Mr. Green is upset. Brian and Carol tell Mr. Green that Anthony didn't do anything. Mr. Green gives them one more day to finish. She knits a lot of things. She knits scarves. She knits hats. She knits sweaters. She knits mittens. She wears what she makes. She wears them for winter. She stays warm. She gives the stuff she knits to her friends, too. Her friends love them. She also sells what she knits. Her customers buy them. She looks at her phone. It is 3 inches long and 2 inches wide. She loves her phone. She uses it all the time. She brings it everywhere. She talks to her friends on it. She plays games on it. She plans her schedule on it. She checks her email on it. Winter break starts soon. Joseph is so excited. He can't stop smiling. He can't wait. He taps his foot. He plays with his pencils. He looks at the clock. He thinks of the snow. He is ready to make snowballs. He is ready to go skiing. She is thirsty. She wants a smoothie. She gets a blender. She puts the strawberries inside. Next, she pours milk inside. Finally, she adds some sugar. She presses the button. The blender mixes the ingredients. She pours the liquid into a glass. She drinks some. It tastes delicious. She drinks all of it. She cleans the blender. Everyone knows that practice makes perfect. Michelle practices swimming once every 2 weeks. She is not that good. She gets 3rd place. Sarah practices once a week. She is better than Michelle. She gets 2nd place. Sharon practices every day. She is very good. She gets 1st place. He looks at his stuffed bear. It is 6 inches tall. It is light brown. It has blue eyes. It is wearing a striped scarf. It is soft. He brings it everywhere. He brings it to school. He brings it to soccer practice. He brings it to restaurants. He even brings it to weddings. High school students get lockers. Lockers are awesome. You can put books in it. You can put food in it. You can put a first aid kit in it. Thanks to lockers, you don't have to carry so much stuff. You can even decorate your lockers. You can stick posters in it. There are a lot of skunks in the park. The skunks spray their odor. The park smells very bad now. The family goes to the park for a picnic. They have lots of food. They smell something funny. They see the skunks. They do not want to eat anymore. They go home. Kimberly walks outside. She likes looking at her neighborhood. She also likes the fresh air. She bumps into someone. She looks at him. It is an old friend. He smiles. He says he likes the fresh air too. They hug. They talk about their memories. They laugh. Mary does well on her test. She smiles. Patricia wins the drawing contest. She smiles. David watches a great movie. He smiles. Mary, Patricia, and David are happy. Linda breaks her leg. She goes to the hospital. Barbara gets last place in the race. Jeff does bad on his test. Linda, Barbara, and Jeff are sad. She turns on the TV. Her favorite TV show is on. It is 30 minutes long. It is about the slowest animals on earth. She has a slow animal herself. It is a turtle. The turtle is quiet and cute. It is green. She watches TV with her turtle. She is very talented. She is good at taking tests. She is good at dancing. She is good at singing. She is good at teaching. She is good at fishing. She is good at playing the cello. She is good at making scarves. She is good at running. She is good at cooking. He hears a loud noise. He looks out the window. He sees a motorcycle. It is on the road. It is black and silver. It has 2 wheels. There is a man on the motorcycle. He wears a helmet. He wears sunglasses. He wears a leather jacket. He is riding the motorcycle. It is time for the award ceremony. She gets the first place medal. It is circular. It is gold. It has a picture of a ballet dancer. She deserves the medal. The audience cheers. Her parents scream her name. Her brother throws a rose at her. She bows. He eats a lot of candy. He needs to clean his teeth now. He does not want cavities. He goes to the bathroom. He flosses between his teeth. He grabs his toothbrush. He brushes his teeth up and down. He rinses his mouth. His teeth look white. Finally, he uses mouthwash. She loves ketchup. She puts ketchup on fried chicken. She puts ketchup on French fries. She puts ketchup on eggs. She puts ketchup on hamburgers. She puts ketchup on hot dogs. She puts ketchup on fried shrimp. She puts ketchup on sandwiches. She even puts ketchup on candy. Sometimes she drinks ketchup. She wants to make a peanut butter sandwich. It is easy to make. She goes to the market. She buys what she needs. She goes back home. She goes to the kitchen. She takes out a knife and puts it in the peanut butter jar. She spreads the peanut butter on 2 slices of bread. She puts the slices together and takes a bite. Magazines are fun to read. There is usually someone famous on the cover. Sometimes it is an actress. Sometimes it is a politician. Sometimes it is a chef. You can flip through the pages of a magazine. There are interesting stories. The stories are usually about important events. Some are sad. Some are happy. It is daytime. The sky is bright blue. The sun is shining. There are many clouds in the sky. She looks at them. The clouds have different shapes. One of them looks like a heart. Another looks like a bird. She continues to look at the clouds. Summer ends. Autumn begins. Autumn is perfect. It is not too hot like summer. It is not too cold like winter. She wakes up. She looks out her window. The leaves are falling. Some leaves are orange. Some leaves are brown. She sees her dad raking the leaves. She goes outside. She helps her dad. The young girl is hungry. Her parents do not feel like cooking. They go to a restaurant nearby. A waitress takes them to an empty table. The family sits down. The waitress gives them menus. The family looks at them. They order spaghetti and lobster. They wait for their foods. He works at the grocery store. He is the manager. He has a different uniform from his co-workers. His is red. His co-workers' uniforms are blue. He makes sure everyone is doing their job. He tells them how to do better. He goes around the store. He asks customers if they're okay. She is going to a party. She has to dress nicely. She puts on a pearl necklace. She puts red lipstick on her lips. She wears a long white dress. She puts on sparkly shoes. She puts diamond earrings on her ears. She puts a ruby ring on her finger. She is ready to leave the house. It is snowing. She is cold. She puts on a jacket. She puts a scarf around her neck. She puts mittens on her hands. She sits close to the fireplace. Her dad taps her on the shoulder. She turns around. He gives her a cup of hot chocolate. She is excited. He goes to his backyard. He sees something. It is small and slimy. It is a lizard. He puts it on his hand. He brings it inside his house. He shows it to his parents. He tells them he wants to keep it. They say no. They say lizards need to be outside. He goes to his backyard. He lets the lizard go. He likes apples. His neighbor has an apple tree. He walks to his neighbor's house. He knocks on the door. Miss Parker opens it. She says hello. He asks her if he could get some apples. She lets him. He picks the best apples. He tastes one. It is sweet. He lives in a tall building. He lives on the 100th floor. He wakes up. He looks out the window. He sees the sun rise. He sees other buildings. He sees the mountains. He looks down. The people look so small. The stores look small too. What an interesting view. She goes to the carnival. She enters the pie eating contest. She sits down on a chair. There are many pies in front of her. She cannot use her hands. She begins to eat. She eats the apple pie first. It takes her 5 minutes to finish it. She eats 10 more pies. He has 2 jackets with zippers. One of them is light blue. The other one is brown. He has 2 jackets without zippers. One of them has his name on it. The other one has his high school's name on it. He has 2 long jackets. One of them has buttons. The other one does not. He likes all his jackets. She has 2 pairs of high heels. One of them has laces. The other one has a zipper. She has 2 pairs of running shoes. One of them is shiny. The other one is bright. She has 2 pairs of ballet flats. One of them is pink. The other one is brown. She wears her shoes to parties. He plays basketball. He wants to play for the Los Angeles Lakers. He goes to the basketball court every day. He practices his free throws. He stands before the free throw line. He throws the basketball in the net. He misses. He tries again. It goes in the net this time. He practices for 2 more hours. Basketball is about teamwork. Teammates must be able to pass the ball. Robert is far from the hoop. He passes the ball to Edward. Edward catches it. He is far from the hoop too. He passes the ball to Mark. Mark catches it. Mark is close to the hoop. He throws the ball in. It goes in the net. Laura and Donald play tennis together. They go to the tennis court. Laura wants to practice her serves. She stands behind the line. She throws the ball up. She hits it with the racket. It goes over the net. Donald sees the ball. He hits it with the racket. It goes to Laura's side. The ball keeps going back and forth. She is a waitress. She works at a restaurant. A customer walks in. She walks him to a table. She gives him a menu. She puts a plate, fork, and spoon in front of him. He orders fried chicken. She smiles. She is very quick. She gives him his meal. He finishes eating. He gives her a big tip. Clowns are cool. They look funny. They wear face paint. They wear big shoes. They wear colorful wigs. They do funny things. They juggle balls. They make balloon animals. They do magic tricks. They tell jokes. Clowns work at many places. Sometimes they perform at parties. Sometimes they perform at circuses. They make people laugh everywhere. She wants to get across the lake. She sees a boat. There is a sailor in it. The sailor stops the boat. She gives him some money. He rows the boat. She sits in the boat. It is brown. It is made of wood. The boat reaches the other side. She thanks the sailor. She gets out. She starts reading a book. It is hard to understand. The words are very advanced. She does not know what they mean. She gets a dictionary. She wants to know what facile means. She finds the word. It means too simple. She looks up other difficult words. She rereads the book. She understands it better. Robert plays catch with William. Robert throws the ball to William. The ball is too high for him to catch. The ball goes over the bush. It is in the neighbor's yard now. The boys knock on the neighbor's door. Mr. Carter opens the door. They ask if they can get their ball back. He is mad. They say sorry. He says it is okay this time. He finishes watching a scary movie. His parents tell him to go to sleep. He goes into his bed. He turns off the light. He cannot fall asleep. He keeps thinking about the movie. He is scared of the dark. What if a ghost attacks him? He goes to his parents' room. He sleeps there. Betty opens up her present. It is a snow globe. She shakes it. Glitter falls down. She looks inside the globe. It is Santa Claus. He has a white beard and a big belly. He has a bag of presents. He only gives gifts to good kids. Betty is a good kid. She hopes Santa Claus visits her. She gets into her car. She puts on her seatbelt. She starts to drive. She drives at a good speed. It is not safe to drive too fast. It is also not safe to drive too slow. The traffic light is yellow. She slows down. The traffic light turns red. She stops completely. She waits. It turns green. She drives. You can do a lot of things at the beach. You can lie down on a towel. Remember to put sunblock on. You don't want your skin to burn. You can make sand castles. Show your creativity. You can surf in the water. Watch out for the big waves. Finally, you can watch the sunset. The oven makes a sound. The apple pie must be ready. She puts on an oven mitt. She takes out the pie. She puts it on the table. It smells so good. It looks so good. It is too hot. She must let it cool. She goes up to her room to wait. She has very long hair. It reaches her waist. She goes to the hair salon. She waits. She reads a magazine. The barber calls her name. She sits down. She says she wants her hair to be short. The barber cuts 12 inches off. The barber asks if she likes her haircut. She looks in the mirror. She likes it. Margaret is at a concert. There are so many people. It is completely dark. Her favorite band is on stage. The guitarist starts strumming. Colorful lights start to appear on stage. The lead singer sings Margaret's favorite song. She cheers for the band. She puts her hands up in the air. She turns on the TV. The news is playing. She thinks news is boring. She goes to the next channel. A cooking show is playing. The chef is making a cake. She does not like cake. She goes to the next channel. A cartoon show is playing. It is about an elephant and a mouse. It looks funny. She puts the remote control down. She watches. She wants to buy a new laptop. It costs $1,000. She only has $500. She saves up to buy the laptop. She does not eat at restaurants. She does not buy any more clothes. She only buys things on sale. She gets many jobs. She babysits. She works at the bank. She keeps saving money. He is hungry. All the restaurants nearby are closed. He finds a vending machine. There are many snacks inside. There are drinks, too. He puts $1 in. He wants a bag of chips. He pushes the button for chips. He puts his hand in the machine. He gets his chips. She is hungry. She wants an apple. She walks outside. She goes to her car. She drives to the market. She sees a lot of apples. The green apples look sour. The red apples look sweet. She takes a red apple. She goes to the cashier. She gives him money. She eats the apple. It is November 23rd. Parents are buying turkey. The kids are waiting to eat. The parents bring home the turkey. The doorbell rings. The mother opens the door. Her friend comes in. Everyone sits at the table. They begin to eat.
He woke up. He got out of bed. He went to the restroom and took a shower. The water was cold at first. He made it warm. He took 10 minutes to shower. He stepped out of the shower. The floor became wet. He grabbed a towel. He wrapped it all around him. He went to his bathroom mirror. He saw his reflection. He looked handsome. He had grown facial hair. It was time for him to shave it. He grabbed the shaving cream and poured some in his hand. He spread the shaving cream around his face. He grabbed the razor and started shaving. He cut himself by accident. It started bleeding. He was not hurt. He washed his face and applied aftershave. He put a Band-Aid on his cut. The cut stung him a little. He dried himself and started getting ready for work. She came back home from work. She looked at the clock and yawned. It was 9 o'clock. She went to her bedroom and put on her pajamas. She got her blanket. She lied down on her bed. The room was cold. She got up and went to her closet to get extra blankets. She lied down again and covered herself. She fell asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. She drank the glass of water. She walked back to her bedroom. She yawned and fell asleep. 2 hours passed. She woke up and went to the restroom. She heard a noise outside her window. She looked out the window to see what it was. It was a black cat climbing a tree. She hushed the cat. The cat ran away. She went back to bed. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. She slept very little. It was nighttime. He went out to walk his dog. His dog was big. The dog's name was Max. "Let's go, Max," he said to his dog. He walked past his neighbor's house. He saw there were no lights in the house. His neighbor was not home. He walked past the market. There were people shopping for groceries. He remembered he needed milk. He tied Max to a pole. "Wait here, Max," he said. He walked inside the market. It took 15 minutes to buy the milk. He untied Max and continued walking. He walked back to his house. He let Max inside the house. It was time to feed Max. He served Max a bowl of dog food. Max ate it quickly. It was late. He took Max to the backyard. Max slept in a doghouse. He said good night to Max. Max barked. It was a hot day. The sun was shining in the sky. The air was sticky. It was a Sunday afternoon. Jane was thirsty. She went to the kitchen to get a drink. She opened her refrigerator. There was nothing to drink inside. Jane grabbed some lemons and a big pitcher. She cut the lemons in two. She filled the large pitcher with water. She squeezed the lemons into the pitcher of water. She opened her cabinet to get the sugar. She poured some sugar into the pitcher of water and lemon juice. She had made lemonade. She took a sip of the lemonade. It needed more sugar. She grabbed the bag of sugar and poured a little more. She took another sip. The lemonade tasted sweet. All it needed now was ice. She opened the refrigerator to grab some ice. There was no ice. It was a cold night. The moon was bright and round. The wind blew cold through the window. Jim got up from his couch and closed it. Jim was shivering because it was cold. He rubbed his hands together. Jim went to the kitchen. He wanted to make coffee. He opened his cabinet. He grabbed the can of coffee beans. He opened the lid. He held the can up to his nose. He took a deep breath. It smelled like fresh coffee beans. Jim loved the smell of coffee. He loved drinking coffee more. He poured the beans into the coffee maker. He grabbed a pitcher and put it under the machine. He pressed a button and it started brewing. Jim started shivering again. He moved around to warm his body. The machine took 15 minutes to finish. Jim poured the coffee into the mug. He drank it all. The coffee warmed his body. He stopped shivering. It was a cloudy day. It looked like it was going to rain. Jim put on his raincoat and rain boots. He grabbed his umbrella and left his house. He had to walk to an elementary school to pick up his sister. It was 3 o'clock. Jim's little sister was coming out of school. He walked along the streets. He looked at his clothes. His rain boots were black. His raincoat was green. His jeans were blue. His umbrella was red. Jim looked around as he walked. People were dressed similarly. The clouds looked dark. They were heavy with rain. Jim walked faster. Jim arrived at 3:20. The school bell would ring at 3:30. Jim needed to wait 10 more minutes. He was at the front gate. There were parents waiting alongside with Jim. The school bell rang. Children were escorted to the front gate. Jim's sister ran up to him. They hugged and walked home together. Jim and his sister were walking home from school. "How was school?" Jim asked. "It was nice," said Jim's sister. Her name was Nancy. Nancy was 7. She had black hair. Her hair was short and straight. She also had braces. Jim forgot to bring an umbrella for Nancy. Jim and Nancy huddled together under Jim's umbrella. The rain fell lightly. "Let's hurry," Jim said. Jim and Nancy walked faster. Jim stepped on a puddle. The water splashed. Nancy's pants got wet. "I'm sorry," Jim said. "It's okay," said Nancy. It started raining more. They soon arrived home. Lightning struck across the sky. It sounded loud. They were safe inside. Nancy's clothes were wet. She changed her clothes. Jim did the same. Nancy looked out the window. It was raining hard. She was glad to be inside. Jim felt the same. His stomach was growling. He had not eaten in 5 hours. He was starving. He went to his kitchen. He took out a loaf of bread. The bread was made from wheat. It was his favorite bread to eat. He grabbed 2 slices. He opened the fridge. He gathered all the ingredients. He laid them out across the table. He opened the jar of mayonnaise. It was low-fat mayonnaise. He spread it across the slice of bread. He used a knife to spread the mayonnaise. He unzipped the container of ham. The ham was honey glazed. He grabbed 4 slices of ham. He put it on the bread slice. He opened the cheese container. He grabbed a slice and put it on top of the ham. He cut some tomatoes and lettuce. He put the vegetables on top of the cheese and ham. He glazed it all with ketchup and mustard. The sandwich was ready for him to eat. She woke up one morning and felt hungry. She did not eat anything last night. She got out of bed and walked into her kitchen. The kitchen was clean. She thought about what to eat for breakfast. She opened her refrigerator and took out a carton of eggs. She opened her cabinet and reached for a bowl. She cracked 4 eggs into the bowl. She stirred the eggs with a spoon. She turned on the stove and placed a pan on the stove. She turned the knob on the stove. The fire was lit. She grabbed a stick of butter from the fridge. She tossed the butter on the hot pan. She grabbed the bowl of eggs and threw them on the pan. She scrambled them with a spatula. The eggs cooked in minutes. They smelled delicious. Reading a book is fun. Books make you smarter. They also make you a better reader. John loves to read books. He reads books on sunny days. He reads books on cloudy days and reads books on rainy days. John has read many books. He read his first book in 2nd grade. His teachers were very impressed. John was a good student. He had the highest grades in class. John learned a lot about reading books. He learned new words. He learned new verbs. He learned new adjectives. John reads every day. He has learned about the world. He has learned about history. He has learned about animals. He has learned about people. John loves to learn. He learns something new every day. John has many books. He has large bookshelves. They are full of books. John collects books. He has bought books at bookstores. John wants to read every book in the world. Watching television is entertaining. Sam loved watching television. He watched it all the time. He watched it in the morning. He watched it in the afternoon. He watched it in the evening. He loved watching it late at night. The television was always on in Sam's house. There's always something to watch on television. Sam watched cartoons. Sam watched the news. Sam watched sports. Sam watched documentaries. Sam watched movies. Sam watched sitcoms. Sitcoms were his favorite to watch. Watching television can be good for you. Watching television is relaxing. Watching television is informing. Watching television can bring people together. Sam liked watching television with friends. Sam recorded television shows. He had a device that would record shows. Sam recorded all his favorite shows. He re-watched them all the time. Sam had many recordings. Sam wants to be an actor. He wants to appear on television. It is his dream. He exercised every day. He lifted weights. He ran on the track. He rode his bicycle everywhere. He did pull-ups and push-ups. He did sit-ups and crunches. He loved being in shape. It felt great. He felt powerful. He felt vital. He felt fast. He felt attractive. It made him feel confident. People complimented his appearance. "Look at those muscles," people said to him. "Thank you, I work out," he replied. He wasn't always in shape. He used to be fat. He did not like being fat. He was made fun of. He had a low self-esteem. He felt unattractive. His body felt tired and heavy. He had no energy. He knew he had to change. He looked in the mirror one day. He promised himself to lose weight. He stopped eating unhealthy food. He started moving around more. He went jogging at night. He bought a gym membership. He lost weight. She ate a lot of food. She ate cheeseburgers. She ate chips. She ate sweets. Every day, she ate these types of foods. She was always hungry. She did not like vegetables or fruits. She never drank water. She only drank soda or juice. She was big. She did not exercise. She was happy about her appearance. People made fun of her. "Lose weight," people said to her. "Stop eating," people said to her. "No, thank you," she replied. "I'm happy with how I look," she said. She loved eating fattening foods. Nothing could change her diet. She went to see a doctor. The doctor told her to lose weight. She did not want to lose weight. Her doctor explained why she had to lose weight. She could die. She became scared. She did not want to die. She decided to lose weight. He saw a dog on the sidewalk. The dog looked lost. He approached the dog. He pats his head. "Nice doggy," he said to the dog. The dog wagged his tail. The dog had a collar. He looked at the collar. It read the dog's name. His name was Spike. Spike was a small dog. He looked well-groomed. "Come on, Spike," he said to the dog. The dog followed him home. He brought the dog upstairs to his room. He opened a jar of dog food. He used to have a dog. He poured the dog food into a bowl. He placed it in front of Spike. Spike started eating. "I'll take care of you, Spike," he said to the dog. He knew the dog did not belong to him. He printed posters of Spike. The poster said, "Found dog." He went around hanging the poster. Nobody came to find Spike. Spike was a friendly dog. He was obedient. Spike did as he was told. He only barked when threatened. He never bit anybody. Spike liked to play catch. Spike ran after the ball when it was thrown. Spike returned the ball to his owner's hand. Spike had black fur. Spike was abandoned by his previous owner. He was found by a boy. The boy took care of Spike. The boy loved Spike, and Spike loved him back. The boy walked Spike in the afternoons. Strangers loved to pet Spike. Spike liked being pet. He liked to lick people's hands and faces. "Who's a good boy?" strangers said to Spike. Spike would get excited and jump around. Spike was the perfect dog. The boy never thought of abandoning Spike. Spike never ran away. Spike and the boy were friends for the rest of their lives. He was trying to catch a bus. The bus left without him. He was running. He tripped and fell. He was lying on the sidewalk. "Are you all right?" a girl asked. He was holding his arm. His arm hurt. "I think I broke my arm," he said to the girl. The girl dialed 911. "Help is on the way," the girl said. She helped him up. He sat down on a bench. He wondered why he fell. He looked down at his shoes. His laces were untied. He always forgot to tie his shoes. He never imagined breaking his arm. He started to tear. His arm was in terrible pain. "The ambulance is coming soon," the girl said. She felt bad for the boy. She had broken her arm before. She knew how much it hurt. The ambulance arrived. The paramedics took the boy. "Thank you," he said to the girl. "You're welcome," she replied. It was 3 o'clock. She was learning how to roller skate. She had always wanted to learn. She could not afford to buy roller skates before. Now she was older. She had a job. She bought her first pair of roller skates yesterday. It is never too late to learn anything. She was at the park. She put on protective clothing. She wore a helmet and knee pads. "Always safety first," she said to herself. She slipped on her roller skates. She got on her feet and skated away. She held on a railing at first. It was scary wearing roller skates. With practice, she improved. Days later, she was roller skating naturally. It was so much fun. She tripped and fell a few times. She got up every time and tried again. She never got hurt. Her helmet and knee pads protected her from injury. Roller skating was so much fun. She was lying on the beach. It felt really calm. The sun was beaming down. It was not too hot. The weather was perfect. She was lying on her stomach. She was in paradise. Suddenly, something happened. Someone ran by. Sand was kicked on her back. She was startled. She sat up to see who kicked it. There were a lot of people around. She did not see who ran by. She felt angry. Someone had ruined her moment in the sun. She lied back down. Minutes later, someone ran by again. Sand was kicked on her back. She rose instantly. She saw a kid hiding. He was laughing. She stood up and walked towards the kid. "Were you kicking sand on my back?" she asked the kid. The kid was scared. He started crying. She felt guilty for making him cry. "Don't cry," she said. "I'm sorry," the kid said. She never came back to that beach again. Tommy needed to raise money for his football team. The team needed new uniforms. Tommy needed an idea. He asked his mom for help. His mom had a good idea. Tommy's mom loved baking. She decided to have a bake sale. Tommy loved the idea. They would sell cookies and pies. They planned the bake sale. It would be next Saturday. Tommy needed to raise $200. Tommy and his mom got to work. Tommy baked different kinds of cookies. He baked chocolate chip cookies. He baked oatmeal cookies. He baked sugar cookies. Tommy tasted the cookies. The cookies were delicious. His mom baked different kind of pies. She cooked cherry, apple, pecan, and blueberry pies. All the cookies and pies were sold. Tommy raised a lot of money. He raised over $200. The bake sale was a success. The day of the math test was next Monday. He had 3 days to study. He did not like math. It was the hardest subject. He had to study in order to pass. He locked himself in his room. He turned off his phone. He shut off his computer. There could be no distractions. He left his radio on. Music helped him study. Every day he studied for hours. After 2 days, he stopped. He needed help. He could not solve a math problem. He called his friend. His friend was good at math. He asked his friend if he could help. His friend said yes and came over. His friend helped him study for 3 hours. He was ready to take the test. His friend wished him good luck. The day of the test came. He took the test. He passed the test. Studying had paid off. She was graduating from high school. She was excited. Graduation was in 1 week. She had to prepare for graduation. She went to the store. She bought makeup and hair products. She wanted to look her best. Next, she had to buy her graduation gown at her school. The gown was dark blue. It looked nice. She took it home. She hung it in her closet. Graduation was 3 days away. She was proud of graduating. Her family was also proud. She was the first one to graduate from high school in her family. It was a big accomplishment. She planned to go to college. Graduation day came. She got dressed and ready. Soon, she was at the event. Her family was there. They watched from a distance. They called her name. She went to pick up her diploma. The audience cheered. Her family was happy. She was happier. Yogurt tastes sweet. Ice cream is also sweet. She likes to eat yogurt. Her friend likes to eat ice cream. Her friend is a guy. His favorite flavor of ice cream is chocolate. He does not like yogurt. Her favorite flavor of yogurt was strawberry. She did not like ice cream. One day, she asked him a question. "Have you tried chocolate-flavored yogurt?" Her friend decided to try it. They went to a yogurt shop together. He bought a cup of yogurt. It was chocolate-flavored. He sprinkled peanuts on his yogurt. He tasted the yogurt. He liked it. He asked her a question. Have you tried strawberry-flavored ice cream? She said she didn't and wanted to try it. One night, they went to an ice cream shop together. She bought an ice cream cone. It was strawberry-flavored. She tasted the ice cream. She liked it. They both now liked ice cream and yogurt. Lisa likes to draw. She also likes to paint. Drawing and painting are similar. She draws with a pencil. She paints with a paintbrush. Lisa draws many things. She draws cats. She draws vases. Lisa also draws people. Drawing is easy for Lisa. Lisa is a good drawer. Lisa is also a good painter. She paints landscapes. She paints sunsets. Lisa also paints people. Painting is more difficult than drawing for Lisa. Painting requires patience. Drawing is fast for Lisa. Lisa wants to be famous one day. Lisa paints every day. She draws every other day. Lisa paints in her room. Her room is full of art supplies. Her clothes also have paint. Lisa does not mind. Her favorite color is green. Green is the color of leaves. Lisa loves nature. She is painting a big tree. He heard his name. He turned around. "Hello, who is there?" he asked. He was working late. It was his turn to close the store. He was alone. He was at the register counting money. It was midnight. He was sleepy. His feet were tired. He had been standing for 8 hours. He was almost finished. He turned around again. He heard footsteps. He was scared. He put the money down. He started walking towards the footsteps. "Who is there?" he said. No one replied. He saw movement. It was a person. "I see you," he yelled. The person appeared. He started laughing. It was his girlfriend. She surprised him. "What a nice surprise," he said. She was laughing too. He finished counting the money. They went home together. Oatmeal is good for you. It has fiber. Fiber is good for you. It keeps your colon clean and healthy. Oatmeal also contains whole grain. Whole grain is also good for you. It reduces the risk of heart diseases. It is recommended you eat 48 grams of whole grain every day. Oatmeal is easy to make. First, you grab a clean bowl. Second, you pour 1 serving of oatmeal into the bowl. Third, you pour a cup of milk into the bowl. Lastly, you put it in the microwave for 3 minutes. You can also cook it on the stove. Milk is also good for you. It contains calcium. Calcium is good for your bones. Oatmeal is a delicious breakfast. Sally was petting her cat. Her cat's name is Kitty. Kitty is a large black cat. Sally ran her finger down Kitty's back. She loved her cat. Her cat smelled like shampoo. She had been washed that morning. Cats do not like water. Kitty, on the other hand, liked water. Kitty was a friendly cat. Sally was on her bed. Kitty fell asleep. Sally was thirsty. She did not want to wake up Kitty. She picked up her cell phone. She called her little brother. She whispered into the phone and said, "Get me a glass of water, please." Her brother said, "Okay." He was downstairs watching television. He went to the kitchen. He got a glass of water. He took it upstairs to his sister's room. He did not know Kitty was asleep. He slammed the door open. Kitty woke up and ran away. He went to the furniture store. He needed a new couch. His old couch had broken. He walked around the store. He saw different couches. There were a lot of couches. He did not know which to buy. He saw a blue couch. It looked comfortable. He sat down on it. He stood up. He did not like it. He saw another couch. It was red. It looked soft. He sat on it. He rose to his feet. He did not like it. A person walked up to him. The person was a salesman. "Can I help you, sir?" asked the salesman. He told him he needed a couch that was comfortable. The salesman showed him a couch. The man tested it. He liked it. The couch passed the test. He bought it and took it home. It was the 4th of July. It came once a year. It is a day of celebration. It was Tom's favorite holiday. Tom bought many fireworks. His family had gathered together. They were all on his front yard. His nephew was excited. He was 6 years old. He wanted to light the fireworks. Tom handed him a sparkler. "Be careful with that," Tom said to his nephew. "I will, Uncle Tom," his nephew said. The fireworks started lighting up the sky. Tom and his family saw different colors of fireworks in the sky. They saw blue fireworks. They saw red fireworks. The fireworks were loud. They exploded in the sky. Everybody loved the fireworks. Tom was cooking hot dogs and hamburgers. He went inside his house and came back with Coke in plastic cups. Everyone ate and drank soda. The 4th of July is a fun holiday. Thanksgiving is a national holiday. It is celebrated once a year. Mark loved Thanksgiving. It is his favorite holiday. Every year, he cooks a turkey. Mark's wife helps him. Mark cooks other dishes too. He makes stuffing, potato salad, and ham. Mark invites his family to his Thanksgiving. Mark has a large family. Mark's wife also invites her family. She has a small family. Everybody brings food to the table. There is always leftover food the next day. The doorbell rings. Mark invites his family inside. "Happy Thanksgiving," everybody says to each other. The food is cooked. They wait for Mark's in-laws to arrive. The doorbell rings. Mark's in-laws come inside. Everybody sits at the table. The food is served. Everybody is smiling and talking. Everybody begins to eat. Thanksgiving is a festive holiday. David ran a marathon. He could not believe it. It was a big achievement. Running a marathon is not easy. David had to train all year long. David woke up every morning. He would put on his running shoes, drink a lot of water, and run out the door. David ran for hours. He stopped only when he finished. David ran again at night. He had a lot of energy. He never got tired. Running a marathon took a long time. David ran 26 miles and 385 yards. It took 5 hours and 30 minutes to finish. David was exhausted when he finished. He was really thirsty. He drank a gallon of water. He was still thirsty. David was happy. Running a marathon had been his wish. He could not wait to run it again next year. It was a beautiful day. Joe went to the park. There were people everywhere. Joe saw many things. He saw a boy riding a bike. He saw a girl swinging on a swing. He saw a family having a picnic. He saw a man playing the guitar. It was a happy sight. Joe took a deep breath. The air was fresh. The smell of flowers was in the air. The trees were swaying in the wind. Joe felt so alive. Joe heard a bell. He looked around and saw the ice cream man. He reached in his pockets. He grabbed $3. "Hey, ice cream man!" Joe yelled. The ice cream man stopped and turned around. He walked towards Joe. "1 ice cream, please," Joe said. The ice cream man handed Joe an ice cream bar. "Thank you," said the ice cream man. Joe paid and went on his way. It was a sunny day. Everything was perfect. She went inside the music store. The music store sold all kinds of things. It sold records, compact discs, posters, and clothing. She loved listening to music. Her favorite kind of music was jazz. She collected old jazz records. Her collection had hundreds of records. She started collecting records at a young age. She was 15 when she got her first jazz record. Her dad had given it to her. It was a birthday present. She fell in love with jazz music that day. There was a special guest at the music store. He was a famous jazz artist. She was excited to see him. She owned all his records. His name was Miles Davis. He was a musical genius. She brought one of his records. It was her favorite record. There was a line to see the jazz artist. She waited in line. She met Miles Davis. He smiled and signed her record. She could not believe what had happened. A man was crossing the street. He was an elderly man. He walked like a turtle. It took him a long time to cross every day. He crossed the same street. Every time, he took a long time. The cross lights turned green. He was still crossing the street. Cars would honk at him. The man did not care. He could not cross any faster. "Where is that man going?" people would ask. No one knew where he went. The man walked with a cane. He had white hair and glasses. He crossed the street one day. A boy was standing on the corner. "Where are you going?" the boy asked. "I don't know," replied the man. The old man was lost. Somehow he would find his way back home every day. It was a cold day. The wind was blowing. He was in his car. He was waiting for his friend. His whole body was shivering. He turned on the car's heater. It started heating the car. Suddenly, it stopped. He turned it on again, but the heater turned off again. It had stopped working. He was really cold. He had a sweater on, but it was not enough. He forgot to wear his jacket. "How could I warm myself?" he thought to himself. He remembered he had something in his trunk. He opened the car door and stepped out. It was even colder outside the car. There was no one outside. He opened his car trunk. There was a jacket. The jacket was old and smelly. He did not care. It was so cold. He put on the jacket. He went back inside the car. His friend finally arrived. He went to the mall. He needed clothes to wear. Summer was nearing. He brought a list. It was a list of clothes to buy. He looked at the list. He needed t-shirts. He entered a store. The name of the store was Summer Shirts. He bought 10 shirts. They were different colors. 3 of the shirts were blue. Another 3 were red. 2 of the shirts were white. The last 2 were black. He crossed shirts off his list. He needed pants. He walked into a store. The name of the store was Fancy Pants. He purchased 5 pairs of pants. 2 pants were blue jeans. Another 2 were tan slacks. The last ones were brown khakis. He crossed pants off his list. He just needed shoes. He walked into a shoe store. He saw sandals. He bought sandals instead of regular shoes. He was now ready for summer. He bought a computer. It was a laptop. The laptop was expensive. It cost him several $100s. He saved up money. It took him 4 months to save enough. He earned his money. He worked at a restaurant after school. The job was hard. He was determined to buy a computer. He never quit his job. He went to the Best Buy to purchase it. He walked in with the money in his hand. He knew which computer he wanted already. He paid for the computer and took it home right away. He opened the box. He lifted the computer gently from the box. "It's beautiful," he said. The laptop was sleek. It looked nice. It was the happiest day in his life. He turned it on. He logged on the internet. She was popular. Everybody at school knew her name. She liked the attention. She was pretty. She had blonde hair. It was long and straight. She wore expensive clothes. She wore classy perfume. She put on pricey makeup. All the other girls were jealous of her. All the guys liked her. She was not interested in being in a relationship with anybody. One day, her parents told her a surprise. They said they were moving. She was devastated. She moved the next week. They drove to Colorado. She went to a new school. She was not popular anymore. Nobody knew her name. Nobody liked her. No one was jealous of her. She was just an ordinary girl now. She was sad at first. She soon felt happy. It was a nice change. It was nice being a regular person. She did not miss being popular anymore. He was the king. He was a kind ruler. He gave to the poor. He fed the hungry. He healed the sick. The people loved their king. Their king had an army. His army was vast. It protected the kingdom. Invaders would attack. The king's army was strong. They battled with swords and shields. They never lost a battle. The king was proud of his army. He was proud of his kingdom. The king was rich. He had all the gold in the world. Gold made the king greedy. He wanted more. He searched for gold in the world. His army brought him silver. He did not want silver. He wanted gold. The king grew mad. His people revolted. The king was overthrown. The king was banished from his kingdom. He left this world. She liked to talk. Talking was easy for her. She talked to friends. "Hello, how are you?" Her friends replied, "I am fine." She was always polite. "Bless you," she would say when someone sneezed. "Have a nice day," she would say after saying goodbye. She was a good talker. She was skilled at talking. She talked all the time. She talked over the phone. She talked during class. She talked at her work. Her job was to talk. She helped customers buy things. "Can I help you, sir?" she would ask. Every day she talked to customers. She was always helpful. "Thank you for taking the time to talk to me," a customer said one day. "You are very welcome," she said and smiled. Talking is a good skill to have. She practiced it every day. The world is a big place. There are hundreds of millions of people in the world. People live all around the world. There are many places in the world. We live in the United States. The United States is famous for democracy. There are many people living in the United States. People from the United States come from different places in the world. Canada is another place in the world. Canada is known for its clean air. England is another place in the world. People speak English in England. People in England have accents. England has a queen. Africa is another place in the world. Africa has wildlife. Africa has more wildlife than other places. Lions and elephants live in Africa. Africa is a beautiful place. There is beauty in every place in the world. She walked into a restaurant. It was lunchtime. She was hungry. She sat down at a table. The waiter handed her a menu. "What would you like to drink?" the waiter asked. She asked for water. She was on a budget. She stopped buying drinks. Water was always free. She liked eating fish. She looked at the menu. There was no fish. She called the waiter. "Do you serve fish?" she asked. "No, I am sorry," the waiter said. She was disappointed. She looked at the menu again. She needed time to think. The waiter left. She did like chicken. She did not like beef. She did not even like pork. She was a picky eater. She made up her mind. The waiter came back. She ordered lamb. The waiter wrote it down. He smiled and left. She ate lamb for lunch. Tom was a black cat. He was a house cat. He never went outside. He was kept well fed. Tom always got attention. He was a spoiled cat. Tom was sleeping. He heard a sound. It came from the window. He stood on his 4 legs. He meowed. He went to the window. He looked outside. There was another cat. The cat was white. Tom jumped out the window. He landed on his feet. Cats always land on their feet. The white cat saw Tom. The white cat was a girl. Tom walked towards the white cat. She ran away. Tom chased her. They ran around the house. Tom was having fun. The white cat ran away. Tom did not catch her. It was getting dark. Tom climbed back inside his window. It was a fun day for Tom. She coughed. She was sick. She had the flu. She did not know how she caught it. She went to see her doctor. She did not like the clinic. The clinic was small and damp. There were always people waiting. She sat in the waiting room. Kids were running around. People were sitting next to her. They were coughing and sneezing. She was coughing and sneezing too. She felt terrible. She waited for hours. They finally called her name. She quickly went to the nurse. "The doctor will see you now," the nurse said. She went into a small room. She sat down on a bed. The doctor walked in. "Hello, Susan," the doctor said. She told him she had the flu. The doctor checked her symptoms. He gave her a prescription. "Feel better," the doctor said. "Thank you, doctor," she said. John sat on the porch playing his electric bass. He had a brother called James. James played guitar. He played it every day. He played the guitar well. Sometimes John and Jim made music together. John sang the melody. Jim sang the harmony. They both played their instruments together. They made beautiful music. The music was catchy. Strangers noticed Jim and John playing music. They would walk closer to the porch to listen to the music. John sang country music. Everybody in the neighborhood loved it. Country music was their favorite kind of music. Jim and John lived in Texas. Texans love country music. John and Jim were talented. When they grew older, they did not stop making music. They recorded their songs. The songs were heard on the radio. Jim and John became country music stars. She turned on the radio. She tuned in her favorite radio station. The station played pop music. She loved pop music. She sang along to the radio. She sang in the shower every morning. She jumped in the shower. She sang her heart out. She stepped out of the shower. She grabbed the radio. She took it to the room. She turned it on again. She put on her clothes while listening to the radio. She did not stop singing. Her brother did not like her singing. "Be quiet," he would yell. She could not hear him because the radio was too loud. She wanted to be a pop singer. It was her dream. She wanted to make her dream come true. She entered singing contests. She won first place. She was a great singer. It was time for the camping trip. He was scared. He was scared of bears. He did not want to be eaten. He was also scared of bugs, ghosts, and poison ivy. His family packed a bug spray and a first aid kit. His brother told him ghosts were not real. He was still scared of everything. It was his first time camping. He was also excited. He brought his journal. He wrote in the journal, "Dear Journal, I hope I do not get eaten by a bear." It was his worst fear. Bears were huge. He saw one on television. They had sharp teeth. They had big claws. They roared loudly. It was the night before the trip. He could not go to sleep. He could not stop thinking about the bear. He went to sleep. He dreamed about bears. It was not a nice dream. He woke up. He was tired. He had a hard time going to sleep. He tossed and turned all night. He was scared. He had bad dreams. He dreamed about bears. It was the first day of the camping trip. It was early morning. He hid in his blankets. His family called his name. "Henry, it's time to get ready," called the family. He ignored his family. He did not want to go. He stayed in bed. He was excited about going camping before, but now he was too scared. "I do not want to go anymore," he said. His dad came in his room. He took off Henry's blankets. He picked him up. He put his clothes on. He put him in the car. "Do not be scared," he said to Henry. Henry was still scared. The camping trip lasted 3 days. Henry was not scared. There was nothing to be scared about. There were no bears. It was a nice camping trip. He liked her. He liked her smile. He liked her voice. He liked her hair. He liked her nature. She did not know that he liked her. She did not know him. He was a stranger to her. It did not matter for him. He wanted to talk to her. He waited for the right time. She was always with her friends. He waited until she was alone. She was walking down the street. She was going home. She was alone. He was driving to the store. He saw her. He drove up to her. She turned around. She saw him in the car. "Hello, what is your name?" he said. She ignored him. She did not want to talk to strangers. "Would you like a ride home?" he asked her. "No, thank you," she replied. He parked his car. He got out of his car. He walked up to her. She was standing on the sidewalk. He stood in front of her. "I have to go home," she said. She walked past him. He followed her. He wanted to talk to her. She did not know him. She did not want to talk to strangers. "I know you," he said to her. She stopped walking. She looked at him. She had a puzzled face. "We went to school together," he said. She tried remembering. She could not remember him. It was such a long time ago. He told her more. He said he always liked her. He liked her during school. He liked her after school. She was struck. She did not know what to say. "Want to go out?" he asked her. She thought about it. She gave him her phone number. She smiled and left. He was happy. He smiled. He woke up late. His alarm rang, but he did not hear it. He was late for work. He jumped out of bed. "I'm so late," he said. He ran to the restroom. He quickly brushed his teeth. He hopped in the shower. He took a 5-minute shower. He dried his body. He quickly shaved. He cut himself. He shaved too fast. He was not careful. He washed his cut. He covered it with a Band-Aid. He ran to his closet. He grabbed his suit. He ironed it fast. He put on his suit. The suit still had wrinkles. He got in his car and drove away. There was traffic on the road. He honked his horn. He arrived at his company. He was 1 hour late. The bell rang. She was not at school. She was still at home. She was in bed sleeping. She stayed up late with her friends last night. They watched movies. Her school called her parents. Your child did not go to school. Mom was surprised. She was upset. She was at work. She went back home. She slammed through the door. "Wake up!" she yelled at her daughter. "You are late to school," Mom said. She got up from bed. She changed quickly. She was scared of her mom. She knew she was serious. Mom did not fool around. She drove her to school. "Do not be late to school again," Mom said. "Okay, Mom," she said. She was still sleepy. Today was a big day. 5 friends had planned to go out. The plan was to go to a restaurant. It was a good restaurant. It served all-you-can-eat food. Everybody was excited. They had gone there before. It was their favorite restaurant. The restaurant was far. It took 1 hour to drive there. It took 2 hours on the bus. One of the friends drove a car. He had just purchased it. He drove his friends to the restaurant. There was no traffic on the way. They arrived in 30 minutes. Everybody was starving. They ordered their food. The restaurant was full of customers. The restaurant was special. It served raw food. You had to cook your own food. There was a grill on the table. It was fun. Everybody ate a lot of food. The bill was expensive. It was their 1-year anniversary. They went to the theater. He met her at the theater. She was with her friends. He was with his friends. They watched the same movie. They met after the movie. He asked her out on a date. They became good friends. The theater was empty today. They walked to the counter. They looked up at the screen. The screen listed the movies playing. He wanted to watch an action movie. She wanted to watch a comedy. The two talked to each other. They were deciding what movie to watch. They chose to watch a comedy. They bought their tickets. They went to their seats. The movie started. They laughed throughout the movie. The movie was very funny. It lasted 1 hour and a half. It ended and the credits started rolling. They got up from their seats. They went home laughing. Monday is the first day of the week. He did not like Mondays. He had to go to work. He worked at the post office. The post office was far away. He drove to work. It was a 30-minute drive. Mondays were the worst. Tuesdays were just as bad. He did not like Tuesdays. He complained at work. "It is barely Tuesday?" he would ask. He could not wait for it to be Friday again. Wednesdays were better than Tuesdays. Wednesdays were far better than Mondays. Wednesday is known as the hump day, which means it is the midpoint of the week. Wednesday is the day after Tuesday. He still did not like Wednesdays. Thursdays were better. He liked Thursdays. Thursday is the unofficial start of the weekend. Thursday is the day after Wednesday. More importantly, it is the day before Friday. Friday is his favorite day of the week. Lisa bought a car. It was her first car. She was happy when she bought it. It was a birthday present. Her parents bought it for her. She was thankful. She deserved the car. She was a good girl. She was a good student. She listened to her parents. She never got in trouble. She was a good daughter. The car was pink. Pink is her favorite color. Pink is a girl's color. She was a nice girl. Her car was not cheap. Her parents did not pay for it all. They paid half. She was to pay for the rest. She had to get a job. She learned to drive. She got a job. She drove to work. She was an adult now. Lisa was responsible. Her parents were proud of her. She was not their little girl anymore. He was getting ready for the party. The party was at night. It was going to be a big party. All his friends were going. He never went to parties. This was his first time going to one. He was nervous. He was excited. He was a shy guy. He did not talk a lot. He had only 5 friends. His friends were shy too. They did not want to be shy anymore. He got ready for the party. He dressed himself nicely. He combed his hair. He brushed his teeth twice. He trimmed his mustache. He looked in the mirror. He looked good. He spoke to himself. "Hey, good-looking," he said in the mirror. He was ready. The party was in 30 minutes. He left early. He drove to the party. He had a blast. He made new friends. He met a girl. He kissed her. It was a fun party. It was early morning. The sun was just over the horizon. She got on the bus. The bus was smelly. It smelled foul. Bus fare was $1.50. She paid her fare. "Good morning," said the bus driver. "Good morning," she said back. The bus driver was friendly. This was odd. She mostly met mean bus drivers. She wondered why. The bus was full. She looked around for seats. There were no seats in the front. She looked to the back. There was 1 seat available. She made her way to the back. There were a lot of people. "Excuse me," she said. She touched elbows with people. The people let her through. She reached the back of the bus. Her seat had been taken. She held onto the pole and stood. It was a brand new day. She was happy. It was her first day of university. The bus rode on. He took a deep breath. He looked down. The water looked cold. He was nervous. "Come on, jump," said his friends. He was on a ledge of a cliff. It was a big drop. All his friends had jumped. They were swimming in the water. His friends waited for him. 15 minutes had gone by. He had not jumped. "What are you, chicken?" teased one of his friends. He was scared indeed. He imagined bad things. He imagined breaking his bones. He imagined drowning. He imagined being eaten by a fish. "I don't think this is a good idea," he said to his friends. His friends then told him not to do it. They were worried. He stepped off the ledge. He climbed down. He safely got in the water. He was safe. He was relieved. They were on a train. He sat across from her. He looked at her. She looked familiar. She was writing on her iPad. She looked concentrated. The train sped along its tracks. It made large sounds. There were many passengers on board. He looked to his right. He saw a man with long hair. He saw a woman holding a dog. He saw a kid with food on his face. He looked to his left. He saw an old man with a cane. He saw a young lady crossing her legs. He saw a fat man eating peanuts. No one looked familiar except her. She sat in front of him. He thought for a minute. He could not remember. The train had come to a stop. It had reached its destination. Passengers were exiting the train. He lost sight of her. He looked around to see where she went. She was nowhere in sight. It had been a long train ride. Her bottom was sore. She stretched her legs and neck. She grabbed her luggage. She got off the train. She headed towards the street. She called a cab. She entered the vehicle. "Welcome to San Francisco," said the cab driver. She smiled and said, "Thank you." She was finally home. It had been a while since she left home. The cab arrived at her house. She paid him the fare. "Thank you very much," he said. He drove away. She entered her house. Her house looked pleasant. Nothing had changed. She walked into the living room. Her family awaited her in the living room. They were excited to see her. "Welcome home, Becky," her family yelled. She hugged and greeted everybody. It was nice to be back home. He tried the roller coaster ride the first time. He did not like it. He tried it a second time. He still did not like it. They say, "Third time's the charm." He went back in line. The lines for roller coasters were long. Everybody he knew loved riding roller coasters. Everybody loved them except him. He thought roller coasters were terrifying. He did not know what the big deal was. Why risk your life, he thought. He was waiting in line. People in line were impatient, but he was not. The line moved forward. His turn for the ride came. He was strapped on the roller coaster. "Please keep your hands and legs together," he was told. The roller coaster began moving. It slowly ascended to the top. It plummeted to the bottom. He vomited all over himself. The big race was tomorrow. He would be competing with people from other schools. It was his first big race. He was worried, but he was also excited. He was the fastest boy in his school, and he had been training for months. He had been running for a long time. He joined track when he was in middle school. He loved running. He ran everywhere. He ran to the market to pick up groceries. He ran to school in the mornings. He ran back home after school. He ran to his friend's house. His friends lived far away. He did not mind running. Running was his passion. It was the night before the race. He had a good night's sleep. In the morning, he woke up ready. The race was in a couple of hours. He got ready. He was not nervous anymore. He was prepared to race. Everybody has friends. Some people have many friends. Others have only a few. Alex had many friends. He liked making friends. Every day he made new friends. Alex was good at making friends. He was good at small talk. He was not at all shy. Alex made friends everywhere he went. He made friends at the store. Shopping for food? He asked a stranger. I sure am, the stranger said. Alex continued talking to the person. He had made a new friend. He made friends at the bank. Making a deposit? He asked another stranger. Yes, sir, the stranger replied. A conversation followed. Making friends was easy for Alex. He was a friendly guy. Everybody who knew Alex liked him. Everybody that Alex knew was his friend. Alex did not know any strangers. If he met one, they quickly became friends. Alex wanted to have all the friends in the world. Susan had a garden. She planted fruits and vegetables. The garden was in her backyard. Her backyard was wide and long. She had plenty of space. Susan's garden took up most of the space. Her garden grew several kinds of fruits. It grew watermelons, grapes, strawberries, avocados, oranges, and papaya. Some fruits grew from the ground. Others grew on trees. Susan's garden also grew several kinds of vegetables. It grew tomatoes, potatoes, squash, carrots, and eggplants. Susan was proud of her garden. She worked hard to maintain it. Every day, she watered her garden. Her fruits and vegetables tasted great. It was because of her care and love. Everybody in her neighborhood ate from her garden. Susan sold the fruits and vegetables at low prices. She made good profit. Susan did not sell it all. She always kept enough for herself. She knew that fruits and vegetables were good for her health. He dreamed a lot. He had good dreams. He had bad dreams. Sometimes he had strange dreams. He dreamed he was a cowboy. He rode a horse and gunned down bandits. He dreamed of being an astronaut. He orbited the Earth in a spaceship with zero gravity. These were good dreams. He dreamed he was in a room full of people. In the dream, he was naked. Everybody in the room laughed at him. He dreamed he was on a boat in the middle of the ocean. He was lost at sea. The boat was sinking. These were bad dreams. He dreamed of unknown places, places that seemed bizarre. He dreamed of worldly creatures that looked like humans. These were weird dreams. His dreams were fascinating. He wondered what they meant. He wrote down his dreams in his journal. He kept it safe in a box. Sweat poured down his face. The sun beat down his back. Every step he took was tiring. He was worn out. He kept moving forward. It was a steep hill. He looked up ahead. There were more hills. He was hiking up a canyon. There were rocks everywhere. He saw a stream below. The plants were all around. He had been hiking for over an hour. He was high up. The view was wonderful. He could see for miles and miles. He saw wildlife in the distance. He had not reached the very top. He needed to hike for 1 more hour. He took a drink from his canteen. He reached into his backpack. He pulled out a banana and ate it. He pressed on. The hills were slippery. He almost slid a couple of times. He got to the top. He looked around. It was breathtaking. Rainwater dripped down the window. Lightning flashed from the sky. There was no one outside. There was a storm coming. He had a plan for tonight. The plan was canceled because the coming storm. Outside looked gloomy. The sidewalks were wet and looked gray. The trees swayed back and forth. The wind was blowing hard. There were tree branches and leaves on the ground. He was safe inside his home. He turned on his television to watch the 5 o'clock news. The weatherman came on. He warned everyone to stay inside. The storm was to last all through the night. It was cold inside his home. He turned on the heater. Thunder roared from outside. Suddenly, the light went out. There was no more electricity. He lit some candles and grabbed a flashlight. The storm was going on. He fell asleep on the couch. He woke up in the morning. The storm had ended. It was a sunny day. There were 5 of them. They were good friends. "What time is it?" one of them asked. It was almost 9 o'clock. They all looked at each other. It was time to leave. They were all excited. They entered the car. One of them drove. Everybody put on their seat belts. The radio was turned on. Rock music blared loudly. The car drove off into the distance. It was a road trip to San Francisco. It was everybody's first road trip. It was going to be a long trip. They brought snacks and drinks. They planned to stay for a week in San Francisco. It was a fun trip. They laughed and sang along to the radio. They stopped to eat at diners. They planned where to go next on a road trip. He went to a bicycle shop. He wanted to buy a bike. His old bike was too old. It had stopped working. He entered the bike shop. There were bikes all around. There were bikes on the walls. There were bikes in the aisles. Some bikes were even hung upside down from the ceiling. He knew what bike he wanted. He approached the salesman. He told him what bike he wanted. The salesman took him to a room. There were more bikes in the room. He liked what he saw. He quickly chose a bike to buy. It was a small black bike. He paid for it and rode it home. It cost him $500. It was worth the price. He used the bike for tricks and stunts. He never fell. He was a professional bike rider. She went to the library. It was close to home. The library was quite small, but it was a nice library. She needed to check out a book. It was a book for her school. She did not want to buy it. It is free to check out books at the library. The library is open to the public. Libraries provide access to knowledge. She walked inside the library. It was nice and quiet. The library was also cool. She went to the front desk. She asked for her book. A librarian helped her find it. She was thankful for the help. The librarian was happy to help. She talked to the librarian. They spoke about libraries and librarians. It was an interesting conversation. She learned a lot of things. She left the library and went back home. The librarian had inspired her. She wanted to be a librarian one day. He was from Tennessee, but he did not want to stay there. He traveled all around. He left at the age of 18. He had no money. He had no car. He hitchhiked to California. His family could not stop him because he was an adult. It was his dream to wander. He was a good-looking man. He did many odd jobs. He met many people. California is a big state. There are a lot of people in California. He lived in different places. He never stayed in one place. He kept traveling. He did not think about the future. He lived his life one day at a time. He did not have many belongings. He had a small backpack. It held his clothes. He had a guitar and a picture of his parents. This was all he carried. One day, he would go back home. He drove to the airport. He waited for his flight. He waited for an hour. His flight was ready. He boarded the airplane. The airplane was huge. It was going to Boston. He had family in Boston. He lived in Los Angeles. He was a teacher. He taught at a community college. He loved his job. His family was proud of him. He was going to see them. It was a family reunion. He looked forward to seeing everybody. 5 years had passed since he was in Boston. He brought sweaters and jackets because Boston was cold at this time of year. The airplane took off. His ears popped. He put on his headphones. The flight lasted 6 hours. He arrived safely in Boston. He got off the airplane. He stepped on the ground. It was a long flight. There was a baby crying on the flight. He could not sleep. He exited the airport. He called a taxi. It drove him home. He paid the taxi driver and thanked him. He looked at his house. He was glad to be home. The lights were on inside. He saw shadows through the window. His family reunion had started. He knocked on the door. His father opened the door. "Welcome back home, Greg," he said, smiling. He went inside. He greeted everybody. He said hello to cousin Alex. He hugged and kissed his grandmother. He shook the hand of his brother-in-law. He hugged his sisters and brothers. He was overjoyed to see his mother. His mom gave him a big kiss. It was a good family reunion. He did not want to go back to California. She put on her best shoes. She put on her nicest shirt. She got into her dress pants. She brushed and straightened her hair. She applied her makeup. She sprayed perfume on herself. She was ready for her job interview. She looked in the mirror one more time. She looked professional. She grabbed her purse and walked out the door. She entered her car and drove away. The interview was on the 6th floor of a building. She took the elevator. She entered the interview room. She was greeted by 4 people. They were all dressed in suits. The interview began. They asked her hard questions. She answered the best she could. She was confident and friendly. They liked her. She got the job. She was overjoyed. The mailman knocked on the door. No one answered the door. He had a package to deliver. He needed the person's signature. It was a heavy package. He rang the doorbell. Still, no one answered. He looked through the window. There was someone inside. A girl was napping on the couch. He knocked on the window. The girl was sound asleep. He used his voice. He called her name. She woke up. She saw the man through the window. She opened the door. She asked who he was and what he wanted. "I'm the mailman, can't you tell?" he said and pointed to his uniform. She was half asleep. "I have a package for you," the mailman said. She asked how he knew her name. He said her name was on the package. She signed for it. She took the package inside. It was heavy. It was a nice sunny day. He was at his aunt's house. His cousins were there too. He saw a frisbee on the floor. He picked it up. He loved playing frisbee. It was a fun and simple game to play. He had played it all the time. He needed someone else to play with. He asked his cousins, "Do you guys want to play frisbee with me?" They said yes right away. They asked their parents for permission. They were given 2 hours to play. They went to the park to play. He told his cousins to spread out. His cousins had never played frisbee before. They were excited to play. He had the frisbee in his hand. "Catch!" he yelled at one of his cousins. He tossed the frisbee at him. The frisbee flew in the air. It looked like a flying saucer. His cousin caught it. He tossed it back. They played frisbee for 2 hours. It was fun. He had a stomach ache. He did not know why. Was it something he ate? He wondered. He remembered what he ate that day. He ate eggs in the morning. He also had toast and milk. Later, he had a snack. The snack was a cookie. It was a chocolate chip cookie. Then he ate lunch. For lunch, he ate a sandwich. It was a turkey sandwich with cheese. He drank soda. Later, he had another snack. The snack was a popsicle. Then he ate dinner. For dinner, he had steak. On the side, he had vegetables and mashed potatoes. He drank soda again. That was all he ate for the day. He wondered what had caused his stomach ache. He did not drink soda often. He blamed soda. The next day came. He did not have a stomachache anymore. He never drank soda again. She crossed the street. The street was empty. There were no people. There were no cars. It was after midnight. She walked down the street. She was not afraid. It was dangerous at night. It was especially dangerous for a girl. She did not care. She was a fighter. She knew how to defend herself. She carried pepper spray. She was ready for anything. The streets were deserted. She walked around for an hour. She took in the night air. She gazed at the stars. She looked at the closed stores. She saw the dirty curbs. She walked back home. She fell on her bed. It had been another night. She went to sleep like a baby. His hair was long. It was getting too long. It bothered him sometimes. The hair would get in his mouth. It would get on his food. It sometimes made him itchy. He thought about cutting it. He asked his friends. His friends told him not to. He asked them why. His friends said he looked fine. He did not care what his friends said. He decided to get a haircut. It was the middle of the day. He was not doing anything. He went to the salon. He walked in and sat down. He waited for the hairstylist. She was with another customer. She finished shortly. She greeted him. She cut his hair. It took 20 minutes. He looked in the mirror. He looked good. He was glad he got a haircut. He paid and thanked the hairstylist. He went on his way. They were the best of friends. People thought they were sisters. They did everything together. They shared everything with each other. They met in middle school. They were in the same college now. Sometimes they argued, but soon they made up. College can be tough. They took classes together. They studied together. They always helped each other. They were good students. They were from Colorado. They went home together. They lived in the same town. They knew the same people. Their family knew each other. They went back to college together. They shared one room. They acted like sisters. It's nice having a best friend. Everybody should have a best friend. It was her birthday. She was turning 16. She was born on the 5th of August. She was having a birthday party. Everybody was coming. She invited her friends. She had a lot of friends. She also had a lot of aunts and uncles. This made her happy because it meant more presents for her. She was getting ready for her party. She dressed up in her best outfit. Her mom prepared the food. Her dad went to pick up the cake. Her brothers set the tables and chairs. The party was happening in the backyard. The party was in 4 hours. They were almost ready. Dad brought back chocolate cake. Mom cooked all the food. Her brother got the backyard ready. The birthday party was a success. He lived in a big house. It was white. The rooftop was blue. It had a white fence. There were plants in the front. There was a tall tree in the backyard. The house had a fireplace. He lit it on cold nights. He lived with his wife. They were grateful for what they had. They had to work hard. Hard work pays off. The house had 3 floors. It also had a basement. There were 5 bedrooms. They planned to have a family. The house was big enough for a family. The house had brown carpet. It also had wooden floors. There were a lot of windows. The house had nice views. The house had a reading room. They had a big library. The house had a music room too. There was a piano inside. There was also an art room. It was a perfect house. He woke up suddenly. He heard glass shattering. It was really loud. He sat up on his bed. He listened for noise. He heard footsteps. There was someone downstairs. It was a break-in. He went to his closet and grabbed his bat. He was not afraid. He slowly went downstairs. He sneaked his way to the stairs. He looked down the staircase. It was really dark. He saw the shadow of a man. He was dressed in black. There was no light. He walked down the stairs. He did not make a sound. The shadow was going through drawers. It was a robbery. He got closer to the shadow. His heart was racing. He took a deep breath. He ran at top speed. He hit the shadow over the head. The shadow fell to the ground. He called the police. He was sad. His grandma had died. He loved his grandmother. She raised him. She took care of him. She had seen him grow into a man. She was the sweetest woman. She was kind to all. Everybody loved her. She departed at the age of 76. She had lived a long life. He was happy for her, but he was also sad. His grandma was no longer here. He could not believe it. He remembered the last words he said to her, "I love you, Grandma. I'll come to see you soon." He hugged and kissed her goodbye. She died a few days later. He cried. Her funeral was held shortly. All her family was there. Friends had also gathered. He helped carry the coffin. It was a hard thing to do. He would never forget his grandmother. The circus was in town. It was a big attraction. Everybody in town went. The circus was a lot of fun. They had clowns. The clowns juggled bowling pins and danced around. The kids liked the clowns. The circus also had magicians. The magicians performed magic tricks. The teenagers liked seeing the magician perform. The circus had animals. The animals had handlers. The handlers made the animals do tricks. A tiger went through a hula hoop. A monkey rode a tricycle. An elephant stood on 2 legs. Everybody liked the animal show. There were also rides. The circus stayed in town for 3 days. It went from town to town. It was fun to go to the circus. Henry was a strong man. He could carry heavy things. He had no problem helping you move. Mary asked Henry if he could help her. He said sure. Mary owned a lot of furniture. Henry carried it all. He put it in the moving van. He did not struggle. He was strong and able. "Thank you, Henry," Mary said. "Not a problem," Henry said. He was happy to help. Henry was walking down the street. He saw something as he was walking. There was a man in a car. The car would not start. There were other cars behind him. He was blocking the road. Henry took action. He went behind the car. He pushed with all his might. He moved the car. It was out of the way. The man thanked Henry. "You are strong," said the man. Henry agreed. He waved goodbye. It was a family trip. They drove to the zoo. The zoo was far away. The children were excited. They had never seen wild animals before. They had only seen cats and dogs. They wanted to see bears and gorillas. The older sibling was not excited. He had been to the zoo before. He had been there too many times. It was now his 10th time. He did not want to go there any more. Mom and Dad liked the zoo. It was a good learning experience. Grandpa was also going. He was sound asleep. They arrived at the zoo. They saw all the animals. They heard a bear roar. They touched the starfishes. They saw the gorillas. It was a long day. The family got tired. They sat and ate food. They went back to their car. They drove back home. Her tooth was aching. She could not eat. It hurt every time she chewed. She could not even swallow. She knew what she had to do. She was scared. She had not gone to the dentist in years. It was time to make an appointment. She called their number. She set an appointment. It was for Friday at 5 o'clock. She was not looking forward to it. She hated going to the dentist. She was afraid of the pain, but she had no choice. She was already in pain. The tooth had to come out. The dentist told her the same. She sat back in the chair. The dentist gave her a painkiller. She still felt some pain. It was soon over. The tooth was removed. It no longer hurt to chew. It was a relief. She could now eat and chew without pain. He played the guitar. He sang the blues. It was his hobby. He was talented. Everybody told him that. He practiced all day long. His practice paid off. He was the best guitar player in town. His friends were impressed. He always carried his guitar. He carried it behind his back. He took it to the park. He sat down on a bench. He began to play. People walked by. They noticed his music. He would get tips. It was fun for him. Performing in front of others is great. He sometimes felt nervous. The feeling of excitement was greater. People called him the guitar man. He was known all around. It was his nickname. He played his guitar at school. He played his guitar on the train. Playing the guitar was his passion. He played until his fingers hurt. He stopped for a minute. He would start to play again. They camped out in the woods last night. They were alone in the woods. When they woke up in the morning, they did not know where they were at. They were lost. There was no one else around. It was just the two of them. They panicked at first. They calmed themselves down. "Everything will be okay," they said to each other. They left their cell phones at home. They lit a smoke signal. No one saw it. They decided to walk back. They retraced their footsteps. It took a long time. They had walked a long distance. They got thirsty. They stopped at a stream. They drank from the stream. They continued walking. There were no signs of life. It was getting dark. They had to find people soon. Eventually, they met somebody. He was another camper. He helped them find their way to safety. It was a scary camping trip. She dropped her phone. She picked it up. She looked at the screen. She gasped. The screen was cracked. She was upset. Her phone was important. She texted on her phone regularly. She frequently made phone calls. She had internet access on her phone. It was her world. The phone was not cheap, but she had to buy a new one. She did not have enough money. She went to the store and talked to the salesperson. She told him that she had dropped her phone. He asked to look at the phone. She handed it to him. "Can you fix it?" she asked. He said yes, he can. She paid to repair it. It cost less than a new phone. Her cell phone was repaired. She was very happy. She bought a protective case for it. She dropped her phone. She picked it up. She looked at the screen. She gasped. The screen was cracked. She was upset. Her phone was important. She texted on her phone regularly. She frequently made phone calls. She had internet access on her phone. It was her world. The phone was not cheap, but she had to buy a new one. She did not have enough money. She went to the store and talked to the salesperson. She told him that she had dropped her phone. He asked to look at the phone. She handed it to him. "Can you fix it?" she asked. He said yes, he can. She paid to repair it. It cost less than a new phone. Her cell phone was repaired. She was very happy. She bought a protective case for it. He looked up. He saw the night sky. There were many stars in the sky. He looked for a while. The stars were beautiful. They were shining brightly. They looked like diamonds. He remembered a song. He looked at the moon. The moon was in the night sky. It gave the moonlight. The moon looked white. It looked like cheese. He wondered about it. A man had walked on the moon. He imagined walking on the moon. He imagined the moon being cold. He looked at the constellations. There were many of them. Constellations are what groups of stars look like. They have different names. He saw the Big Dipper. He saw the Little Dipper. He could also see Orion's belt. It was an amazing sight. He looked up every night. He believed in aliens. He hoped to see one. The night sky is full of wonders. The house phone was ringing. She went downstairs. It was dark. She watched her steps and slowly went down the stairs. Who is calling? She wondered. She got downstairs. The phone was in the kitchen. She reached for the light switch. She turned on the lights. She squinted her eyes. The light was bright. She was blinded by the lights. The phone was still ringing. She walked to the kitchen barefoot. She stepped on a toy. She jumped in pain. She looked at the floor. She had stepped on a Lego toy. She had a son. He never picked up his toys. She reached the kitchen. The phone was still ringing. She picked up the phone. She looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. She answered the phone. Hello? There was no reply. The phone clicked. It was a wrong number. Comic books are illustrated stories. He loved comic books. He had many comic books. They were all on a shelf. His friends collected comic books too. He sometimes traded comic books with them. He read comic books all night. He turned off the lights. He grabbed a flashlight. He sat up in bed. He wrapped a blanket around him. He stayed up reading his comic books. He had a fun time. He went to the comic book store. He went each Friday after school. The comic book store was great. It had new issues of comics. His favorite comic book hero was Spider-Man. He bought all his issues. He stayed at the comic book store. There was a couch inside. He did not always have money. He read the new comic book issues in the store. He saved his allowance for comic books. He was on the highest floor of a tall building. The building was a skyscraper. He was with his dad. His dad worked on the building. He met his dad's co-workers. They were all kind. He asked his dad a question. Is it not scary working so high up? Dad answered no. He said it was not noticeable. His son noticed. He kept thinking about it. They were so high in the sky. He imagined the building falling down. He was scared of heights. His dad told him not to think about it. He could not stop thinking about it. It was time to go home. They went down the elevator. It was a long ride. He did not want to come back. It was too frightening for him. Her name was Jane. She lived in Los Angeles. She was born there. She loved Los Angeles. She went to work in downtown Los Angeles. There are many people in Los Angeles. She drove to work every day. She looked out her window. There were people walking down the street. Some were white, some were black, and others were brown. This did not matter. They were all natives of Los Angeles. She went out with friends. They went to restaurants and shows. Los Angeles had many restaurants. Her favorite were Indian restaurants. Los Angeles has many performers. She saw famous artists and bands. It was fun going out in Los Angeles. She often came back home late. She was always safe. She never spoke to strangers. She avoided walking on streets that were not safe. Jane did want to live in Los Angeles. It was her home. It was fun going to the parade. He went to the parade every year. He never missed going. The parade was tomorrow. He was going with his girlfriend. His girlfriend's name was Mary. This year, he planned on bringing his little sister. His little sister had not gone to a parade. It was her first time going. She was excited. It was the day before the parade. They made their plan. They had to wake up early. They had to bring snacks and water. They also had to wear comfortable shoes. The parade lasted all day. The day of the parade came. Everything went according to plan. The parade was amazing. They saw marching bands. They saw parade floats. Some of them were big. The parade ended in the afternoon. They were tired, but they were happy. They went back home. "Can we come back again?" his little sister asked. He smiled at her. She knew the answer already. The music festival was today. He was ready to go. His favorite singer was performing. He packed his autograph book. He hoped to get close enough. He wanted his autograph. He was determined to get it. He left early to the music festival. He arrived in 1 hour. He had a hard time finding parking. He parked far from the festival. It was the closest parking he could find. He walked half a mile. He got to the festival. He found a seat near the front of the stage. He waited for the music festival to begin. It was not long before it started. The music festival began. He looked around. There were hundreds of people. Everybody was moving and jumping. The music started playing. His favorite singer went on stage. He wanted his autograph. He got onto the stage. He got his autograph. It was winter time. The snow was coming. She was excited. She waited for the snow to start falling. She looked out her window every day. The snow had not come. She asked her brother why. Her brother said it was coming. She had to wait. She waited for a few weeks. She was giving up hope. One day, she woke up. She went to her window. She did not believe it. It was finally snowing. She jumped for joy. The snow looked beautiful. She ran to her closet. She put on her winter clothes. She ran outside. She played in the snow. It was so much fun. She played all day in the snow. She made snowmen and igloos. Tomorrow she would play again. She loved the snow. He stood in the hall. He looked around him. There were many doors. He did not know which door was the right door to enter. He was lost at school. It was going to be 12. He was going to be late. It was his first day of college. His class was in room 190. He looked at all the doors. They each had a number, but there were no rooms numbered 190. He did not know what to do. He asked a stranger, "Where is room 190?" The stranger did not know. He asked another stranger. She also did not know. No one knew where room 190 was. He checked his notebook, where he wrote down his classroom number. It was not room 190. It was room 140. Room 190 did not exist. He ran to room 140. He was 1 minute late. He entered his classroom. He quickly took a seat. He was a minute late. The professor was calling names. It was his first day of college. He was sweating. He had been running around looking for his classroom. It took him some time to find the classroom. "David," the professor called. He raised his hand. He was out of breath. He took out his inhaler. He took a puff from his inhaler. It gave him breath. He took out his notebook and a pen. The professor started talking. He took notes. He always took notes in class. It was a good habit. He studied his notes after class. He was a good student. He wanted only good grades. Class ended at 2:00. The teacher dismissed the students. Anna rose from her seat. She grabbed her things. She had a backpack and a sweater. She had a question to ask. She waited for the teacher. Some students also had questions to ask. There was a line to see the teacher. She got in line. She had a question about an assignment. The teacher spoke to students one at a time. She waited a while. It was finally her turn to ask. "How can I help you?" the teacher asked. She asked her question. The teacher gave her the answer. She was glad to hear it. She thanked the teacher, who smiled and said, "No problem." She went on her way. It was a hot day. The sun was shining brightly. There were no clouds in the sky. He walked along the street. He was going home. He was hot and tired. He could not wait to get home. He was almost there. It was nearly 100 degrees. There was not another soul in sight. Everybody was at home. His car was not working. He had to walk to his bank. He did not know it was so hot. The bank was not too far. The heat made it seem far away. His throat was dry. He was thirsty for water. He walked with sweat on his back. He arrived home. He went straight to the kitchen. He drank a big cup of water. He took off his clothes. He went to the bathroom. He took a cold bath. It was so refreshing. He stayed in the bath. "What is your name?" he asked her. "My name is Linda," she answered. "What is your name?" Linda asked. "My name is Brian," he answered. They knew each other's names. They became friends. Brian was tall and skinny. Linda was a little shorter than Brian. She was also skinny. Brian and Linda had black hair. Brian asked Linda if she was busy. She told Brian she was not. Want to go to the coffee shop? Brian then asked. Linda said sure. They walked to the coffee shop. It was nearby. Brian opened the door for Linda. Linda said thank you. They bought their coffee. They sat down to drink it. They talked to each other. Brian learned about Linda. Linda learned about Brian. The two were alike. Brian walked Linda home. It was nice meeting you, Linda said to Brian. Likewise, Brian replied. It was a hot summer day. She was in her room. The fan was on, but it blew hot air. She did not want to be home. It was too hot. She thought of what to do. Her cell phone vibrated. She picked it up. She received a text message. It was from her friend. The text read, "Let's go to the pool." She replied with yes. She got ready immediately. She grabbed her towel, sunscreen, sunglasses, and shampoo. She also packed her bathing suit. She went to the pool. Her friends were in the pool. She went to the lockers. She changed into her bathing suit. She applied her sunscreen. She jumped in the pool. The water was cool and refreshing. She splashed around with her friends. She no longer felt hot. She stayed in the pool all day. It was winter. The streets were covered with snow. The air was cold outside. She was at a friend's house. They did not know what to do. She sat in the living room. Her friend sat beside her. They put on a movie. The movie was boring. They stopped playing the movie. She got out a board game. They started playing. The board game was missing pieces. They stopped playing. "What do we do now?" she asked her friend. "Let's go ice skating," the friend said. They went to an ice skating rink. They left in a car together. They arrived at the place. There were a lot of people skating. They bought their pass. They put on their figure skates. They skated on the ice. She slid a couple of times. They ice skated for hours. It was so much fun. They left around 8 o'clock. They went back the next day. It was nighttime. He was home using his computer. His friend messaged him. The message was an invitation. He was invited to the theaters. He said yes to the invitation. He shut down his computer. He got ready to leave. He grabbed his wallet and drove to the theaters. His friends were waiting for him. "What movie are we watching?" he asked his friends. They were going to watch a scary movie. He did not like scary movies. He was a big chicken when it came to watching scary movies. He watched the movie anyway. They bought their tickets and went inside. They took their seats. The movie started to play. It was the scariest he had ever seen. Everybody went home. After he got home, he was too scared to sleep. He turned on all his lights. He regretted watching that movie. It was the middle of the day. He looked out his window. He saw his lawn. The grass looked long. He decided to mow the lawn. He stepped into his garage. His mower was in there. He got his lawn mower. He turned it on. It started moving. The engine made a loud noise. The engine sputtered and stopped. He got off his lawnmower. He inspected the engine. It had broken. He took it back inside the garage. He opened his toolbox. He repaired his lawnmower. He turned it on again. It was working. He mowed his lawn. It took him half an hour to finish. He took his lawn mower back inside. He went back into the house. He looked out the window. The lawn looked nice. He loved his lawn. Jason made a new friend. His name is Daniel. Daniel only has one arm. He lost it in a car accident as a child. Jason really enjoyed Daniel's company. He invited Daniel out with some other friends. Jason was sure that the other guys would like Daniel too. "Meet us at the restaurant," said Jason. Daniel walked into the restaurant. All the other guys stared at him. Daniel got very nervous. "I hope they don't make fun of my arm," he thought. He really wanted to become friends with Jason's buddies. "Wow," said one of the guys. "That's a really nice shirt." Daniel was relieved. He was invited along every week after that. Stephen loved almost everything about his grandma. There was only one thing he hated. She always knitted sweaters for him. Stephen understood that she did it to be nice. However, all the sweaters were very ugly. Stephen visited her once a week. She had a new sweater for him each time. Stephen lived in a small apartment. There was no room for him to keep all the sweaters. He had to give all of them away. Grandma will never find out, he thought. One day, Stephen's grandma visited him by surprise. She asked to see his sweaters. "Someone stole all of them," he said. "They were too nice." She made him 10 more by the next month. Dorothy had very curly hair. She hated it. "It's too big," she always complained. Dorothy wanted to be an actress. All actresses she knew had straight hair. It always looked perfect and smooth. Every morning, Dorothy was up at 5 a.m. She spent 2 hours straightening her hair. One morning, Dorothy had a big acting audition. She was running very late. There was no time to straighten her hair. "I'm never going to get the job with this hair," she thought. She was wrong. As soon as the director saw Dorothy, she was hired. "Your hair stands out so much," he said. "You must love it." "Of course I do," replied Dorothy. Lisa grew up in a huge family. She had 6 older sisters. All of them were very beautiful. This made Lisa feel very bad. She knew she looked nothing like them. Lisa had even heard people say she was the ugly sister. As teens, the girls spent every weekend out on dates. Lisa always stayed home alone. Her sisters spent their days combing their hair and putting on makeup. Lisa spent her days reading and studying. Her sisters laughed at her a lot. As adults, all her sisters got married young. They all had handsome husbands with no brains or jobs. Lisa went to college. She became a rich scientist and traveled the world. She was the one laughing now. Kevin asked Michelle on a date. He wanted to go snowboarding. "I love snowboarding," said Michelle. This was a lie. She had never been snowboarding. She wanted to impress Kevin. "That's great," said Kevin. "Then we can go to the advanced slope." Michelle was terrified. The top of the advanced slope was extremely high. It was too late to say the truth. "This can't be that hard," she thought. "I just have to keep my balance." Michelle flew off the hill. She stayed standing for less than 2 seconds. She looked like a giant snowball by the time she reached the bottom of the slope. Kevin felt bad for her. He hugged her tight to get her warm. Her plan worked out after all. John and his friends were going on a road trip. They were driving from Los Angeles to Washington. John had everything planned out. He had prepared CDs with their favorite songs. They would sing along to them the whole way. He even packed his trunk full of their favorite snacks. John picked up his friends early in the morning. He showed them a map. It was full of dots. "These are all the stops we should make," he said. John wanted to see the Golden Gate Bridge, the Grand Canyon, Old Faithful, and many other monuments. "What song should we hear first?" asked John. All his friends were already asleep. They stayed this way the whole trip. George's best friend was visiting him. Joseph lived in Arizona. George moved to Los Angeles 2 years ago. He hadn't seen Joseph since then. George wanted his friend to have fun. He wanted to convince him to move to Los Angeles with him. George had a great idea. He would take his friend to Six Flags. They didn't have big roller coasters in Arizona. George and Joseph got on a ride called Tatsu. It was huge and had more than 5 loops. Joseph screamed more than any other people. "Isn't that great?" asked George. "If you move here, we'll be coming here all the time." Joseph never returned to Los Angeles again. SeaWorld is one of the most famous parks in the world. Thousands of people visit each year. Most of them go to see the dolphins and whales perform tricks. This is something they could never see in the wild. SeaWorld has been under a lot of pressure lately. Thousands of people have been protesting the parks. These people say that dolphins and whales should not be forced to live in such small places. They should also never be forced to perform pointless tricks. Most people are starting to agree with this. SeaWorld will hopefully start listening to the protesters soon. Helen had nothing to do one Saturday night. "Let's go to a drive-in theater," said Donna. Helen had no idea what that was. Donna told her she would love it. Helen agreed to go. Drive-in theaters play movies outdoors. People park their cars in front of a giant screen. They each get a pair of speakers. Everyone watches the movie from their cars. Helen had seen many of them in old movies. "This is where people used to go on dates," she said. She had no idea they still existed. The girls watched a horror movie. It was scarier than watching it in a room with a bunch of people. "They should bring these back," said Donna. Robert's family got together every Sunday. They always had lunch together. Every week, they went to the same restaurant. It was an all-you-can-eat buffet. Robert's family loved eating. This was the perfect restaurant for them. Robert's mom always ate the most. She would serve herself at least 4 plates for one meal. His dad was a picky eater. The buffet gave him plenty of options. Aunt Nelsie loved the buffet the most. She always brought a bag with her. She would make sure no one was looking at her. Then she would drop food into the bag. Her bag was 3 times bigger than before by the time she left. Andrew Williams got a new pet. It was a baby chick. His parents brought it home one day. At first, Andrew did not like the chick. He wanted a different pet. "All of my friends have dogs or cats," he complained. The chick followed Andrew everywhere. She was very cute. After 2 months, Andrew grew very close to her. He named her Rex. Andrew got home from school one day. He started looking for Rex. He couldn't find her anywhere. "Rex ran away from home," said Andrew's mom. Andrew was confused. Then he looked at the oven. His mom was cooking a chicken for dinner. Andrew cried. Mr. White had a bad habit. He was a chain smoker. Mr. White knew his addiction was unhealthy. He couldn't even take walks anymore. He spent all day coughing. Mr. White spent 1 year trying to quit smoking. He would always buy a pack and promise himself it would be the last cigarette. Mr. White went to his doctor for a checkup. His doctor asked him to take an X-ray. They found a tumor on his left lung. He had cancer from all the smoking. Mr. White went home scared. He threw out his cigarettes, but he kept one. This would finally be his last cigarette. Mr. and Mrs. Smith had a fun night out. They had been dancing all night. They did not get home until 3 a.m. They found their front window broken. They ran inside. Everything was thrown on the floor. Their televisions were missing. Their laptops were gone. Even their fancy plates were taken. Mrs. Smith started crying. "We've been robbed," she screamed. The police were called in. "It will probably be impossible to find the burglars," they said. Mr. Smith started cleaning the mess. He saw something lying by the windowsill. It was a wallet. The burglar had dropped it while jumping through the window. Mr. Gonzalez was a janitor. He was unhappy with his career. He was a smart man. He knew he could do more with his life. Mr. Gonzalez wanted to go back to college. He had always dreamed of becoming a teacher. If he finished college, this could come true. Mr. Gonzalez was 40 years old. His children told him he was too old to go back to college. "You will look like a grandpa," they joked. "That's not true," said Mr. Gonzalez. "I will be the wisest student there." Mr. Gonzalez graduated from college 4 years later. His children were very proud of him. Jenny White loved her cats. She owned 6 of them. Jenny spent all her days with the cats. Her friends worried about her. "You should go out more," they said. "I can't stand leaving my cats alone," replied Jenny. One day, Jenny met a man at work. He was funny and handsome. Jenny started going out with him a lot. She thought he was perfect. Jenny invited him to her house. She was very excited. "He's going to love my cats," she thought. The man walked into her house. He started sneezing. He couldn't breathe. He was allergic to cats. "I hate cats," he screamed. Ms. Jackson's car broke down. She took it to the car shop. It had to stay there for 1 week. Ms. Jackson needed a car. She had to get to work somehow. "You can take the bus," said her friend. Ms. Jackson had never taken the bus. She was scared of it. She thought she would get lost. "I've even heard of people getting robbed on buses," she said. "You'll be fine," said her friend. Ms. Jackson got on the bus. It was not very scary. She was actually very relaxed. She ended up falling asleep. She missed her stop and was late for work. Daniel caught a cold. He had fever and chills. His nose was running all day. He couldn't even stop sneezing. Daniel visited the doctor. He was told to rest and relax. "Stay in bed for 3 days," said the doctor. Daniel did not listen. His friends wanted to go swimming. "Come with us," they told him. "You'll be fine." Daniel and his friends stayed in the pool until late at night. The next morning, Daniel felt terrible. His voice was completely gone. He was shaking all morning. He stayed this way for 5 days. He called his doctor for help. "You didn't listen to me, did you?" his doctor asked. Mary Green wanted a new pair of shoes. She wanted some blue heels. They cost $150. Mary asked her dad for money. "Are you crazy?" said Mr. Green. "You don't even wear heels." Mary couldn't stop thinking about the heels. She kept bothering Mr. Green about them. Mr. Green felt bad. He wished he could afford the shoes. It would make Mary happy. Mr. Green saved money for Mary's birthday. He gave her the shoes. Mary wore them all night. They left her giant blisters. Mary hated them. She never wanted to wear them again. Mary told Mr. Green that she lost them. Michael Phillips is overweight. He wants to lose a lot of weight because he is not happy with how he looks. He is also very unhealthy. His last doctor's appointment was scary. He was told he was at risk of heart disease. Mr. Phillips knows that his diet needs to improve. He eats a lot of burgers and chips. He hardly picks up any fruits or vegetables. "Eating healthy is so boring," complains Mr. Phillips. The doctor gave him more advice. "You need to try exercising more," Mr. Phillips was told. He hardly ever even walks. He bought a treadmill. Mr. Phillips was very determined to succeed. It was a big day for Ms. Wilson. She had just gotten her paycheck. She was on her way to buy her first bicycle. Ms. Wilson grew up in a poor family. They could never afford to buy her a bicycle. Ms. Wilson was now 30 years old. She had a good job and 2 children of her own. She wanted to teach them how to ride a bike, but first she had to learn herself. She chose a big blue bike from the bicycle store. Now it was time to practice. Her first day on the bike was terrible. "This is so much harder than it looks," she yelled. After many, many falls, Ms. Wilson got it down. She felt very proud. "I can't wait to teach my kids now," she said. Mark Smith needed to get a job. There was one problem. Mark was a bit lazy. He wanted to do something easy. "I know," he said. "I can be a waiter." I don't think that's the best job for you, said his mom. Why not? Mark replied. He thought the job looked very simple. All I have to do is clean tables, said Mark. Plus, I would get big tips. Mark got hired as a waiter in a small cafe. He soon realized his mom was right. Everyone who ate left a big mess on the table. Mark hated cleaning up. He was very slow at it, too. He kept dropping plates on the floor. To top it off, he wasn't very nice to customers. They left him small tips. Mark was fired after 3 days. Sharon Carter wanted to take a pottery class. She didn't want to go alone. She invited her husband to go with her. I don't want to do that, said Mr. Carter. Pottery is for girls. This made Sharon very angry. She could not believe he said that. That's a sexist thing to say, yelled Sharon. She argued with him for hours. Mr. Carter was tired of fighting. He agreed to go just to shut Sharon up. Their first class went very well. Mr. Carter was really good at making pots. The instructors loved him. You are very talented, they all said. Mr. Carter went to pottery class every week after that. He loved it. Deborah and Paul Evans loved nature. They especially liked hiking. They hiked the mountain almost every evening. They always took their dog, Buddy. Buddy loved his owners. Hiking was one of his favorite things, too. One day, the news reported a cougar sighting. We advise hikers to beware the mountains tonight, said the reporter. Deborah and Paul thought about staying home that evening. I'm sure we'll be safe, said Paul. Cougars usually hide from humans. Deborah, Paul, and Buddy made it to the top of the mountain. Suddenly, they heard a roar. The cougar jumped out. It leapt at Deborah's face. Buddy jumped to save her. He scared the cougar away. Mr. and Mrs. Evans bought him 1,000 treats and toys the next day. Kenneth Baker woke up early Sunday morning. A terrible thing had happened. His cat was missing. He must have run away again, thought Kenneth. He went around asking his neighbors for information. That's odd, said his neighbor Sandra. My Chihuahua went missing last night, too. Kenneth kept walking around the neighborhood. He hoped to find the cat roaming the streets. Instead, Kenneth found something else. There were signs everywhere. They all said, missing cat or missing dog. I don't think these animals are running away, thought Kenneth. Then Kenneth saw something that broke his heart. There was a trail of blood on the floor. It led to the mountainside. A coyote must be taking all the small pets in the night. Lisa Adams was going out with friends. She was about to walk out of the house. Her mom stopped her. What are you wearing? Shouted Mrs. Adams. They're just shorts, replied Lisa. Mrs. Adams thought they looked more like underwear. You're not going out wearing those, she said. Lisa said that wasn't fair. After half an hour of arguing, Mrs. Adams let Lisa leave. The next day, Mrs. Adams and Lisa went out to lunch. Mrs. Adams wore a tank top and very short shorts. What are you wearing? Shouted Lisa. She was embarrassed to walk around with her mom showing her butt. They're just shorts, replied Mrs. Adams. Kevin Turner wanted to get a tattoo. He couldn't wait to get his first one. Tattoos are expensive. Kevin couldn't afford to go to a professional. "Don't worry," said his friend. "I know a guy who will do it for free." Kevin wasn't sure that was safe. He agreed to it anyways. Kevin asked the tattooist to draw a rose on his arm. The tattoo hurt a lot. Kevin couldn't take the pain. He shut his eyes tightly. He did not open them until the tattoo was finished. "What is that?" yelled Kevin. "It's a rose," said the tattooist. It looked more like a rock to Kevin. He never got a free tattoo again. Helen Young was an unlucky woman. So many bad things happened to her. She was always getting into accidents. None of them were her fault. 1 year ago, there was a small earthquake. It caused a telephone pole to crack. The pole landed on top of Helen's car. Another time, there was a small storm. Helen loves the rain. She walked outside to enjoy it. She was struck by lightning within 1 minute. Everyone laughed at Helen's bad luck. One day, that all changed. Helen tripped on the sidewalk. She found a lottery ticket laying on the ground. It had the winning numbers. Helen was now an unlucky millionaire. George Hernandez had 2 best friends. They had been friends since elementary school. Now they were all grown up. George was moving away to a university. Stephen was starting a family in another city. Charles got a job in another state. They had to say goodbye. George didn't want them to ever forget each other. "Let's make a time capsule," he said. They all went home. They looked for things that held memories of their being together. They found old toys, pictures, and CDs. They put them in a box. Then they buried the box in a park. The boys promised to get together in 10 years. They would dig up the box and feel like children again. Betty Scott got big news. Her only son was going to have a baby. "I'm finally going to be a grandma," she thought. Betty was very excited. She couldn't wait for the baby to arrive. "I need to get the baby something special," Betty said. She decided to make a blanket. She would knit it herself. Betty was an elderly woman. Her hands weren't as strong as they used to be. They shook a lot and hurt often. Knitting was much harder than she remembered it. Still, Betty kept working on the blanket. "Anything for that baby," she thought. Betty struggled with the blanket for many months. She finished it right before the baby was born. It was the best present the baby ever got. Brian Nelson was late for work. He had been stuck in traffic for half an hour. The cars were finally starting to move. Brian had to make it to work in 10 minutes. If he was late, he would be in big trouble with his boss. "There's no way I'll make it in time," said Brian. Suddenly, a car raced past him. 3 seconds later, another car raced past him. They were going around 80 miles per hour. Brian knew that speeding was the only way he would make it to work on time. He looked around him. There were no cops in sight. He decided to push the speed up to 70. 2 seconds later, he heard sirens behind him. Linda has a younger sister. Her name is Ruth. Linda is usually annoyed by Ruth. She tries to get away from her. Ruth follows her like a lost puppy. Linda is used to that by now. Ruth always looks up to Linda. She tries to do everything that Linda does. One day, Linda was getting ready to go out with friends. Linda didn't notice that Ruth was watching her when she was putting on her makeup. When Linda got home, Ruth was waiting for her in her room. Her face was covered with permanent markers. "What did you do?" shouted Linda. "I painted my face like you," answered Ruth. Elizabeth Williams was a beautiful girl. She grew up with her dad. Her dad was overprotective. He knew a lot of guys were interested in Elizabeth. Mr. Williams did his best to scare them all away. Boys would try to get Elizabeth's attention. Some would throw rocks at her window. They thought Mr. Williams wouldn't catch them. Mr. Williams bought 2 guard dogs. He trained them to attack boys who tried this. Some boys would try to walk Elizabeth home. Mr. Williams made sure this didn't happen. He parked right in front of her school every day. He brought his dogs with him each time. Elizabeth was single for a very long time. Donald Campbell needed to go to New York. He lived in Los Angeles. Driving there would take 3 days. His only other option was to take an airplane. That would take around 6 hours. Donald was afraid of airplanes. He had never been on one. "That's a dumb fear," said his friend. "Cars are more dangerous than airplanes." Donald was sure this was a lie. He didn't trust something so big in the air. Donald ignored his friend. He was going to drive for 3 days. Halfway through the trip, Donald got very sleepy. He was on the highway. He crashed into a giant trailer. Kimberly and Jason were surfing. They did this every weekend. They were far into the ocean. Suddenly, something touched Jason's foot. Jason froze. "Is something wrong?" asked Kimberly. "Don't move," Jason replied. "I think there's a shark under us." Kimberly panicked. She put goggles on. Then she looked under the water. When she came back up, she had a big smile on her face. She was laughing very loud. "This isn't funny," said Jason. Suddenly, a baby seal jumped onto Jason's surfboard. Jason screamed and jumped into the water. He hid there for almost a minute. "That's the shark," said Kimberly. Jason was very embarrassed. Mr. and Mrs. King had a teenage daughter named Michelle. They were always arguing with her. Michelle was a good daughter. However, her parents were very strict. One evening, Michelle wanted to go out. Her parents weren't letting her go. "Your room isn't clean enough," shouted Mrs. King. Michelle decided to sneak out. Her parents did not know where she was going. The next morning, Mrs. King went to Michelle's room. She wanted to apologize for being so hard on her. Michelle was nowhere to be found. Since they did not get to ask where she was going, they did not know where to look. They never saw Michelle again. The Wright family loves fishing. They head to a nearby lake every weekend. They used to catch a lot of fish. Now they are lucky to end up with 2 fish altogether. There are differences at the lake. The water used to be crystal blue. Recently, it started looking a lot greener. It even smells a bit nasty. Mr. Wright is getting worried about it. There is a factory about a mile away from the lake. Mrs. Wright suspects that they are responsible for the changes. They're probably dumping their waste in the water, she says. That's probably killing all the fish. They probably won't eat the fish they catch there anymore. Sarah's car wasn't turning on. She checked the engine. She saw the problem. One of her pipes was loose. She would have to buy a new piece to fix it. Sarah headed to the local auto shop. After she bought the pipe, an employee offered to help her put it in her car. "No thanks," said Sarah. "I can do it myself." The employee laughed when she said this. "What's so funny?" asked Sarah. "Girls don't know how to fix cars," said the man employee. Sarah was furious. She almost smacked him with the pipe. Instead, she talked to his manager. Then, on her way out the door, she knocked a shelf over. "I hope men know how to clean," she said. David was a short man. He had always been the smallest boy in class. As an adult, he barely even passed 5 feet. His height made David's self-esteem very low. He wanted to change that. David had always liked sports. Sadly, short people have a hard time fitting in on most sport teams. "Have you thought about becoming a horse jockey?" asked a friend. David decided to give it a try. The next day, David visited the local racetrack. David didn't even get a chance to introduce himself. 3 people came up to ask if he was interested in joining their racing team. His height was finally a huge advantage. David fit right in. Thomas looked like a tough guy. "Nothing can scare me," he always said. "Not even a ghost?" asked his friend. "Of course not," said Thomas. "Ghosts aren't even real." The next day, Thomas and his friends were bored. They went to go explore the neighborhood. They ran into an old abandoned house. They dared Thomas to go inside. He had to stay there for 5 minutes. Thomas was very brave at first. He couldn't see anything in the dark. Suddenly, he started hearing things. It sounded like a woman screaming. Thomas ran out of the house, crying. Michael lived in Minnesota. He was visiting the West Coast. His friends were going to show him around. "I just want to see Las Vegas," said Michael. "Are you sure?" asked his friends. Michael insisted. He had always wanted to go to Las Vegas. Michael had seen a lot of movies about Vegas. Everything looked very bright and fancy. He couldn't wait to see it. When they arrived, Michael was confused. The streets all looked dirty and old. In the movies, everyone looked happy. In reality, half the people were drunk. The other half were angry from losing money in casinos. "This isn't what I pictured," said Michael. Nancy was 16 years old. She wanted to learn how to drive. Her parents were too busy to teach her. Nancy asked her older sister to help her. She didn't have any time either. Nancy was frustrated. "I'm sure driving isn't even that hard," thought Nancy. One night, she waited for everyone to go to bed. She sneaked downstairs. She grabbed the car keys and went outside. She was going to teach herself to drive. Nancy turned the engine on. She backed the car up slowly. Then she pressed the gas pedal. She had no idea the car was that fast. She hit a small bump and pressed the brake. When she looked back, she saw a dark shadow. She had run over her dog. Jeff was a 40-year-old man. He had no job. He never even went to school. Jeff had lived with his parents his whole life. They were starting to worry about him. All Jeff did every day was play video games. "You need to do something with your life," said his parents. Jeff ignored them. He was happy with his life. Jeff's parents came up with a plan. They started asking him for rent money. "How am I supposed to pay that?" asked Jeff. "With a job," replied his mom. When Jeff didn't give them rent, they took all his video games and sold them. Jeff was furious. He went out to look for a job. He needed to buy the video games back. Christopher bought a new car. He was going to travel the country with it. His friends helped him prepare for the trip. "You should carry a spare tire," said Brian. Christopher didn't see the point in that. "New cars don't need spare tires," he said. 1 week later, Christopher went on his trip. He couldn't wait to explore the country. Suddenly, he heard a loud pop. His car started making a strange noise. Christopher pulled over to the side of the highway. He walked around his car. A back wheel had popped. He had barely driven for 1 hour. Christopher had to call Brian for help. Brian laughed at him for hours. Thanksgiving is one of the biggest holidays in the U.S. It is followed by another major U.S. holiday. This day is known as Black Friday. On this day, stores hold big sales. Then, Americans across the country go crazy. A lot of people get violent on Black Friday. One year, Carol went shopping on the day. She wanted to buy a new coat. "I hope the mall isn't too crowded," she said. She couldn't believe her eyes. Every store was flooded with people. Carol spotted a nice blue coat in one store. It was on sale for $20. Carol was about to try it on. Suddenly, a lady jumped at her and took the coat away. "I'm going home," said Carol. Barbara invited her friends over to her house. She was excited to show them her new house. "What do you guys think?" she asked them. Her friends didn't know what to say. They looked around and tried to think of something nice to say. "It's interesting," said Betty. Barbara had a strange taste. Everything in her house was pink. This included the curtains, the sofas, and even the carpet. "What does your husband think about it?" asked Betty. "He loves it," said Barbara. Betty and the other women didn't believe her. "I swear he does," said Barbara. "He picked the color himself." Mr. Moore was retired. He used to be an actor. He was very loved and famous. Everywhere he went, women would stop him. They used to want to hug him and take pictures. He was a very handsome man. It was rare to ever see him by himself. Now, Mr. Moore was almost always alone. Many years had passed since his acting days. He had aged a lot. Sometimes he walked around Hollywood Boulevard. He hoped somebody would recognize him. No one ever did. He was no longer handsome. His good looks were now covered with wrinkles. He wished he could be young again. Richard had always been very tall. He was the biggest boy in elementary school. He used this to be a bully. He always pushed the small kids around. He did this all through high school. Many kids hated Richard. He made many people cry. As an adult, Richard was not very successful. He always thought he would be a basketball player. However, he hurt his knee and could not play anymore. Now, Richard needed a job. Richard applied to many places. He knew all the bosses of the companies. They were the men Richard used to bully his children. Richard had a very hard time finding a job. It was Mr. and Mrs. Martin's 1-year anniversary. Mr. Martin wanted to surprise his wife. He decided to cook a nice meal for her. He would make her favorite dish. After hours of cooking, Mr. Martin was finished. He set the table before she got home. He wanted to make the evening perfect. He lit a lot of candles around the house and turned off the lights. Soon the doorbell rang. Mr. Martin ran to the door. On his way there, he tripped over a candle. The flame landed on a curtain. The fire grew quickly. Soon it spread to the carpet. Mr. Martin ran out of the house. Mrs. Martin was definitely surprised. Patricia went to a private university. She couldn't afford it herself. She was lucky to receive a scholarship to pay for her. Many other people at the school were very rich. This made Patricia uncomfortable sometimes. All her classmates dressed in expensive clothing. Patricia could barely even pay for her books. The last thing she was going to do was spend money on clothing. Her classmates all drove fancy sports cars. Patricia took the bus to school. She was embarrassed for not having money. "Don't worry," said her mom. "Soon you're going to graduate. You will get a great job with your degree. One day you will be as rich as them. Maybe you will be even richer." James and Susan grew up together. They had always been best friends. Now they were going to turn 30. So much had changed. Susan was about to get married. James had introduced Susan to her fiancé. He knew they would get along great. It made James very happy to see Susan happy, too. However, James felt very strange. Susan's wedding was near. Suddenly, James started feeling very jealous. "What have I done?" he thought. After 20 years of friendship, James realized something. He was in love with Susan. It was too late to do anything about it now. Margaret was very close to her mom. They had always been best friends. Margaret was now 25 years old. It was time for her mom to let her go out on her own. "You have to be more independent," said her mom. Margaret didn't want to. "I don't want to leave you alone," said Margaret. She was scared that her mom would be too lonely. She was usually a very shy woman. She was allergic to fur, so she couldn't even have a pet. "Don't worry about me," said her mom. "Once you move out, my new boyfriend can move in with me." Joseph had a new job. He was a security guard for his favorite band. He thought it would be the best job ever. He would get to listen to the band play every night. He would even get paid for it. Joseph quit the job after the first night. He was walking the band into their tour bus. Suddenly, a mob of crazy girls started chasing them. He thought he could handle the girls. He was very wrong. They were much stronger than they looked. Joseph ended up with a black eye and a scratched-up face. "The pain isn't worth the money," said Joseph. Paul hated sports. He was very bad at them, too. Yet suddenly, he started practicing for football and basketball tryouts. "Why are you doing this?" asked Robert. "I need to be more active," replied Paul. Robert didn't believe Paul. Still, he wanted to support his friend. Robert went with Paul to the tryouts. That was when Robert figured out why Paul suddenly cared about sports. Paul kept looking over to the cheerleaders. His crush, Susan, had just joined the squad. Paul was the worst player at tryouts. He got tackled very hard in football. Then he got hit in the head by a basketball. He had no chance of making the team. Donna got an idea. "I can be a dog walker," she said. One of her friends was a dog walker. She heard that dog walkers can make a lot of money just for hanging out with puppies. "You can't do that," said her boyfriend. "Why not?" asked Donna. "You hate dogs," he answered. This was true. Donna denied it. She really wanted an easy way to make money. On her first day of dog walking, she had 5 customers. Donna had no idea dogs were so strong. They dragged her down the street running. Donna lost hold of their leashes. She lost the dogs and all her customers in one day. John was new to Los Angeles. He had never lived in a city before. He used to live on a farm. He had loved the city so far. One evening, John agreed to meet his friends in downtown LA. He was late to their dinner. He couldn't find parking anywhere. A stranger walked up to his window. "I can park your car for you," he said. John thought this man was the valet. John thanked the man and gave him his keys. After dinner, John couldn't even find the valet booth. "We don't have a valet," said the waiter. John's car had been stolen. Even though he liked the city, he did not like the people. Ronald was moving to college. He needed a place to stay. Every apartment around the school was very expensive. "I'm going to be a homeless college student," he joked. Ronald thought of a solution. He posted an advertisement online. He wrote, "Looking for a roommate around college campus. Must be neat and sane." Within one day, he had 20 replies. Ronald didn't really want to share an apartment with a stranger. However, this was the only way he could afford anything. "I just hope he's not dirty or crazy," he thought. After interviewing everyone, he picked a guy he really liked. They ended up being friends their whole lives. Laura cared a lot about the environment. She worried about the future of the planet. She made sure to recycle everything she could. She even rode her bike everywhere she went. Laura wanted to do whatever she could to prevent pollution or global warming. One day, Laura was riding her bike home. A truck in front of her threw a bag of trash out their window. This made Laura furious. She picked up the bag and followed the truck. When it finally parked, she threw the bag into the window. The driver of the truck turned out to be a cop. He charged her on 2 accounts. One was for assault of an officer. The other was for littering. Karen hated wearing makeup. She felt fake and weird when she wore any. All her friends laughed at her. "Don't be a little boy," they would say. "You're going to look ugly without it." Karen believed them. Apart from not liking how it felt, Karen hated the price. Makeup is very expensive. She did not want to waste money on it, but every girl she knew wore it. "I guess I have to buy it," Karen thought. One day, Karen met a boy she really liked. He thought Karen was nice and funny. Still, he didn't want to ask her out. "Why not?" asked his friends. "She wears too much makeup," he replied. Mr. and Mrs. Green were new parents. Their baby was born 2 months before. For 2 months, they hadn't gotten any sleep. The baby took every minute of their days. They needed a break from parenting. "We're going to go crazy," said Mr. Green. Mr. Green's mom told them to go on a vacation. She would take care of their baby while they were gone. "That sounds like a great plan," said Mrs. Green. The couple packed up their bags and were on their way quickly. The new parents thought they would love their first time away from the baby. They were very wrong. All they could do was worry about whether he was okay. They drove back home after 1 day. Stephen had just moved to California. He had so many things to see and do. He wanted to go camping by the beach. He wanted to visit Hollywood. But above everything, he wanted to go to Disneyland. Stephen drove to Anaheim the first chance he got. He had been dreaming of seeing Disneyland since he was 5 years old. He was now 25. As soon as Stephen walked into the park, he turned into a 5-year-old again. He was so full of excitement that he cried. Stephen went back to Disneyland at least once every month. He loved his new home. Mr. Robinson was a cool grandpa. All the neighborhood kids loved him. He always had funny jokes to tell. He taught them how to play fun games. He even gave them ice cream every Sunday. The kids never wanted to leave his side. One Sunday morning, the kids were waiting for him to open his door. He never showed up. Mr. Robinson had passed away. Every house was filled with crying kids that night. The kids would meet at his grave every Sunday afternoon. This went on for many years. They would sit around and tell old jokes. They always brought ice cream. Mitchell buys a cup of coffee at his local cafe every morning. He always sees the same homeless man sitting outside. This man waits for people to come out. He asks everyone for change. Although the homeless man is very friendly, Mitchell does not like him. "He is useless and lazy," Mitchell always said. One morning, Mitchell was running late to work. He stormed out of the cafe doors. Then he ran across the street to his car. Since he was in a hurry, he did not check for traffic. Suddenly, all he saw was a big white truck about to run him over. Luckily, the homeless man pushed Mitchell out of the way just in time to save his life. Mitchell gave him $5 every morning after that. Samantha Williams was a young and pretty woman. Men were always asking her out on dates. Samantha did not want a boyfriend. She nicely said no to every man that asked her out. This broke many men's hearts. However, most of the men would just move on. One day, a man asked Samantha out for a cup of coffee. When she declined, the man was very angry. He began following her everywhere she went. Every time Samantha looked around, he was hiding nearby. Samantha was terrified. She was being stalked. Samantha called the police to ask for help. "Don't worry," they told her. "You're probably just imagining everything." 2 days later, Samantha went missing. Harris had just turned 75 years old. He was feeling so ancient. He wanted his youth back. He used to be strong and handsome. Now he was wrinkly and flabby. He used to love adventure. He even wrestled an alligator once. Now he was too lazy to even go for walks. Time passed by too fast, he kept thinking. I need to be more daring. Harris knew what to do. I'm going to go skydiving, he said. He picked up his grandson. We're going on an adventure, he told him. By the time they got to the airport, Harris was asleep. Forget it, said Harris. It's nap time. Wilson hated his job. His boss was a mean man. He didn't even get paid well. Wilson wanted to just give up and quit. However, he had to take care of his 2 kids. I want to give them a better life, he always said. Finally, Wilson decided to start changing their lives. He enrolled into college. He took classes every night. He quit his awful job. He eventually became a doctor. He started getting paid a lot. He was able to buy a nice house for his family. It even had a white picket fence. The American dream was finally his. Clark had a lot of passions. He liked science. He was a great swimmer. He was even great at singing. However, his biggest passion was pizza. He loved pizza. Clark graduated from college with a degree in chemistry. His parents were so excited for his future. You're going to make a great doctor, they always said. Clark did not want to be a doctor. All he wanted was to open up his own pizza place. That's ridiculous, said his mother. Think about how much money you could make as a doctor. Clark did not care about money. All he wanted was to spend every day making, smelling, and eating pizzas. Elizabeth Parker wanted a promotion. She had been working in her company for 3 years. It's about time I get a raise, she thought. I deserve it. She did deserve it. She was the hardest worker in the company. Her manager was now looking for a new assistant manager. Elizabeth was sure she would be picked. A month before this, a new man had been hired. He was very handsome, but also very lazy. Elizabeth's manager was clearly attracted to him. She was so attracted to him that she gave him the promotion. Elizabeth was shocked. She quit that day. Mrs. Adams took a knitting class. She did not expect it to be very fun, but she ended up loving it. She began knitting all day and night. First, she practiced making blankets. Then, she learned to knit hats and mittens. She even tried making socks and pants. Within 1 month, she had given all her grandchildren dozens of knitted pieces. She expected the kids to wear them at all times. It was the middle of summer. The children wanted to be in tank tops and shorts, not scarves and sweaters. They told their grandmother to stop. Joey Campbell was 14 years old. He had 3 sisters and no brothers. His father loved playing sports with him. Joey did not mind this. However, all Joey was truly interested in doing was dancing. All his sisters were allowed to take ballet classes. Joey wanted to sign up too. His father laughed at him. He thought he was joking. "You know you belong in a football team," said his father. This made Joey angry. It was not fair that he was not allowed to dance if he wanted to. His sisters agreed. They secretly taught Joey all the moves. On the day of their ballet recital, Joey danced with them. His father was very proud. Jack Miller was angry at his neighbors. "They are so inconsiderate," he said. These neighbors were very loud. They owned 3 dogs, 2 birds, and 1 goat. None of these animals ever shut up. Even more, they loved playing music all day. Jack would not mind this. However, his neighbors played it loud enough for the whole block to hear. "It wouldn't be so bad if their music wasn't terrible," said Jack. Luckily, these neighbors soon moved out. Jack couldn't be happier. He would finally enjoy peace and quiet. Unfortunately, the new neighbors arrived with a baby. This baby cried just as loud as all the other things put together. It was Anderson's birthday. He was turning 21 years old. His friends planned a party for him. Anderson could now legally drink alcohol, but his friends wanted him to get very drunk. As soon as Anderson arrived, they gave him his first shot of tequila. He did not like the taste of it. His friends still convinced him to take another shot of it. He kept trying new drinks the whole night. "All of these taste disgusting," said Anderson. The rest of the night kept getting blurrier. When Anderson woke up the next morning, he felt terrible. His head was throbbing. His stomach was turning. "I'll never drink again," he yelled. Philip's dog had died. He had owned the dog for 4 years. He loved him so much. Philip was devastated. Philip's 6-year-old daughter loved the dog even more. "Oh no," said Philip. "This is going to break her heart." He did not want to tell his daughter such sad news. Philip decided to lie. He told his daughter that the dog ran away. The girl cried for hours. Philip took her to the dog pound to check if they had their dog. Their dog was obviously not there. However, there were a lot of other cute puppies. Philip and his daughter took a new pet home. It was Scott's wedding day. He was very nervous. "I don't think I'm ready for this," he thought. His forehead and palms were sweaty. His heart was racing. He was having a panic attack. Scott saw the front door of the church was open. Nobody was looking at him. He decided to run away. He stepped out of the church. He thought he was free. When he looked back, he noticed someone running after him. It was the bride's father. The old man was very fast. "Come back here," the father yelled. "I already paid for everything." Nelson got a new skateboard. He had only practiced for 2 days. All his friends already knew how to do tricks. Nelson was very impatient. He wanted to do tricks like everyone else. Nelson decided to try to jump down a set of stairs. "Don't do it," said his best friend. "It can't be that hard," Nelson insisted. "Tony Hawk makes it look easy." 1 minute later, Nelson was flying 3 feet above the ground. He felt like he was flying in slow motion. Suddenly, He slammed into the concrete. Everything went black. Nelson woke up in the hospital. He had 2 broken arms. Even worse, his 2 front teeth were now missing. Martin is a long-distance ocean swimmer. He practices every morning in Hermosa Beach. One morning, he ran into a great white shark. He only saw it for 1 second. Then it quickly bit his ribs. Martin was carried to shore by his friends. He lost a lot of blood. Luckily, Martin somehow survived. None of his organs were taken. As soon as he healed, Martin went back to swimming in the ocean. He was not scared of sharks. Getting attacked by a shark is rare, says Martin. The ocean is their home. People are just guests. Plus, I probably just scared this shark. Angie Walker was going on a date. Her makeup was done. Her outfit was perfect. There was still one big problem. Her hair looked terrible. She had already spent 1 hour brushing it. It still wasn't looking any better. Angie's date was picking her up in half an hour. "I don't know what to do," she screamed to her mother. "Try curling it," suggested her mother. Angie turned on the straightener and wrapped her hair around it. Suddenly she smelled something nasty. Her hair was burning. She pulled the straightener away, and a big chunk of hair fell off. "This is a sign," cried Angie. "I'm canceling my date." John Thompson finally got a girlfriend. She was very pretty. John wanted to do everything he could to keep her. On Monday, his girlfriend wanted to go jogging at 6 a.m. John wanted to sleep longer. He went with her anyway. On Tuesday, his girlfriend wanted to go shopping. John hated shopping. However, John still went with his girlfriend. On Wednesday, John's girlfriend wanted to have a picnic. The park gave John allergies. He still went just to keep her happy. By Thursday, John was very tired. He got a call from his girlfriend. John decided not to answer. "I think I like my couch more than my girlfriend," he said. Chris Miller hated his college life. He was very fat. All his classmates made fun of him. It was hard for him to lose weight. People wouldn't stop laughing at him. After he graduated, he finally had time to go to the gym. He worked out every day. Eventually, Chris was hired to be a swimsuit model. He was very successful. 15 years later, his college reunion arrived. No one was able to recognize him at first. He looked very fit and handsome. He couldn't recognize anyone else either. They had all gotten fat and ugly. Jackie Davis had never owned a pet. She had always wanted one. She decided to go to the pet store. She bought a fish. This should be pretty easy to take care of, she thought. The fish died after 1 week. The water must have been dirty, Jackie said. She had only fed the fish once. Jackie went back to the pet store. She decided she was ready for something bigger. She bought a bird. The bird died after 2 weeks. "He was probably sick," said Jackie. She ignored the empty food plate. Jackie visited the pet store one more time. She bought a dog. Within 1 week, the dog ran away. He was very hungry. He had run after a taco truck. Jenny Carter wanted a new white dress. She saw the dress in a store window 4 months ago. The dress was very expensive. Jenny had been saving her money to buy it. She finally had enough money to afford it. Jenny cashed her check at the bank. Then she ran to the department store. She tried the dress on. It fit perfectly. Jenny paid for the dress. She decided to wear it out of the store. She stood at the sidewalk with a big smile on her face. A car quickly sped by. It ran over a big puddle. All the dirty water splashed onto Jenny's dress. The dress was now dirty. A woman from the store popped her head out. "We don't make refunds," she told Jenny loudly. Henry Lopez took his son Mario to the zoo. Mario loved animals. Henry thought the zoo would make his son happy. Instead, Mario was very angry. "What's wrong?" asked Henry. "All the animals look so sad," said Mario. "They want to be free, not stuck in cages." Henry was surprised. He looked at the tiger in the cage. Mario was right. Henry had never noticed how sad all the animals looked. By the time Henry looked down at his son, Mario was gone. Suddenly, Henry heard a lot of people yelling. Mario then came running proudly. "Don't worry, Dad," he said. "I opened the sad lion's door." Daniel White dreamed of being a painter. There was one small problem. He had never actually tried painting before. Still, he loved the idea of it. He was sure that he could be great at it. Daniel decided to take his first painting class. Painting turned out to be harder than he thought. All of Daniel's paintings looked terrible. For a whole year, Daniel practiced his painting skills. There was no large improvement. Daniel decided that it was time to give up his dream. "I'll just try something else," Daniel said to himself. "I've always thought I would make a great rock climber." Kelly Moore and her friends went to the beach. Kelly did not know how to swim. All her friends were having fun in the water. "Come in," they kept shouting. "Stop being a chicken," she heard them say. Kelly hated being teased. She finally decided to jump into the water. Right after she went in, a big wave struck them. Kelly panicked. She couldn't find the strong water. When she finally surfaced, she couldn't see any of her friends. The wave had pulled her away. Luckily, a surfer spotted her. He took her back to shore. The only bright side to her day was that the surfer had a great body. Annie Hall is 5'1". She weighs a little less than 110 pounds. Although she is 20, she looks more like a 12-year-old. Annie has an unexpected talent. She is a national champion at hot dog eating competitions. These competitions take place in carnivals around the United States. Annie is one of the few women who compete. She also is one of the smallest. Even though she is tiny, she beats most of the big, fat men. She can eat about 37 hot dogs in 12 minutes. "The men underestimate me," says Annie. "I love surprising everyone each time." Jason Parker was looking for a job. He had applied to 10 positions. Still, no one was hiring him. He didn't understand why no place wanted him. Jason had a positive and confident personality. His references proved he was reliable. He couldn't see anything wrong with himself. He asked his friends what they thought was wrong. "It's your beard," they all said. Jason didn't believe them. He thought his beard was attractive and manly. "It doesn't look good on you," his friend said. "You look homeless and dirty." After that, Jason shaved the beard off. He hated it, but he was hired in his next interview. Jason Hernandez was driving on the freeway. He was in a rush to get home. He needed to watch the baseball final. Suddenly, he saw flashing red lights behind him, and then a siren sounded. A policeman pulled him over to the side. Jason was terrified. He had never gotten a ticket before. The policeman came to his window and asked him if he knew he had been speeding. Jason couldn't speak. He wanted to reply, "Yes, sir, I apologize." However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Jason started sobbing. The policeman was surprised. He hadn't seen a 30-year-old man cry like a 3-year-old baby. After chuckling a little bit, the police let Jason go with just a warning. It was his lucky day. Andy Turner had an older brother. Andy was often jealous of his brother. It seemed like anything Andy could do, his brother could do better. Everyone would always say, "You're almost as good as your brother." Andy was tired of this. He decided to find something he was the best at. Andy tried surfing. His brother ended up giving him lessons. Andy tried acting. A movie ended up casting his brother instead. Finally, Andy gave up. He went to his room and started singing a sad song. His mom then opened the door. "Wow," she said, "even your brother doesn't sound that nice when he sings." It was summer again, a camping season. Andrew Lee hated this time of the year. The rest of his family loved it. Andrew hated the bugs. He'd always go home itchy from the mosquito bites. He also hated the sleeping bags. They did not keep him warm. He would stay up all night freezing. Most of all, he hated the bears. He was always afraid of being attacked by bears. His father told Andrew to quit complaining. He gave him bug spray and a blanket. Then he took Andrew out for a walk in the woods. They lied down and spent the night looking up at the sky. The stars were beautiful. Andrew decided that camping wasn't that bad. Adrian Gonzalez was very tall. He also had huge muscles. It was clear he was a big, strong man. However, this big, strong man had a big fear. He was scared of the dentist. He had avoided the dentist for 10 years. Adrian wanted to keep avoiding it for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, his wisdom teeth were killing him. Adrian's wife was tired of hearing him complaining. "That's it," she said. "You're facing your fear tomorrow." It took 20 minutes to get Adrian to sit on the dentist's chair. However, Adrian doesn't remember anything after that. He had slept through his entire appointment. He then pretended not to remember crying the whole way to the clinic. Liz Adams had spent all day glued to her radio. Her favorite band was playing a show soon. A station was giving away free tickets. Liz was determined to win a pair. From 6 in the morning till midnight, Liz listened to the station non-stop. This went on for 4 days. Liz had to be caller 20 to win. On the last day of the contest, she finally got through. "You're the winner," said the radio host. Liz screamed with excitement. She also jumped uncontrollably. Her cell phone slipped from her hand. It landed in a big puddle. "Hello?" asked the radio host. "Oh, well," he said, "I guess she didn't want the tickets." Thomas went camping with his friends. They thought they were prepared. They had packed their tents. They bought bug spray. They also had a lot of food. It wasn't until they were in the woods that Thomas noticed something. He had forgotten to pack a rope. The woods were full of bears. Bears can smell food from very far away. Rope is used to tie the food to a tree. This stops the bears from eating it. "Don't worry," said Thomas. "There probably aren't any bears here anyways." The boys went to sleep. When they awoke, all their food was gone. There were giant paw prints all around their tents. Mitchell was moving to college. "Are you taking Buddy?" asked his mom. Buddy was his teddy bear. Mitchell did not know what to do. He loved Buddy. He had him since he was a baby. Buddy made him feel safe. Mitchell knew that he would be laughed at if he took Buddy with him. College men do not own teddy bears. It was time to say goodbye to Buddy. This broke Mitchell's heart. When the moving day came, he couldn't do it. Mitchell ran to his room and grabbed Buddy. He hid him in his suitcase. Then he hid him under his pillow at college. No one ever found out that Mitchell slept with a teddy bear. Summer was a month away. That meant the local pool was going to open soon. All the kids were excited, but Evan was not. Evan did not know how to swim. He signed up for swim lessons. He was very afraid of the deep water. "Evan," said his teacher, "you need to relax. Nothing will happen to you." Evan practiced every day. When the pool finally opened, all the kids ran inside. Evan slowly walked to the edge of the pool. The other kids laughed at him for being scared. Evans was embarrassed. To shut them up, he dove into the water from the high board. His swim lessons paid off. Taylor wanted a new hobby. He enjoyed looking at flowers. He decided to try planting some flowers himself. Gardening looked easy and relaxing. First, he tried planting some orchids. After 1 week, they dried up. Taylor was confused. He had watered them every day. He did not give up. Next, he planted a rose bush. After 1 week, caterpillars had eaten the whole plant. Taylor still tried again. He planted some beautiful petunias. After 1 week, they were killed by weeds. He was not a good gardener. "Wow," thought Taylor, "this is harder than it looks." He decided to go back to watching TV in his free time. Lewis and his wife have 2 children. One is a boy named Eddie. Eddie is 25 years old, married, and has a baby. The other child is a girl named Mary. Mary just turned 20. She moved out of her parents' house 2 weeks ago. Their children are finally all grown up. Lewis and his wife finally have the house to themselves. They thought they would enjoy living alone. "We can finally relax," said Lewis. He missed having a quiet house. His wife was not happy. The house was completely silent now. It made her feel lonely. She missed her children. "I know," said Lewis. "We can get a pet." They went to the pet store and came back with 3 loud puppies. His wife was happy again, but Lewis was not. Nelson loves video games. As soon as he wakes up, he starts playing. Nelson hardly ever turns his games off. He only stops playing to eat and sleep. Sometimes he stays up all night playing. His mother tries to make him stop. "Go play with your friends," she tells him. "Don't just sit here all day." The only friends Nelson has are video game players too. They never see each other. They only talk through the computer. "I am playing with my friends," Nelson always replies. Nelson's mom is worried about him. She thinks he is lonely. She also thinks he is getting very fat. She does not know how to help Nelson. Instead, she goes out to buy him new games. Scott's girlfriend loved pretty dresses. Her favorite store was having a big sale. Scott wanted to surprise her. He went to the sale to buy her a lot of new dresses. The sale was extremely crowded. He waited 1 hour just to get inside the store. Scott was very patient. He just wanted to make his girlfriend happy. The girls inside the store were going crazy. All of them were looking for good deals. Some girls were even fighting over dresses. Scott was very scared. He would have to be quick and sneaky to get anything. When he finally made it out of the store, he was sweating. "I'm never doing that again," he thought. Martin had very crooked teeth. His dentist wanted to fix them. "You have to get braces," he told Martin. "Your smile will be perfect." Martin did not like this idea. He was scared of getting braces. He had heard they hurt a lot. They were also very expensive. He went to his dad to get some advice. His dad told Martin to get them. He even paid for them himself. When Martin looked at his braces in the mirror, he was unhappy. "I look ugly now," he remarked. "Stop being ridiculous," said his dad. "You already looked that way before they put the braces on." Wilson had always wanted to be an astronaut. His kindergarten teacher had told him that was impossible. "That's nice," she said, "but you'll probably never make it." Wilson thought she was very mean. Still, he never gave up his dream. 20 years later, Wilson proved her wrong. He was on a space mission to the moon. While looking down on Earth, Wilson thought of his old teacher. He wished she could see him now. He grabbed his camera and took a picture of himself in his spacesuit. 1,000,000 stars were in the background. As soon as he landed back on Earth, he ran to the post office. He mailed the picture to the mean teacher. Clark took his 6-year-old son sailing. It was James's first time on the ocean. They were having a great time. They were finding a bunch of sea creatures. James was amazed. First, Clark spotted 5 dolphins. Then, James spotted a big whale. They even touched a sea lion. "Look!" called out Clark. He pointed to something swimming in the distance. "Do you know what that is?" he asked his son. "A mermaid!" shouted James. "A real mermaid!" Clark fell to the ground laughing. James was confused. He did not understand what was so funny. "That's not a mermaid," explained Clark. "That's called a manatee. Their nickname is sea cows." Jim Turner was new to California. He had been living there for 1 year. Jim loved everything about the state. The weather was great. The beaches were beautiful. Jim was planning on staying in California forever. One night, Jim was fast asleep. Suddenly, His bed started shaking. He jumped out of bed. Jim was terrified. This was his first earthquake. Jim had no idea what to do. He froze while everything around him was falling and breaking. The earthquake lasted 15 seconds. To Jim, it felt more like an hour. The next morning, Jim started packing his bags. "I've had enough of California," he said. Justin Harris and his friends were going to the beach. When they arrived, they were disappointed. A big sign was posted in front of the water. It read, "No swimming today." His friends noticed the waves looked very big. "It's probably too dangerous to go in," said one of Justin's friends. Justin decided to ignore the sign. He had been looking forward to swimming all week. The big waves looked fun. "Come in, guys," said Justin. He jumped in. Then a huge wave took him under. His friends ran to find a lifeguard. The lifeguard had to rescue Justin. "Can't you read?" he yelled. Emily Baker was visiting Hollywood. A new movie was being filmed. Her favorite actor was starring in it. Emily wanted to meet him. She had a plan. She was going to sneak onto the set. Then she would look for him inside. Emily knew that once they met, she could get him to fall in love with her. Emily arrived at the set. There were hundreds of girls standing around outside. All of them were dressed in black. Apparently, they had all come up with the same plan. It was time for a new plan. They didn't have to sneak in anymore. They could now fight past security together. Inside, they would find the handsome actor. Then, all the girls would start fighting each other. Andrew Smith was starting a band. He was a great guitar player. His brother played the drums very well. His friend was a good bassist. All they needed now was a singer. Andrew was going to hold auditions to find one. Andrew made posters. They read, "Looking for great singers." He handed them out around town. Many people showed up to the audition. A lot of them sounded very good. Andrew's favorite was a beautiful girl. "She sounds terrible," said all his bandmates. "You guys are crazy," Andrew replied. He thought she was perfect. "Love is making you deaf," said Andrew's brother. Chris Williams had planned his future. He was going to become a doctor. Chris studied hard for 4 years. Then he got accepted into a medical school. He studied there 2 more years. He took hard science and math classes. Chris was the best student. "You're going to make an excellent doctor," his professors told him. One day, Chris was in class. He had to learn to draw blood. He stared at the needles. "It's your turn to try it, Chris," said the professor. Chris couldn't move. He had no idea why he felt so scared. Shaking, he injected the patient's arm. A little drop of blood came out. Chris fainted. Doctors cannot be scared of blood. It was time to find a new career. Joe Carter was a big, strong man. He was 6 feet tall. He lifted weights every day. Joe always looked fearless. Many girls loved this. He was always asked out on dates. One day, Joe was with one of his dates at a park. They were having a picnic. Joe was going to give the girl a kiss. Suddenly, a bee landed on his nose. Joe yelled like a little girl. He ran out of the park. He got in his car and locked all the doors. The bee had stung his nose. He sat in his car crying. His date left. He looks like a man, but acts like a baby, his date told everyone. Sarah Miller had just gotten her driver's license. Now, all she needed was a car. There was one problem. She had no money. Sarah got a summer job at an ice cream store. She worked hard all summer. She saved every dollar. After 3 months, Sarah could finally afford a car. She bought a used one. The car had a lot of scratches. One of the windows was cracked. The seats all had big stains on them. The inside even smelled funny. "It's perfect," Sarah insisted. All her work had paid off. She did not care if other people liked it or not. She was proud of herself. Mrs. Jones was a kindergarten teacher. She was not happy with her life. She used to love children, but now she couldn't stand them. Mrs. Jones thought they were too loud. "All they can do is shout or cry," she complained. "I'm too old for this now." It was time to retire. Mrs. Jones bought a house by a lake. She was going to live the quiet life she wanted. But Mrs. Jones still wasn't happy. Her new house was too quiet. She missed the children. Mrs. Jones decided to buy a rope. She hung it on a tree by the lake. Every weekend, the children went to her house. They swung into the lake. She always joined them. Carl Wilson wanted the latest phone. It cost $400. He begged his parents for it. "Sorry," they said, "it's too expensive." Still, Carl kept bugging them. He would not give up. He cried to them like a baby. His parents felt bad. They wanted to make their son happy. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson saved some money. They bought the phone for Carl's birthday. "Just be careful with it," they told him. "Of course I will be," he replied. Carl was so happy. He put the phone in his pocket. He ran off to show his friends. The phone slipped out of his pocket. It landed in a sewer. Mr. and Mrs. Wright were going on a vacation. Their son Brandon was staying home alone. He had the house to himself. He decided to throw a party. He invited a few of his friends. "My parents will never find out," he said. "It will be a small party." Saturday arrived. His doorbell wouldn't stop ringing. People he had never even met were in his house. Brandon could not kick them out. There were too many. He could hear dishes breaking. Drinks were spilled on the carpet. His parents would find out about this for sure. Brandon decided to just relax and enjoy his freedom, which would be taken away when his parents got home. Tom just got hired at the ice cream shop. It was called Creamy Goodness. It was a 5-minute walk from his house. Today was his first day on the job. He was nervous. He was also excited. He showed up in his uniform. He was early to the job. He wanted to make a good impression. His first task was to open the shop. He had to prepare the ice cream. He also had to set up the tables and the chairs for the customers. He had to clean all the equipment. He had to make sure everything was ready. His manager helped him get ready. His coworkers also helped. He worked as a cashier. He scooped the ice cream. Tom loved his job. Joe is a sales associate. He has a lot of duties. He helps customers find things. Customers can be annoying. They always think they're right. Joe always has to be nice to them. Joe also answers phone calls. People ask about products in the store. Joe cleans the bathroom. That's the worst part. It's very dirty. He has to pick up trash. He has to refill the soap. Joe is also at the cash register. He scans items. He gives people change. He gives back money for returns. He thinks his job is okay, but he plans to quit in a few years. Kenneth went to the movie theater. He likes to watch action movies. The more action, the better. He waited for his friends. They had planned to meet at 5 p.m. He waited outside. 20 minutes passed. His friends were not there. He called one of them. It went straight to voicemail. He wondered where his friends were. He was getting upset. He called his other friends. They did not answer. He went back to the theater. He bought a ticket. He went to the concession stand. He bought popcorn and soda. He went inside the viewing room. He found a comfy seat. He sat down. He watched the movie all by himself. Danielle looked in the mirror. Her hair was oily. She needed to wash it. It takes her 30 minutes to wash her hair, but she had a date in 15. She didn't want to look bad, though. She got a tablecloth. It had pink flowers on it. She wrapped it around her hair. Now her hair was all covered. She went downstairs. Her brother started laughing at her. He told her to look in the mirror. She looked into the mirror. She looked ridiculous. She was jealous of her brother. Her brother had short hair. It only took him 5 minutes to wash his hair. Cindy needed to return her dress. She tried it on at home earlier. It did not fit her. Today was the last day to return it. After today, she had to keep the dress. The store closes at 8 p.m. She started driving at 7:30 p.m. It took her 20 minutes to get to the mall. She only had 10 minutes left to park her car and return her dress. Today was Saturday. There were too many cars in the parking lot. It took her 5 minutes to find a parking space. She ran out of the car, but she did not make it in time. The store was closed. Eileen had to see the doctor. She had no appointment. She had to wait for 2 hours to see the doctor. She was bored. She forgot her phone. She didn't know what to do. She looked around. Everyone had a phone. She looked to see if there were any magazines. Waiting rooms usually had magazines. There were magazines in Spanish. Eileen can't read Spanish. She turned on the TV. There was no cable. Eileen did not like local television. It was too boring. She turned off the TV. She tried to talk to the person next to her. The person ignored her. He was on his phone. She wished she had brought her phone. Tom was hungry, but lazy too. He didn't want to cook. He didn't want to go to a restaurant. He didn't even want to heat up leftovers. He decided to have a pizza delivered to him. He went on a pizza website. He ordered a small pizza. He waited for the pizza to arrive. Later, he heard the doorbell ring. He was too lazy to get up at first. He got up after 5 minutes. He opened the door. The pizza smelled so good. He paid the delivery man. He gave him a good tip, too. Tom sat back down on the couch. He ate the whole pizza. He was full. Bob had been exercising every day for a year. He had also been eating healthy. He wanted to see how much weight he lost. He stepped on the scale. He closed his eyes. He was scared. What if he'd gained weight? He opened his eyes slowly. He looked down. He smiled. He'd lost 50 pounds. He jumped up and down. He wanted to celebrate. He went to his favorite burger place. He ordered the jumbo size. He felt bad at first, but he deserved it. He ordered a large size of fries. He used 5 ketchup packets. He took his first bite. It tasted good. He would be healthy again tomorrow. Marie was messy. Cassie was clean. The 2 girls were roommates. Marie had a bunch of clothes on her bed. Cassie just had a blanket on hers. Cassie told Marie to put her clothes somewhere else. Marie ignored her. Marie had food from last week on her desk. It smelled bad. Cassie told her to throw it away. Marie said no. Cassie threw it away herself. Marie yelled at her. She was mad that Cassie touched her things. Cassie yelled at her back. She was mad at Marie for being messy. Marie left and slammed the door. Cassie was all alone. It was a good time to clean. Jessica was a college student. She did not know how to cook well. She does not have much time either. She is always busy. She has an important test coming up. She grabs a bowl of instant noodles. Instant noodles are easy to prepare. She rips off the lid halfway. She rips the seasoning packet. The seasoning is what makes the noodles taste good. She pours the seasoning on the noodles. She fills the bowl with water. She closes the lid. She puts the bowl in the microwave. She heats it up for 3 minutes. She sits down. She studies while she waits. She hears the ding. It's ready. Allison wanted to eat breakfast. She took a bowl from the sink. She opened the cabinet. There were 10 different cereal boxes. She got her favorite cereal box. It was the sugary kind. She poured the cereal into her bowl. She opened the refrigerator. She grabbed the milk carton. She poured the milk into the bowl. There was only a little bit of milk, though. It was not enough for her cereal. She couldn't eat cereal without milk. She groaned. She drove to the market. It was closed. She drove to another market. It was far, but it was open. She bought a gallon of milk. Finally, she could have a good breakfast. George and his friends went to the park. They first went on the swings. Everyone stared at them. They are already in college. They wanted to feel young again. A parent tapped George on the shoulder. It was a mother. She asked George to get off. George asked why. "Because my little girl wants to go on," she replied. George turned to the side. There was a young girl. She was about 10 years old. George felt bad. He got off the swing. "Here you go, kid," George said. His friends laughed at him. George went on the slide. He felt young on the slide. Daniel goes to the library. He needs to borrow books on penguins. The library has all types of books. The library has movies and CDs too. Dan doesn't have books on penguins. He actually doesn't buy that many books. He thinks books are a waste of money. Why buy books when you can borrow them from the library? He has to make a library card. He fills out his information. The application asks basic questions. He signs his name at the bottom. He borrows 10 books on penguins. He goes to the checkout desk. The librarian scans the books. He takes the books home. She had a lot of money. She was a generous woman. She was once poor. She understood what it was like. She wanted to help out. On Christmas Day, she handed out food to the poor. She made the food herself. She put a turkey leg, a scoop of mashed potatoes, and peas on a plate. She gave the plate to each homeless person she saw. The homeless people loved her. One homeless man even gave her a penny. She said to keep it for himself. She decided to do more. She gave $50 to every homeless person she saw. She felt good. He was a mean man. He treated people badly. He has no respect for anyone or anything. He spits on the ground. He sticks his gum on desks. He makes people cry. He makes his dates pay for dinner. He yells at his maid. His wife decided to leave him. This changed him. He wanted her back. He became nice. He donated to the poor. He volunteered at the animal shelter. He gave compliments to people. He wrote a letter to his wife. He stuck pictures of himself doing good things on the letter. He sent it. Hopefully, she would come back to him. Hillary went to Bree's house. Bree's older sister, Leah, stared at Hillary. Hillary was confused. Why did Leah look so mad? Leah whispered something to Bree. Bree nodded her head. Leah left the house. Bree had told Hillary that her shoes were still on. Hillary was confused. Bree explained. Guests should take their shoes off when inside someone's house. Hillary was surprised. She had no idea. She always wore shoes inside the house. She didn't want to get her feet dirty. She didn't want to argue with Bree, though. She said sorry. Bree told Hillary to apologize to Leah. Hillary called Leah and said sorry. Leah said it was okay. Amanda is dating John. They have been dating for a year. Amanda wants John to meet her parents. John does not want to. He has heard that they are mean. Amanda yells at him. John finally gives in. They go to Amanda's parents' house. John has presents for them. John gives Amanda's dad chocolates. Then he gives Amanda's mom flowers. They say thank you. They all eat dinner together. Amanda's mom asks John what he does for a living. John says he is an actor. Amanda's mom nods. She does not like that he doesn't have a stable job. She wishes that he was a doctor. She does not approve. Sylvia was reading a magazine. One of the advertisements caught her attention. It was her old friend Tina from high school. She was a model now. She looked amazing. Sylvia wanted to talk to Tina again. She checked her phone book from high school. She called Tina's number. Nobody picked up. She probably changed her number. Sylvia looked Tina up on Facebook. Almost everyone on Earth has a Facebook account. She managed to find her. Technology made everything so easy. Sylvia messaged Tina. Tina replied back. They made plans to meet at a cafe. Stephanie left her keys in the car. She has another set of keys at home. She called her brother. "Hey, are you busy?" she asked. "Yes, I'm watching TV," he said. "Well, too bad. I need you to drive me to school," she said. He complained. He didn't want to get up. The movie he was watching was good. "Please, I'll clean your room for a week," she offered. "Deal. I'll be there," her brother said. Stephanie waited. Her brother arrived. He came in his white truck. He gave her the keys. Stephanie opened the car door. The siblings drove back home. Carrie has too many clothes. She does not have room for anything anymore. Her friends tell her to donate them. Carrie thinks that is a bad idea. She thinks it is a waste of money. She wants to sell her clothes. Her friends tell her that is a bad idea. They think that no one will want to buy her clothes. They say her clothes are not in style anymore. Carrie ignored them. She took pictures of her clothes. She posted them on a website. 2 weeks passed by. Her friends were right. No one wanted to buy her clothes. Carrie decided to donate them. The soccer team had a potluck dinner. Each team member brought one kind of food or drink. There were 40 members. There were 40 different kinds of food and drinks. There were noodles, chips, soda, and burritos. At the end of the dinner, there were a lot of leftovers. "Anyone want to take food home?" the soccer coach asked. The players shook their head. They didn't like leftovers. "I'm just going to throw everything away then," the coach said. "No, that is such a waste. This could feed a family," said one of the players. The other members agreed. The coach had an idea. He drove to the homeless shelter. "Hi, I would like to donate all this food." Virginia wanted to hang out with Claudia. They had not seen each other in 4 years. Virginia called Claudia. "Hey, it's me, Ginny," she said. "Wow, I have not seen you for a long time," Claudia said. "Want to get lunch at IHOP?" Virginia asked. "I'm sorry, I have class," Claudia said. Virginia was sad. They said goodbye. Virginia went to IHOP with another friend. Before she went inside, she saw Claudia walk by. She was surprised. Claudia had lied to her. "I thought you had class," Virginia said. Did I say that?" she said. "Forget it. I would never want to hang out with a liar," Virginia said. Brandy was shopping. She saw a sign that said BOGO. She asked a worker what that meant. "It means buy one, get one free," she said. She thought that was awesome. What a good deal. She looked through the clothing racks. She found a shirt for $30. She had to find something else now. She saw a skirt she liked. It was only $5. That meant it wasn't worth it. She wanted to get 2 items that were similar in price, but she couldn't find anything. She looked for an hour. She found a pretty dress. She checked the price tag. It was $80. She was annoyed. She ended up buying the shirt and the $5 skirt. Susan and Felicity are going to play tennis at the park. They have been playing this month. They go to different schools. Susan goes to school in Canada. Felicity goes to school in the United States. They used to go to the same high school. They were on the tennis team. Now they only see each other in the summer. Susan visits the United States every summer. It usually does not rain in the summer, but it rained on the day they planned to play tennis. They were upset. They still met each other. They stayed in and talked. April is from Colorado, where there's a lot of snow. April does not like the snow, so she lives in sunny California with her mom. April's grandmother is 100 years old. She lives in Colorado. She is very sick. April's mom wants to see her. She wants April to go to Colorado with her. April really does not want to go. April gets a letter from her grandmother. Her grandmother says her last dying wish is to see April and her mother. April feels bad. She decides to go because she loves her grandmother. Zach won a ticket to an amusement park. He won it from a dance contest. He had years of experience, so it was easy for him to win. He packed up all his belongings to go to the amusement park. He was planning to meet his friends there. He got in his sports car. He drove to the amusement park. He went up to the ticket counter. "Welcome. May I see your ticket?" asked the employee. He reached into his pocket. Nothing was there. He started sweating. He emptied out his backpack. It was not there. He must have left it at home. Cynthia decided to make eggs for her daughter's birthday because it is her favorite food. She woke up her daughter. Her daughter rubbed her eyes and yawned. Cynthia hugged her and said, "Happy birthday." She gave her a food tray. There were bacon, pancakes, and eggs, of course. Cynthia's daughter looked at the eggs and said, "What is this?" "It's eggs, silly, your favorite," Cynthia said. "It doesn't look the same," her daughter said. Cynthia explained that you could make eggs in many different ways. Her daughter had only ever eaten them scrambled. Cynthia fried the eggs this time. Her daughter took a small bite. "Delicious," she said. Corey was poor. His parents had recently divorced. He lived with his dad. His dad only makes $9 an hour. Corey had 4 other siblings. Rent was expensive. Electricity was expensive. Water was expensive. Everything was expensive. Corey was so hungry, he decided to steal. He knew it was bad, but he was poor. He saw a delicious-looking apple. He looked around him. No one was looking at him. It was safe to steal. He put the apple in his pocket. He walked towards the store's exit. A moment later, he walked back to the apple section. He put the apple back. He did not want to be a bad person. Stealing is wrong. Veronica is 21 years old. She has not had a driver's license yet. Her friends make fun of her. She does not care. She loves walking. She can walk fast. She can walk for hours. She walks to school every day. She walks to work every day. She walks to the market when she needs to. She does not get tired easily. She thinks walking is very relaxing. Running is a different story. She does not like to run. Running is tiring. Her stomach hurts when she runs. Veronica's new job is far away. She still won't get a car. She plans to take the bus. Gina recently moved out of her parents' place. She was excited and scared. She lived with her parents for over 18 years. Her parents used to cook for her. Now she must cook for herself. At first, she went out to eat a lot, but it got too expensive. She decided to learn how to cook. She planned to make fried cabbage. It was healthy and easy to make. She put a pan on the stove. She turned on the stove. She put some oil on the pan. She put the cabbage in the pan. She stirred the cabbage around. She closed the pan with a lid. She waited a couple minutes. It was ready. America is so big. It has 50 states. Some states are bigger than other countries. Texas is the biggest state in America. Texas itself is bigger than France. People sometimes consider states as countries because they are so different. Even cities can be very different from each other. Los Angeles and Bakersfield are both in California. Los Angeles is urban. It is very busy. There are a lot of shops. There are a lot of businesses. There is a lot to do in Los Angeles. Bakersfield is rural. It is quiet. There is not much to do. Houses are cheap there. America is very diverse. Finn has a strange sleeping schedule. He goes to sleep at 5 a.m. and wakes up at 3 p.m. He has a weird eating schedule, too. He eats breakfast at 3:30 p.m. He eats lunch at 7 p.m. He eats dinner at 1 a.m. One day, he was feeling hungry at 1 a.m. He did not want to cook, though. He decided to go to a 24/7 diner. 24/7 means always available. He drove down to the diner. There were a few people there. Finn sat on a stool by himself. He ordered a burger and a milkshake. Rick loves food. He loves food too much, though. He is overweight. He eats food when he is bored. He eats food when he is stressed out. He eats food when he hangs out with his friends. He eats huge meals. He eats waffles, fried chicken, and eggs for breakfast. He eats pizza, French fries, and soda for lunch. He eats a hamburger and onion rings for dinner. He also eats a lot of snacks between meals. He never exercises. He gets tired very easily. He is okay with his weight, though. He laughs when people call him fat. Heather has funny eating habits. She likes soggy cereal, so she waits 10 minutes after she pours the milk. She eats pizza with a fork and knife. She eats French fries with chopsticks. She drinks ketchup from the packet. She puts ketchup on her chips. She likes to eat mustard with dumplings. She likes to eat pizza cold. She likes to eat melted ice cream. She likes eating seeds. She likes eating bananas with pretzels. She is not shy to eat weirdly around her friends. People usually stare at her, but Heather does not care. Rosie went to the supermarket. She wanted to buy milk, cereal, and chicken. She took a shopping cart. She went to the meat aisle. She grabbed a pack of chicken and put it inside the shopping cart. She went to the dairy aisle. She grabbed a gallon of milk and put it inside the shopping cart. She went to the cereal aisle. She grabbed a box of sweet cereal and put it inside the shopping cart. She saw a long line of people. She was curious what they were lining up for. She looked at the front of the line. They were giving out samples of pizza. Samples are free. There is always a line for samples. Rosie decided to stand in line too. Diane wanted to get Tina a gift. She wanted to get Tina something meaningful. At first, she wanted to buy her something. She knew Tina wanted a designer bag for a long time. Diane did not think it was meaningful enough. She wanted to give something that came from the heart. She decided to make a photo collage. She got old photos of them over 10 years. She cut them out and glued them on a cardboard piece. It was not expensive to make. Diane wrapped the gift up. She gave it to Tina. "I hope you like it," Diane said. Tina opened it. She stared at the collage. Diane could tell she did not like it. Tina smiled. "Love it," she said. "I can tell you're lying," Diane said. "Fine, I just thought you would give me something better," Tina said. Jacqueline had an event to go to. It was a reunion with her high school classmates. Everyone would be there. She wanted to look great and impress them. She bought an expensive dress. It was red and sparkly. It cost $500. She was planning to keep the tag on because she wanted to return it after the reunion. She went to the reunion. Everyone looked at her. She stood out. Everyone was dressed in pants and shirts. Someone was even wearing pajamas. Jacqueline felt embarrassed. People complimented her, though. She tried to forget about it. She started talking to her old classmates. Then she felt a cold splash on her. Someone had accidentally spilled cranberry juice on her. She could not return the dress anymore. Karen looked out the window. There were drops of water on the window. It was starting to rain. Dogs began barking. The clouds started getting dark. Karen had planned to play soccer with her friends. She had to cancel the plan. She was sad at first. She then started to read her book. Rainy weather was the perfect time to read. She made herself a cup of hot chocolate. She sat on her couch. She put a blanket over herself. She opened her book. It was interesting. She read 100 pages in an hour. She heard her phone ring. "Karen, let's go play soccer. It stopped raining," her friend said. Karen did not want to go anymore. She wanted to read her book. "I'm going to stay in," Karen said. She continued reading. Maya likes to save money. She likes wholesale stores better than markets. Wholesale stores sell things in large quantities for a lower price. They have things like a gallon of mustard. A regular market only sells a bottle of mustard. Maya wants to buy apples, ketchup, and chips. The apples come in a pack which has 20 apples. The pack costs $6. That means each apple is only 30 cents. At the market, each apple costs 40 cents. Maya's husband does not like wholesale stores. He gets tired of things easily. He would rather buy fewer apples for a higher price. Maya, we can't finish 20 apples before they go bad, her husband said. Of course we can, Maya said. Marina likes clothes. She likes being unique. A lot of girls in her school shop at the same stores. Marina hates to have the same outfit as another girl's. That is why she shops at thrift shops. A thrift shop sells things that people donate. They are usually clothes that have been worn before. Sometimes there are stains and holes in the clothes. They are very cheap. Marina enjoys looking through clothing racks. She usually finds at least one thing she likes. Last weekend, she found a dress. It was black and long. She thought it would be good to wear to a fancy dinner. Kaylin went to the library. She needed to get books for her project on Barack Obama. She found his biography. It was a heavy book with a lot of information. She flipped through the pages. There were some nice pictures of Obama. The book seemed helpful. She put it in her basket. She found the movie section. She decided to check it out. She could borrow a movie for 3 days for free. It would cost $3 to borrow a movie for 7 days. She picked a movie about a girl with diabetes. She put it in her basket. She checked out the book and the movie. Kenneth is a good tennis player. He has been playing since he was 7 years old. He is now 16 years old. He competes against other players all around the country. They are also very good. He is competing against the best teen tennis player tomorrow. He is nervous. He has heard rumors about him. The other player is named Antonio. Antonio is mean. He is very competitive. He is not afraid to hurt people. He has punched someone before. Kenneth told his dad he wanted to quit. Why? You have been doing so well, Kenneth's dad said. I'm scared of Antonio, he said. Never give up, Kenneth's dad said. Shirley is a very picky eater. She does not eat anything with cheese. She does not like chicken or pork. She does not like trying new things. One day, Shirley went to her friend's house. Her friend's dad made them a Cambodian dish. Shirley was used to eating American food. I can't eat this, Shirley said to her friend. You have to. My dad made it for you, she said. Shirley felt bad. She grabbed her fork. She slowly stuck it into the food. She ate slowly. It was surprisingly good. She finished her food in 5 minutes. Wow, I will get you another plate, her friend's dad said. Charlie was camera shy. He did not like having his photo taken. He often ran away from a camera. Charlie and his friends were in Hawaii. Bob wanted to take a group picture. He thought the beach would be a great place to do it. Charlie began to get nervous. His friends got closer together. Charlie walked away. Charlie, come on, they said. Charlie ignored them. Bob put his camera down. He ran after him. Charlie, you know why pictures are important? He asked. Charlie shook his head. When you're old, you and your kids will want to see how you looked like when you were young, Bob said. Jane and Tara went to the beach. It was hot. The sun was out. The sky was clear. Jane put on some sunscreen. She put it on her arms, legs, and face. She did not want her skin to burn. Her sunscreen was SPF 50. That means Jane can stay in the sun 50 times longer than she could without it. With SPF 50, Jane probably will not get sunburned. She asked Tara if she needed any. "No, I'm okay," Tara replied. Jane warned her that she would get burnt. Tara ignored her. When they went back home, Tara just got tanner. She didn't get burnt. Some people don't burn. Tyler has had a red Honda for 20 years. A lot of bad things have happened to his car. There are a lot of scratches. Most of them are from hitting the curb. Someone also keyed his car. The red color has faded. The heating and cooling systems are funny. When it is hot outside, only the heater works. When it is cold outside, only the air conditioner works. The windows only open halfway. Only the country music station works. The windshield wipers scratch the windows. The car has to be manually locked. Tyler plans to get a new car. He is waiting to earn enough money. Haley has wanted to get her ears pierced since she was young. Her parents have never let her. They don't like how it looks. They tell her she can pierce her ears when she doesn't live with them anymore. All of Haley's good friends have pierced ears. They told her to do it. They said that she can hide them with her hair. Haley didn't want to be anxious all the time, though. If she pierced her ears, her parents would get mad. That was it. They could not be mad forever. Haley took a deep breath. She pierced her ears. Hannah, Stephanie, and Erica went to the zoo. They saw a lot of cute animals. There were giraffes, which have long necks. There were monkeys, whose faces look like human faces. They eat a lot of bananas, though. There were horses, which have nice hair. There were koalas. They were sleeping. There were pandas. They were big. There were iguanas. They look funny. There were bears. They look soft. Hannah, Stephanie, and Erica wanted to touch the animals. They could not. They could only take pictures. Susie likes to eat chocolate. She really likes chocolate with caramel. Her mom gives her a chocolate bar. Susie is happy. She bites the bar. It is tasty. She starts to get thirsty. The chocolate is too sweet. "Mom, can you get me a drink?" she asks. Her mom gives her a drink. Susie drinks it. It is chocolate milk. "Too sweet," Susie yells. "You never said what kind of drink you wanted," her mom says. Susie gets up from her seat. She grabs a water bottle. She drinks a lot of water. "Much better," she says. She continues eating the chocolate. Chuck has really white teeth. He has never had a cavity before. He takes good care of his teeth. He brushes his teeth with whitening toothpaste for 5 minutes. He brushes in a circular motion. He does not forget his tongue. Afterwards, he uses minty mouthwash. He rinses his mouth with it for a minute. It burns a little bit. Finally, he flosses between every tooth. He does this process after he eats. He even does this after eating a snack. He brings his teeth cleaning supplies everywhere. He even brings them to school. Katie wants a lot of things that are hard to get. She wants to be President of the United States when she is 35. She wants to go to Harvard. She wants to get 1 million friends. She wants to have 10 more siblings. She wants to be a belly dancer. She wants to travel all over the world. She told her mom about all her dreams. "You should be more realistic," her mom said. "But I want to be amazing," Katie said. "Start small," her mom said. Katie ignored her mom. Nothing was impossible. The word impossible even says, "I'm possible." Donna's birthday was coming up. Her friends asked her what she wanted. Donna said to get her nothing. She did not want to owe them anything. Her parents asked her what she wanted. Donna told them not to get her anything. "Are you sure?" her mom asked. Donna said yes. Donna's parents and friends did not believe her. They thought she was just being modest. They got her presents anyways. Donna's mom gave her a diamond bracelet. Her dad gave her flowers. Her friends threw her a surprise party. Donna said thank you. Donna was a little disappointed, though. She did not have much fun at her surprise party. Arthur and Betty used to go to the same high school. After high school, they went to different colleges. They still wanted to date, though. Arthur lives in California. Betty lives in Massachusetts. They talked to each other a lot. They talked on the phone. They sent letters. They sent photos of what they were doing to each other. They talked to each other on FaceTime, too. It was hard, though. Arthur and Betty had to deal with the time difference. Massachusetts was 3 hours ahead of California. Sometimes Arthur forgets to call. He tried to talk to her at 11 p.m. California time. It was 2 a.m. in Massachusetts, though. They miss each other a lot. Sarah was very excited today. It was the first time she was going to ride a horse. Her uncle took her to the stables where the horses were. Horses have always been her favorite animal. When she saw the horses, her heart was filled with excitement. She picked one of the horses to ride. She got her equipment. All laced up and ready to go, she got on the horse. At first, the ride was bumpy. Soon enough, she got the hang of it. She felt like she was flying. When it was time to leave, all she could think was when the next time was going to be. John was playing a new game on his computer. The game was intense. He was on the final level. A monster came out of nowhere and attacked his character. He lost. John got very angry. He slammed his fist into the computer. The computer went black. "Oh no!" John screamed. The computer was now broken. John had to tell his parents. They were very upset with him. They took the computer to the shop the next day to get it fixed. John felt very bad. He learned not to take his anger out violently. He stopped playing the game. The Johnsons' couch was very old. They had already had it in the family for over 20 years. The couch had stains from their lunches and dinners. It was ripped by their cat. The couch also had a strange odor coming from it. It was time for a new one. They went to a furniture store. They saw all types of couches. They saw long ones, short ones, leather ones, and fabric ones. They all decided to pick a black leather couch that could seat 4 people. They had the couch delivered to their house. The Johnsons were very happy. The whole family sat on their new couch and watched TV together. Tara and her mom were shopping at the market. Their relatives were coming to have dinner with them. Tara went to get the apple juice while her mom went to get the lettuce. Her mom got all the ingredients for salad. She got tomatoes, lettuce, chicken, and croutons. Tara then suggested making brownies for dessert. She got the brownie mix and nuts to put inside. They also bought some chicken and pasta. They were ready for checkout. The cashier rang up all their items. They paid for their food. After putting all their food in bags, they left the grocery store. They were ready to begin preparing their dinner. Samantha could not see clearly what the teacher wrote on the board. She told her mom about it. Her mom told her it was time to get her eyes examined and get new glasses. She went to her eye doctor. After waiting for her name to be called, she saw the doctor. The eye doctor tested her eyes out. Samantha picked out a frame. She tried the new glasses and saw perfectly. The new glasses were ready for her to pick up. She was excited. The next day in class, she was able to see everything clearly. Samantha now remembers to check her eyes every year. Kathleen wanted to see her favorite band. They were performing in her city. The concert was in a couple of months. The tickets went on sale online an hour ago. She was asleep when the tickets were on sale. When she woke up, the tickets were all sold out. Kathleen was sad that she could not see her favorite band. She sat in her bed, listening to their latest album. She was mad at herself for falling asleep. Later on, her friend came over. Her friend told her she bought tickets for her. Kathleen was super happy and hugged her friend. She was excited to go to the concert with her friend. It was the last day of the summer day camp. It was hot, almost 100 degrees. The counselors needed a way to cool off the kids. After talking, the counselors decided to give out snow cones. The snow cones would be made out of ice and syrup. There were different flavors: strawberry, blueberry, and raspberry. Some kids got one flavor. Some kids mixed them together. All the kids loved the snow cones. It was a fun day. Everyone enjoyed their treat. Snow cones were a success. After the kids had their snow cones, they went to the playground. The snow cones helped cool them off. Brad and his friends needed something to do. They had no idea what to do. It was a Saturday morning. Brad's friend Jeremy suggested they go rock climbing. None of them had ever been. Brad agreed and said it would be a good idea. They drove to the rock climbing place. They paid $10 to go inside. They saw all the walls and harnesses. Brad and his friends got excited. They started to get all their equipment. They raced. Jeremy was the first one to climb the whole wall. All of them had tons of fun. They did not want to go home. Sol and Victor decided to go hiking. Today was a perfect day for hiking. The weather was a cool 70 degrees. The hike was 3 miles up and 3 miles down. They brought plenty of water for their hike. Sol brought his dog on the hike also. They hiked upwards At the top there was a waterfall. They admired the view. It was beautiful. When they were done, they hiked back down. After the hike, Saul and Victor were tired. They decided to get a healthy fruit smoothie. They went back to Victor's house and made smoothies. Today was a nice day. The weather was great. It was a good time to go to the beach. Andrea decided to go surfing. She went with her family. Andrea and her family drove down to the beach. When she got out of the car, she headed straight for the water. The water was cold at first. The waves were great as the wind was perfect. After surfing, she ate lunch with her family. They grilled hot dogs. Andrea loved surfing. Today was a fun day for her. Her whole family had a great time surfing. She felt good spending time with her family. It was a hot summer day. The sun was burning. It was over 100 degrees. The kids did not want to go outside. Everyone stayed inside. Everyone turned on their air conditioner. Some people turned on their fan. Everyone drank a lot of water. This was the hottest day of the year. All the kids were sweating. The parents were exhausted from the heat. Lots of people decided to go to the beach swimming. The water helped cool them off. There were a lot of kids who went swimming. They had fun. The hot sun was not so bad. They wore sunscreen. The sunscreen helped protect them. They did not want to damage their skin. Emily was a lifeguard at the local pool. Her job was to make sure the kids were safe. She had to watch the pool. She had to save kids if they were to drown. Emily had to know how to swim well. She also had to know CPR. She had to make sure she was always watching. She had to be aware of everything. She also had to be good with kids. Emily loved her job. She enjoyed seeing the kids having fun. It was not all hard work. She also got to use the pool when she was not working. Josh won the lottery. He is now a millionaire. He couldn't believe it. He could buy so many things now. First, he paid off his student loans. He was finally free of debt. He then bought a ticket to Hawaii. He also bought tickets for his best friends. They all went to Hawaii together. They didn't worry about the money when they were there. Josh stayed in the nicest hotel. He ate the fanciest food. He flew back home first class. He had about $800,000 left. He decided to put it all in his bank account. He didn't want to go too crazy. Sarah worked in an ice cream shop. She loved being surrounded by ice cream. Every day she got to see smiles. She loved serving children and their families. She loved putting smiles on people's faces. She also got to have free ice cream. She made sure not to eat too much. Too much ice cream is not healthy. She had ice cream once a week. Her favorite flavor was chocolate. The most popular flavor was vanilla. The store had 20 different flavors. They had 3 different sizes and 2 types of cones. The store was very popular. Sarah enjoyed working there. Kara came home from work. She looked for her dog. She could not find him. He was missing. She looked all over. She called his name. He was gone. She decided to ask her neighbors. They had not seen her dog. She walked all around her neighborhood. She had no luck. She decided to make signs. She put up information about her dog. She also put up a picture of her dog. She gathered her friends and family to help put up signs. A couple hours later, she received a phone call. Someone found her dog. She was so happy. She was glad he was safe. Cindy was preparing to run a marathon. A marathon was 26 miles. It would require a lot of practice. She decided to practice before the marathon. She started out with running 5 miles a day. Each day she added 1 mile. Soon she was running 26 miles. She was ready now. She prepared for the day. She ate healthily. She had cereal in the morning. She had a salad for lunch. She had chicken and rice for dinner. She also ate protein bars. The 26 miles would take a lot of energy. On the day of the marathon, she wore comfortable running shoes. She made sure to wear athletic clothes. It was a normal day. Suddenly, all the lights went out. It was a blackout. Sam looked out his window. The lights were out on the whole street. He went to get candles. He lit up the candles. The blackout lasted for several hours. He had a paper due tomorrow. He had to write it out tonight. He used the candle. His parents found some flashlights to help. The blackout was not so bad. Sam got to see how life was without electricity. He finished his paper much faster than he would have with the distractions of technology. Everyone had to perform a dance. It was for the performance next Friday. The performance was called Dance for Arthritis. It was to raise money. Each ticket was $5. The money would be donated to help treat arthritis. Joey wanted to help. He did not know how to dance, though. He was afraid of embarrassing himself. He decided to watch videos. He tried to teach himself. He could not do it. He finally decided to ask his friend. His friend was an expert on dancing. He taught him different dance moves. After they practiced, Joey was ready. He was excited to help the cause. Jim worked at a clothing store. He had been working there for 2 years. He saw a flyer in the break room. It was an announcement that they were looking for a new supervisor. Jim wanted to move up. He decided to apply for the position. He filled out the application. 1 week later, he had an interview. Jim was confident and did well in the interview. After a week, he heard back. He had gotten the position. Jim loved his new job very much. He was happy about his promotion. He began to think of ways to help the store. Tom had an old car. He had the same car for 20 years. One day, his car broke down. He could no longer drive it. He decided it was time for a new car. He went car shopping. He brought his brother along. He asked the dealer to show him around. Tom was looking for something affordable and dependable. He wanted a medium-sized car. He wanted a car with 4 doors and 5 seats. He spent hours looking at cars. He finally decided on one. Now he had to figure out the price. The dealer gave him a good price. Tom went home with his brother in his new car. It was Claire's birthday. She decided to have it at a pizza place. She chose Pizza Palace. Pizza was her favorite food. The party was also pizza-themed. She wore a shirt that said Pizza Queen. Her favorite type of pizza was Hawaiian. She loved pineapples on her pizza. Along with food, Pizza Palace also had an arcade. They had many games. They had air hockey, basketball, and even Dance Dance Revolution. Claire was so excited. This was the best day ever. She loved spending time with her friends. Claire had a fun time. She could not wait for her next birthday. Sam never knew how to cook. She was going to be living by herself. She decided it was time to learn. She bought books on how to cook. She also watched videos online. She decided to start simple. The first thing she decided to learn was pasta. The first thing she did was to boil hot water to cook the pasta. She then made the sauce for fresh tomatoes. She added pepper and chilies to add more flavor. She also added cheese. After it was done, she ate it. She was excited to eat what she made. It did not taste that good. It was not horrible, though. She decided that she needed more practice. Alan works at the library. He is a librarian. His job is to help people check out books. He also helps them find books. He loves working with people. His favorite job is talking to people about books. Every week, he holds a book club. He also helps shelve and organize the books. Alan's favorite type of books are fantasy books. He loves sharing his views on books with others. The library is like his second home. He hopes that people enjoy their time as much as he does. Books are his escape from his problems. The library is open to everyone. He likes working with all types of people. Lillian had a twin. Her twin's name was Yvonne. Although they looked alike, they were nothing alike. They had complete opposite personalities. Lillian loved art. She loved painting and drawing. She spent most of her days listening to music and drawing. She was also messy. Everything in her room was disorganized. Yvonne loved reading. She loved writing stories and figuring out problems. She spent most of her time reading. She was also very organized. Lillian was more creative. Yvonne was smarter. Both of them were similar, too. They both loved playing sports. They both were on the tennis team. Hugo was visiting America. His brother lived in America. He came to see his brother. Hugo knew a little English, but he did not speak English very well. His brother's name was Pablo. Pablo was showing him around America. He took him to the best places to eat. He took him to all the famous sites. They went to New York, California, Washington, and Pennsylvania. Pablo took him to a lot of museums and gardens. He also showed him stores and libraries. Hugo had a great time. He did get a little homesick. Today at work, they were giving away free pretzels. They had a free pretzel day to reward all the workers. They were all excited. Everyone loved the free pretzels. They had different types of pretzels. They had cinnamon pretzels. They had salt pretzels. They had plain pretzels. The most popular were the salt pretzels. They also had toppings. You could add chocolate. You could also add almonds and icing. The pretzels made everyone motivated to work. After the pretzel, everyone was energized. The pretzel day was a big success. Paul was getting braces. He was turning 13. His parents decided it was now a good time to get braces. Paul had an overbite. He also had very crooked teeth. Braces were expensive. He had to do it, though. He scheduled an appointment for tomorrow. He was scared. He thought it would hurt. The orthodontist looked at his teeth. He took several pictures and x-rays. He told Paul that he would start to put the braces on. Paul was scared. However, it did not hurt as much as he thought. After the orthodontist was done, Paul was relieved. He felt weird to have metal things on his teeth, though. He had trouble eating. His parents bought him ice cream. Amy had a dentist appointment. It was time for her checkup. The dentist would see if she had any cavities. She arrived at the dentist and signed in. They called her name. An assistant took x-rays of her teeth. The assistant then told her to wait in the waiting room. After 10 minutes, the dentist called her in. She told Amy that she had no cavities. They just had to clean her teeth. The dentist used special tools. Even a special toothbrush was used. It was not like the regular kind that Amy used at home. After the dentist was done, Amy felt good. Her teeth felt shiny and clean. She would come back 6 months later. Teresa's neighbors were out of town. They had 2 dogs. One was a German Shepherd. The other was a terrier. They told Teresa that they would be gone for 3 days and asked her if she could watch the dogs. Teresa agreed. She loved dogs. She went over the next day. She brought the dogs back to her house. She fed them and played with them. Later, she walked the dogs. They walked around the block, then they went to the park. She took them to play with other dogs. Teresa had fun taking care of the dogs. Her neighbors came back. They thanked Teresa. They brought Teresa a gift from their vacation. Sarah smelled something funny in her house. She did not know what it was. She went into the living room and saw her dog. The dog was covered in mud. She had to give him a bath. She hated giving the dog baths. They took a long time. Her dog did not like taking a bath and always tried to run away. He made everything messy. She took the dog outside. She brought out a giant bucket. She used it to wash the dog. The dog saw the bucket and ran away. She knew this was going to be hard. She finally got him to stay. She turned on the hose. She started to wash the dog. It took a long time. She was finally done. She took the dog inside the house. He was clean and shiny. Tom had nothing to do this summer. His mom told him that he could not just stay at home. He was also tired of staying at home, so he decided to volunteer. He thought about places he could volunteer: the library, the hospital, and the animal shelter. He finally settled on the animal shelter. He loved animals. He owned 2 cats, 3 fish, and a pet lizard. He went to the animal shelter to sign up. He filled out all the forms. 2 weeks later, he began to volunteer. He assisted people who wanted to adopt animals. Tom had a lot of fun. He was glad he volunteered. Tomorrow was Mother's Day. Danielle wanted to do something for her mother. She was thankful for everything her mother did. She decided to cook her dinner. She also decided to get her a necklace. She went to the mall with her dad. She bought a pearl necklace. They went to the market. She decided to cook her mother's favorite dinner. She bought chicken and pasta. She decided to make chicken Alfredo. Her dad helped her make the sauce. She also bought a cake. The cake says, "Happy Mother's Day." It was decorated with frosting and fruit. Danielle could not wait to see the look on her mother's face. It was Sunday. Judy's dad had a day off work today. Her mom also had no work. They wanted to do something fun. They decided to go to the park. It was a nice sunny day, perfect for a picnic. They brought a blanket to sit on. They also brought a basket. Inside the basket was food. They ate sandwiches. The sandwiches had ham, cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes. They laughed. They talked. After their nice meal, they decided to walk around the park. They saw ducks. They fed the ducks their leftover bread. They also played with a frisbee. Sandy was bored. She had nothing to do. It was a Friday. She decided to go to the beach. The weather was perfect for the beach. It was neither too sunny nor too cold. She called her friend Danny, who said he would go to the beach with her. Danny came and picked her up. They drove to the beach. They went into the water. After swimming, they decided to eat. They went to a nearby shack. They had fish tacos. The tacos were really good. After that, they went to the shops. There were a bunch of different stores near the beach. Karen was hungry. Her mom did not make any food. She was home all alone. She decided to make a sandwich. She was going to make a super sandwich. She first started with the bread. She then spread mayonnaise and mustard on it. She also added different types of meat. She had bologna, ham, and bacon. She decided she could not have all meat. She added lettuce, tomatoes, spinach, and cilantro. She added a special twist by adding chips and avocado to her sandwich. She knew this was going to taste amazing. She got a plate and sat down. She was ready to eat her sandwich. Josh wanted to do something fun today. He decided to go to the art museum with his sister. Today was a special day. The museum was free. It was usually $20 to enter per person. They packed lunch sandwiches to eat later. They drove there. It took about half an hour. The first thing they looked at was Renaissance art. This was art from the 14th to 17th centuries. It was Josh's favorite. After that, they went to look at modern art. His sister loved modern art. She loved how refreshing and abstract it was. They admired all the artwork. They took pictures of some of them. The Adam family was going on a road trip. They were driving from California to Utah. They were going to see the Grand Canyon. The family got bored on the ride there. The dad suggested they play music. They played music that the whole family liked. After a while, the mom suggested they play a game. They played the alphabet game. Each person would say an animal that started with a letter of the alphabet, like ant, bat, cat, dog, and so on. They changed the topic after they went through the whole alphabet. They did names, places, and people. After that, they just talked about what they would do in Utah. They had fun conversations and laughs. Sarah loved plants. She loved growing new things in her garden. She liked to grow her own fruits and vegetables. She thought they were more organic that way. They would also be more satisfying to eat. This time she was growing mangoes. She knew her mango tree would take a while to grow. She bought a small mango tree from the store. She then got all her gardening tools. She made sure to wear a hat and sunscreen since it was hot outside. She dug a hole. She then placed the tree inside. She made sure it got plenty of light and water. She awaited her tasty mangoes. Tina was walking to work. She tripped on something. She looked down. It was a wallet. It was black. There were stripes on it. She opened the wallet. There was over $300 inside. There were 2 credit cards. There were also several receipts. This person shopped a lot. Tina pulled out the owner's driver's license. It was her old friend, Claire. Tina hadn't talked to her in a long time. There was no phone number on the license. Tina could not contact Claire. Tina went to the lost and found. She dropped the wallet in the box. She hoped Claire would get the wallet. Pam was getting married. She was very excited. She was also nervous. Everything had to be perfect. She was scared that things would go wrong at the last minute. Her maid of honor was her sister, who made sure everything was ready. She checked all the guests. She made sure the cake and food were ready. She prepared the flower girl and the ring bearer. Everything was perfect. The wedding colors were purple and silver. There were purple and silver flowers on all the tables. The wedding ceremony was outdoors. It was by a beautiful lake. All the chairs had silver ribbons tied to them. It was a beautiful day. Michelle's hair was getting long. She was starting college soon. She wanted to cut her hair before college started. She was also going to donate her hair. She had to cut 8 inches to donate it. She decided to cut it even though it would be really very short. She never had her hair short. It was always long. She decided it was time for a change. After she cut her hair, she felt good. She loved her new look. She felt fresh. It would be easier to wash and comb her hair. She also felt good about donating her hair. Janet's prom was coming up. She already bought her dress. It was a long purple dress with diamond sequins. She needed to buy a necklace first. She wanted something bold. She wanted it to stand out. She saw a lot of necklaces. None of them felt right. Then she saw a beautiful diamond necklace. It had diamonds in the shape of flowers. She knew this was the one. She also had to get earrings and bracelets. She decided to get matching ones with the necklace. She got small flower studs for earrings and a bracelet with a flower diamond charm. She was happy with her jewelry. She got them on sale, too. Lucas was going rock climbing today. He loved hiking and biking. This was his first time rock climbing. Lucas was not scared, though. He was athletic. He was actually excited. He went with 2 of his friends. They had to sign a waiver first. They then got their harnesses. They started with the short wall. After they mastered that, they moved on to the larger wall. They raced to the top. Lucas got to the top first. They had a lot of fun. After rock climbing, they decided to go eat. They deserved the food after their good workout. There was a local talent show. The first place winner would get $500. The second place winner would get $300. The third place winner would get $100. It was free to participate. Tickets were sold for $5 per person. Everyone was excited to perform and also watch. There were all kinds of acts, including the typical singing and dancing acts, exciting magic acts, and extreme cycling. The whole town was excited. Tickets were sold out. The money raised from the tickets would go to a local charity. The charity was for the homeless. Tom usually did his laundry every Saturday, but he was starting to run out of t-shirts to wear. He felt dirty wearing the same clothes over again. He decided to do his laundry now. It was a lot of work. He gathered all his clothes and put them in the washing machine. He made sure to separate dark and light colors. After they were done, he put them inside the dryer. After they were dried, he had to turn all his clothes. He then had to iron them. He ironed all his clothes and folded them. He was finally done. Jessie was playing a soccer game today. She had been playing soccer for 5 years. She loved soccer. She played the position forward. As a forward, she had to try to make goals. She loved playing soccer because of the different skills it required. She liked kicking and also running. The team they were playing against was known to be good and had been undefeated so far. The game was going to start in an hour. She was a little nervous. Her team warmed up. They stretched. They practiced passing the ball around. They practiced taking shots at the goal. Jessie felt pumped up and ready for the game. Michelle needed a summer job. She decided to work at the movie theaters. She wanted to work there in order to gain experience. She also loved movies. Since she worked at movie theaters, she would be able to watch free movies. It was a part-time job. She still had time to be with her friends and family. Michelle had had different jobs. Sometimes she worked as a cashier. She would either sell tickets or food. Michelle liked selling tickets better. Working with food was messy and also a fast-paced environment. Sometimes Michelle worked as an usher, which meant she had to clean the theaters. Alvin wants a new laptop. His parents are poor, though. His mom recently lost her job. His dad recently quit his job. Alvin knows that he can't ask his parents for a laptop. He decides to ask his rich Uncle Todd. He drives over to Todd's house. Todd's house is beautiful. It has 3 stories. There is a chandelier on the ceiling. There are expensive paintings all over the place. There are 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Alvin wishes he could live there. Todd offers him something to eat. Alvin says, "No thanks, I already ate." Todd asks him why he is coming. Alvin does not know what to say. He does not want to come off as rude. "My laptop is really old, and I need a laptop for school. I would ask my parents, but they don't have jobs anymore," Alvin says. "I understand," Todd says. Todd takes out $800 from his wallet and gives it to Alvin. Alvin jumps up and down. He has never felt so happy in his entire life. His mom asks Alvin why he is so happy. Alvin does not say anything. He doesn't want to make his mom feel bad. It's hard to get into college these days. It used to be a lot easier. Now, it's not even good enough to get good grades. You need to have good grades in advanced classes. You need to do some extracurriculars. Extracurriculars are activities you do outside of class, such as playing basketball, playing the violin, singing, and more. You need to have a high score on the SAT or ACT. The SAT and ACT are used to test what you know. They both have questions on various subjects. You need to have some leadership positions. It is not just enough to be a member of a club. You need to be the president or the vice president. You also need letters of recommendation, letters in which your teachers, coaches, or bosses write about your abilities and personality. It also helps if you won some awards. It shows that you can achieve something. You also have to write good essays that show who you are as a person. Colleges want people who have interesting personalities and stories. Students with good grades but boring essays will not get into the college of their dreams. Students should not be sad if they don't get into the college of their dreams. They need to know that getting into college is tougher as years go by. Marissa was born with a physical imperfection. She has a unibrow. A unibrow is one long brow. Most people have 2 eyebrows. People make fun of her for having a unibrow. A lot of people don't want to be friends with her. She does have 2 good friends, though. Heather and Joe are Marissa's best friends. They accept Marissa for who she is. Heather was approached by the popular kids. The leader of the popular kids was Amy. Amy offered Heather a spot in her group if she left Marissa. Heather thought about it. Although she loved Marissa, she always dreamed of being popular. She told Amy that she had to think about the offer. Heather told Joe what happened. Joe was mad that Heather had to even think about it. "You have been friends with Marissa forever," Joe said. Heather thought about it. She thought about all the times she and Marissa did homework together, ate together, and laughed together. It wasn't worth it to give all that up for popularity. She called Amy. I'm never leaving Marissa. She's beautiful on the inside. After talking to Amy, Heather asked Marissa and Joe to hang out. Abby lost her mom yesterday. Her mom got into a car accident. A drunk driver hit her mom's car. The drunk driver is now in jail. Abby visited the jail to make him feel bad. You know what you did, right? Abby asked. The drunk driver nodded and said, I'm sorry. He started crying. Sorry is not going to bring my mom back. Your carelessness took away my mom. The drunk driver continued to cry. I drank because I was feeling lonely. Abby was mad and left the jail. She didn't want to see his face ever again. She wanted him to go to jail for life. Abby could barely wake up. She requested to take a week off her work. She loved her job, but she could not stop thinking about her mom. Abby's husband told her to do something instead of watching TV all day. Abby agreed with him. It was time for her to start doing something productive. She wanted to do something that would make her mom proud. Abby created a program to prevent drunk driving. She wanted to give drunk people free rides. Abby visited colleges, clubs, and bars all across the country to encourage people not to drive when drinking. Kelly has been cheering since she was in elementary school. She is now in her last year of college, cheering for her school's sports teams. She plans to be a professional cheerleader for the Lakers team. That was her dream. Her parents wanted her to do something more normal, like becoming a nurse or working at a law firm. Kelly ignored her parents. Kelly and her teammates were cheering at their last basketball game. When Kelly stood on top of her teammate's shoulder, she fell down. Everyone was silent. Her teammates checked up on her and asked if she was okay. Kelly had to be taken to the hospital. Her leg was permanently injured. Can I ever be a professional cheerleader? She asked. I'm afraid you cannot, the doctor said. Kelly felt that life was unfair. Kelly was scared for her future. All of her friends already knew what they wanted to do after college. Kelly had to change her plans. She already canceled her audition with the Lakers cheerleaders. Kelly thought about what she wanted to do for a career. She still wanted to do something related to cheer. After some thinking, Kelly wanted to be a coach for high school cheerleaders. Kimberly seems like a normal teenage girl. She goes to high school. She has homework. She has problems with the popular girls. She argues with her parents. However, Kimberly has a secret power. She has super strength. She can lift up cars from the ground. She uses her strength to fight crime in her city. She has even been on the news. Kimberly hides this secret from everyone except her younger brother and her parents. She doesn't want people to treat her differently. She feels that people might give her special treatment because she is a hero. She wants people to see her for who she truly is. To hide her identity, she wears a mask and green-colored contacts. Her superhero outfit includes a cape and a stretchy purple suit. Sometimes Kimberly does want to tell people she is a superhero, like when she was bullied by the popular girls. She came close to telling them one time after they destroyed her science project. Kimberly also has a sidekick who is her best friend. His superhero name is Autobot, and his real name is Oliver. His power is his super speed. Oliver goes to the same school as Kimberly, but he does not keep his identity a secret. Anna has a lucky jacket. Whenever she wears it, good things happen to her. She wore it on her final exam one time, and she got the highest grade in the class. The jacket is green with yellow stripes. It's really smelly because Anna never washes it. She is scared that washing the jacket will wash away the luck. She keeps the jacket in a closet all by itself. No other clothes are in the closet. Anna had an important interview for a job. She was very nervous about it. She wanted to wear the jacket, but the jacket was not appropriate for the interview. She needed to wear nice clothes. She decided to wear the jacket under a plain gray sweater. Perfect plan, she thought. When Anna entered the interview room, she started to sweat. She wondered why it was so hot. She realized that the heater was on. She sat down across from the interviewer. "Anna, you're sweating. You should take your sweater off." Anna laughed nervously. "I'm fine," she said. By the end of the interview, there was a sweat stain on Anna's sweater. She left the interview feeling unsure. A week later, Anna got a phone call from the boss. The boss offered her the job. The lucky jacket worked. 10 years ago, most adults had regular cell phones. Now, people have smartphones. With smartphones, you can not only call people, but you can also go online, download new games, calculate a math problem, organize your schedule, and more. Smartphones are really helpful. Even kids have cell phones now. People use their phones a lot these days, especially when they are waiting. People do not like to be bored, so they go on their phones. A lot of news reports are saying that people are looking at their phones way too much. People look at their phones when they are with others, and that is bad. Being addicted to something is never good. When you go into a restaurant and look at other customers, most of them have phones in their hands. They would rather text, play a game, or go online than talk to the people around them. Some restaurants have even offered a free meal or a discount if customers are willing not to use their phones for an entire hour. People also use their phones before they sleep. This is bad for them because it makes it harder for them to go to sleep. The light from the phone tricks our bodies into thinking we need to be awake. The terrorist attacks have scared a lot of people from studying abroad. Many students go to big cities to take pictures, shop, and explore. Terrorists attack these big cities, though, because they know that there will be a lot of people. The truth is, we should not stop people from studying abroad. These terrorist attacks can happen any time. We can't live in fear. We must do the things we love. People are also scared to travel in general because of plane accidents. Terrorists often bring explosives on planes. Some people are also scared of dying on a plane. All the passengers in Malaysia Airlines Flight 370 are missing. We still don't know what happened to them. Not too long after, all the passengers in Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 died. It was a very tragic event. It is scary that our lives can end so quickly and suddenly. We need to live life to the fullest. We need to love the people around us and be thankful for every day that we live. There are always news stories about people dying before they should. It's not the best thing to hear about, but it makes us more aware of our own lives. Brenda has to make an important decision. She got accepted to an internship in France. She also got a job offer at a hospital. She can only do one, though. She made a list of pros and cons. Pros are the good things, while cons are the bad things. The internship in France was good because Brenda always wanted to go to France. Her plane tickets and living accommodation would be paid for. The bad thing about the internship was that it had nothing to do with her life goals. The internship required her to teach French children English. Brenda was okay with children, but she didn't love them. One pro of the job offer at the hospital was that it was good for her end goal. Brenda's end goal was to be a doctor, and the job will teach her a lot about medical school. One con of the job offer was the location. The hospital is in a dangerous place where people have to be careful of being robbed and getting hurt. After a lot of thinking and looking at her list, Brenda decided to work in the hospital. She knew that working there would be good for her future. A lot of kids are smart. The thing that stops them from getting an A is procrastination. Procrastination is putting things off to a later time. An example of procrastination would be starting a project one day before it is due. Procrastinating is bad because it makes a person stressed out. It is also bad because the end product is usually not very good. Since studying is not very fun, students put video games, hanging out with friends, and eating out before studying. They end up studying the night before the test and do not get much sleep. This is bad because 8 hours of sleep or more is needed to do well. Students who procrastinate end up doing badly on tests. Teachers always encourage students to start early and do a little bit of studying every day. Procrastination does not just happen in school. It happens everywhere. People put off going to the doctor, applying for jobs, and more. Some people say that procrastination is just human nature. However, some people say that they do well when they procrastinate. They say that stress makes them work faster. Chris has been going to church every Sunday since he was 4 years old. His parents were very religious and wanted Chris to follow in their footsteps. His dad was a pastor, and his mom was a choir leader. Chris always felt like he was in the middle. He didn't particularly love or hate Christianity. Chris learned about other religions in his history class. He learned about Buddhism, Islam, Hinduism, and more. After learning about other religions, Chris wanted to convert to Buddhism. He felt like he could relate to it better. One Sunday, he told his parents he was not going to church. They were shocked and angry. They told him that if he did not go to church, they would take away all electronics from him. Chris was okay with that. He gave his parents his cell phone, video game console, and laptop. When his parents came back from church, they wanted to have a long conversation with Chris. Chris told them why he didn't want to go to church anymore. He explained what Buddhism was and why he wanted to convert. His parents tried to convince him that Christianity was better. It was useless. Chris made his decision. Dean was known as the tough guy at school. He always wore tight shirts that showed off his muscles. He always pushed the skinny kids at school. He always treated the teachers like they didn't matter. He never did his homework. He got in a lot of fights. People were afraid of him, and Dean loved it. Dean's world turned upside down when his brother passed away. He still went to class. His teacher was talking about Shakespeare, whom Dean's brother admired. Hearing about Shakespeare reminded Dean of his own brother. His eyes started to water. He didn't want anyone to see him cry. He got up from his desk. "Dean, you can't get up while I am teaching," Mr. Chen said. Everyone stared at Dean. Everyone could see the tears in his eyes. They laughed at him. Dean ran out of the classroom. Mr. Chen followed him and sat down with him. "Dean, it's okay to cry. Something tragic happened. Go ahead and cry." Dean put his head on Mr. Chen's shoulder and cried out loud. It was the first time he cried in front of someone. It was the first time he didn't act tough. Jared has a green water bottle that he brings to school every day. He loves it because it keeps his water cold. It also has a cool robot on it. One day, he loses it. Jared asks his friend Richard if he has seen it. "Yeah, I saw Albert holding it," Richard says. Jared walks over to Albert's locker. "Hey, you have my water bottle, right?" Jared asks. "I did, but I let Denise borrow it," Albert says. Jared goes up to Denise. "Hey, do you have my water bottle?" Denise shakes her head and says, "I thought it was cool looking, so I showed Amanda. She has it now." Jared goes to Amanda. Amanda, tell me you have my water bottle. Amanda shakes her head. I thought it was Lucas's, so I gave it to him. Jared screams in frustration. Jared goes to Lucas. Do you have my water bottle? Jared asks. I gave it to Richard to give to you, Lucas says. That was weird, since Richard was the first person he asked about the water bottle. Jared went back to Richard. Lucas said you had my water bottle, Jared said. I told you, I saw Albert hold it. Lucas probably meant Richard Lopez, not me, Richard said. I'm just going to buy a new water bottle, Jared said. He bought a blue one this time. Daniel was addicted to coffee. He drank 2 cups in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. He can't think or do anything without coffee. His mom wanted him to stop drinking coffee. She decided to throw out all the coffee and give him milk. Daniel was so mad. Mom, I can't go to school without coffee, Daniel said. This is for your own good, his mom said. Daniel went to school. He was cranky and tired without coffee. He didn't want to talk to his friends or pay attention in class. His teachers kept waking him. They told him to go to the nurse's office. Daniel went to the nurse and asked for coffee. She laughed at him. She said that he needed to drink less coffee, but not stop completely. She told him to drink 4 cups a day, then 3, and eventually he won't need coffee. Daniel told his mom what the nurse said. But that means I have to buy coffee again. Daniel laughed at his mom. Daniel and his mom went to the market to buy some good coffee. Daniel did what the nurse told him to do. It was much easier to drink less coffee than none at all. Claire was applying to private schools. Most private schools required letters of recommendation. Claire did not know who to ask. She felt like her teachers did not know her that well. Claire asked her teachers anyways. Some of them said yes, and some of them said no. 1 week later, Miss Hershey gave Claire a letter of recommendation in an envelope. Claire wasn't supposed to open it, but she really wanted to know what Miss Hershey wrote. Claire carefully tore it open and read the letter. She was disappointed. Miss Hershey didn't write anything interesting about Claire. Ms. Hershey just wrote that Claire was a smart, nice girl. Claire couldn't get into her top schools with that letter. Claire asked her swim coach to write her a letter of recommendation. Her swim coach knew her well. The problem was that the swim coach wasn't the best writer. He did not go to college. Claire asked him to write a letter anyways. Of course I'll write you a letter. I'll even send it to you, he said. 1 week later, Claire got an email from her swim coach. She was nervous to read what he wrote. Claire was impressed with the letter. Her swim coach was really funny, yet intelligent in the letter. Elliot was a huge fan of The Cooker. The Cooker was a rapper who was known for his deep voice and super fast rapping. The Cooker's real name was Theodore Cook. Elliot had tickets to his sold-out concert in San Francisco. It was the first time he would see him in person. He also had backstage tickets so he could talk to him. Elliot drove to San Francisco with some friends to see the Cooker. They had pretty good seats. They could see his sweat. The Cooker was great live. His voice sounded the same as it did on the radio. Some singers can't sing live. The Cooker wasn't one of them. Elliot waved his hands up in the air. He closed his eyes and listened to the music. After the concert, Elliot and his friends went backstage. Elliot was so excited that he screamed when he saw the Cooker. The Cooker closed his ears. Elliot ran up to him. "I am your biggest fan. Can I have an autograph and a picture?" Elliot asked. The Cooker rolled his eyes. "Sure, I guess." Elliot noticed that the Cooker was annoyed. "You know what? Forget it. I don't want a jerk's autograph," Elliot said. He realized that some celebrities were just mean. Jen is poor. Her dad left when she was 7 years old. Her mom didn't go to college, so she can't get any good jobs. Jen wishes she could get a job, but she is only 13 years old. Jen also wants to be part of the cool group. The cool group buys expensive clothes, shoes, makeup, and jewelry. Jen always wears really simple things like a t-shirt. One of the girls in the cool group is Jen's cousin. Her name is Dana. Dana convinced the cool group to invite Jen on a shopping trip. Jen is excited. She wants to convince them that she is cool enough to be part of the group. When Jen sees them, she feels bad about herself. They are all dressing so much nicer than her. Jen tries to ignore this. She and the cool group go inside Rural Insiders, the most popular store for teenagers. Everything is so expensive, though. All of the girls in the group except Jen stand in line to buy something. "Are you going to buy anything, Jen?" asks one of the girls. "Yeah," Jen says. She grabs a dress. It is $80. She buys the dress, but she plans to return it. Diane and Bobby are dating. Diane's dad does not know that they are dating. He doesn't want Diane to date until she is in college. It's hard for Diane to hide her relationship. Every time she wants to go out with him, she has to tell her dad she is going out with friends. Every time Bobby gives her presents, Diane has to hide them. Her dad is getting suspicious. Bobby is upset that Diane is hiding their relationship from her dad. Bobby feels like Diane is embarrassed to be with him. Bobby wants to meet Diane's dad. He decides to take matters into his own hands. After school, he goes to Diane's house. Diane is still at school because she has violin practice. Bobby knocks on the door slowly. His hands are shaking. Diane's dad opens the door. "How can I help you?" Bobby doesn't say anything for a minute. "Are you going to talk or what?" Diane's dad angrily asks. "Sir, I am dating your daughter, Bobby says. Diane's dad frowns. Break up with her immediately. She's too young to be dating. Bobby is sad. He tells Diane that they have to keep lying about their relationship to her dad. I know, Diane says. Annie and Diana are identical twins. It is hard to tell them apart. Sometimes their best friends even get confused on who is who. One key difference between the two was their feet. Annie's foot has a mole on it, and Diana's does not. Annie and Diana sometimes disguise themselves as each other. Annie pretends to be Diana when Diana doesn't want to take math tests. Diana pretends to be Annie when Annie has to do the mile run in physical education class. They have been doing this for years. Annie and Diana's enemy, Scarlett, finds out what they have been doing. She tells their math and physical education teachers that they have been cheating all along. Mr. Thompson, the math teacher, gives them both an F. Ms. Nguyen, the physical education teacher, gives them both an F too. Annie and Diana are sad. Annie tries to explain that she gets out of breath easily when she runs. Diana tries to explain that math gives her anxiety. Mr. Thompson and Ms. Nguyen don't care. Annie and Diana no longer pretend to be each other anymore. After they got F's, their parents forced them to move schools. The two schools were not that far apart, so they still got to see each other. Evan was in his last year of middle school. He was 4 feet and 11 inches. He weighed 140 pounds. He was bald. He had no friends. He had a 0.00 GPA. His life was going nowhere. He was struggling with so much because his parents recently passed away. He wanted to transform himself, though, so he could have a fresh start in high school. Evan went to a therapist who told him that he had to make small changes first. The therapist told him that he had to start with the easier things. Evan bought hair growth treatment to fix his baldness problems. He started talking to people more to make friends. He realized that he just had to express himself. He started to study more instead of crying about his parents. He started to eat healthier to lose weight. When Evan entered high school on the very first day, he was a totally different person. His classmates could not recognize him. Evan was now 5'9", muscular, smart, and popular. He also had a head full of hair. Everyone wanted to be friends with him. Most important of all, Evan was finally happy. Emma's dream was to be a boxer. All her life, she was told that she couldn't be a boxer because she was a girl. She was told that she should just get a regular job. Her parents told her that she would be killed one day if she kept boxing. It was hard to hear "you can't" all the time. Emma was still determined to prove everyone wrong. Emma's life was hard. Girls didn't like her because they thought she was too manly. Guys didn't like her because they thought she wasn't as good at boxing as they were. Because of all this, Emma didn't have any friends at school. She always sat alone in the cafeteria, and it was hard for her to find partners for group projects. However, Emma did have friends from her boxing class. They were all female boxers. They understood what Emma was going through because they were in the same position. All they had was each other. They were a family. Because of this, Emma was always excited for boxing class. One day, she was going to be a famous boxer. Only then would everyone regret how they treated her. Frances did not get along with her mom because they had different personalities and goals. Frances's mom was a CEO of a cell phone company. She was incredibly smart, having gone to Harvard University. Her mom cared a lot about money, success, and appearances. Frances was the opposite. Frances didn't go to college. She started an art business, selling her original art pieces. As long as she could feed herself and live somewhere, it was okay. She also did not mind not being famous. Frances didn't care about her appearance either. Unlike most girls, she has her hair up to her ears. She never shaved and only owned 10 pieces of clothing. Frances's mom was upset that her daughter chose this lifestyle. Whenever Frances's mom visited her daughter, they would have a fight. Frances's mom would say some rude comments about Frances's lifestyle, and Frances would tell her mom that she was greedy and shallow. Frances wanted her mom to support what she was doing. Frances was going to get married. She wanted to invite her mom to her wedding, but she knew that she wouldn't approve of her fiancé because he was exactly like Frances. However, at the end of the day, Frances loved her mom, so she gave her the wedding invitation. Frances and Ryan were getting married. They dated for 5 years before Ryan proposed. They were both artists who enjoyed peace and quiet. They wanted a simple wedding with their closest friends and family. They decided to have their wedding in the backyard of Ryan's house. Frances did not want to spend too much money on a dress, so she made her own. Ryan felt the same way and borrowed his dad's suit. Although their wedding wasn't perfect, Frances and Ryan loved each other. The minister asked Frances if she would take Ryan as her husband. Frances said, "I do." The minister then asked Ryan if he would take Frances as his wife. Before he could say yes, someone screamed no. Ryan and Frances looked to the audience. It was Ryan's ex-girlfriend, Karen. Ryan demanded her to be taken out. Ryan's brothers carried Karen out, but Karen bit their arms. She ran up to Frances and ripped her dress. Frances pushed Karen. Ryan told Karen that she needed to leave. Karen wouldn't leave until Ryan called the police. Other than Karen interrupting, the wedding was perfect. Ryan and Frances knew they were going to be together forever. Jill and Dan have been married for 10 years. Jill loves Dan, but she hates his snoring. It is so loud and disgusting. Oftentimes, his snoring wakes her up, and she can't go back to sleep. One night, Dan's snoring was so loud, Jill decided to sleep on the couch. She slept well on the couch. The next morning, Jill's son Timmy saw her sleeping on the couch. He thought that she had a fight with his dad. "Mommy, are you and Dad getting a divorce?" Timmy asked. Jill laughed and hugged Timmy. "No, Timmy, your dad just snores a lot." Timmy asked if she snored. Jill wasn't sure. Later, Jill asked Dan if she snored. "Yeah, it sounds like a cat meowing," Dad said. "Is that a bad thing?" Jill asked. "Well, it's kind of annoying, but I deal with it," Dan said. Jill was embarrassed that she snored. She went to the doctor to see if she could do anything about it. The doctor gave her a few tips, but said that there was no medicine or cure for snoring. Jill went back home disappointed. "All this time I thought you were the annoying snorer, but I guess I am too," Jill said. "Hey, that's what makes us perfect together," Dan said. Lisa needed a job to pay for a car. She needed a car so she could get to school and other places more easily. Lisa saw an ad looking for a school mascot. It was paying $12 an hour, which was a lot for a high school student. She went to the tryouts. The interviewer asked Lisa why she wanted the job and why she thought she would be a good fit. Lisa said that she was very proud of being a tiger and would love to get other students excited about the school's sports teams. Lisa found out that she got the job. Her first day of work would be at the football game tonight. When she got to the football field, she put on her costume and her tiger head. It was smelly and hot inside. She kept thinking about how she needed a car. Then she overheard someone say that it would suck to wear the tiger costume. Lisa felt bad about the job. Lisa's high school football team won. The crowd got up from their seats and cheered. A lot of people wanted to take a picture with the tiger. Lisa spent an hour just taking pictures. After the day was over, Lisa thought about how much money she made. It was the only thing keeping her going. Joy, Samantha, and Maggie were walking around town. The weather was nice. Everyone seemed happy. The girls had each other. Just when everything seemed perfect, the girls heard a scream. "That man just took my purse," an old lady shouted. Joy ran after the man without thinking. She was a professional track runner, so she was fast. She caught up to him easily. "Hey, give that bag back," Joy demanded. The man tried to run away, but Joy snatched the bag away from him before he could. A police officer saw the whole thing happening. "I can take it from here," he told Joy. Joy thanked him. "Next time, don't run after criminals. You might get hurt," he said. Joy gave the bag back to the old lady. The old lady was so happy and called Joy a hero. She took out her wallet and gave Joy $50. Samantha and Maggie were impressed with Joy. "You did a great thing, Joy," Samantha said. Joy blushed. She didn't feel like a hero. The next day, the city newspaper wanted to do a story and interview with Joy. Joy decided to do it because a little part of her wanted to be famous. They say that good things happen to good people and bad things happen to bad people. This doesn't always feel true. People who have done great things die before they should. It makes life seem unfair, and it is sometimes. People who do bad things get away with it sometimes. Eventually, people's deeds catch up to them. Sean was a good person. He volunteered every week at the animal shelter. He was nice to everyone, even strangers. He took care of his grandparents. Good things should happen to him, right? Unfortunately, Sean just found out that he got laid off at work. This is unfair. However, losing a job when he needed it badly made him very motivated to look for a new job that paid well. Eventually, he found a great job as a teacher in China. Lizzie was a bad person. She stole people's credit card information, yelled at waiters, and used all her friends. Bad things should happen to her, right? Well, Lizzie happened to win $200,000 from a lottery. This is unfair. Justice was served eventually. She was sued for credit card fraud and had to use the money she won to hire a lawyer. While most teenagers had acne, a condition where one gets a lot of pimples, Melinda had great skin. Her skin was perfectly smooth, with no flaws whatsoever. She thinks she got her smooth skin from her parents. She also might have smooth skin because she drinks a lot of water. Having acne is tough because teenagers care a lot about their appearance and what other people think of them. Having acne can cause people to feel bad about themselves, shy away from others, and not go out. Melinda doesn't have this problem, but her sister, Ivana, does. Ivana didn't understand why she had acne because no one in her family had it. Ivana ate fairly healthy too. She felt like she was just unlucky. Because of her acne, Ivana felt insecure about herself. It was hard for her to be confident. She always tried to avoid attention. She barely talked to anyone. Ivana decided to try Proactive because she kept seeing it on TV. It ended up improving her skin. It was less red and bumpy. Meanwhile, Melinda got her very first pimple, and it was on the day of her big speech in class. It was horrible timing. That's the thing about pimples, though. They just appear out of nowhere. Ed Kane was a teacher at Middlebury High School. He taught math. He was known as the Mystery Man. No one knows anything about him or his life. Ed wants to keep it that way. He didn't want to be a teacher. He wanted to be an astronaut, but things didn't work out that way. He came to Middlebury to teach, not to get to know the students. Even though he wasn't the happiest or friendliest teacher, Ed was always willing to help out his students if they needed help. But if they asked about his personal life, he would turn them away. One of the troublemakers in the class, Matt, asked Ed what his plans for the weekend were. "I don't know," Ed said. "Mr. Kane, tell us something about yourself," Matt asked. "That's enough, Matt," Ed said. It wasn't that Ed was embarrassed by his lifestyle, but rather Ed just thought that students should focus on math. If he got too friendly with them, they might think of him as an easy teacher. Ed was married with 2 kids and 1 guinea pig. Ed's hobbies included golfing and swimming. Ed was a very intelligent man and only had 2 close friends. Catherine was moving schools because she was being bullied at her old school. She liked the teachers, her classes, and her friends at her old school, but the bullying was so bad. The girls would call her mean names, trip her, and embarrass her in front of other classmates. They bullied her because she was an easy target. Catherine wore a hearing aid and she was disabled. Catherine's new school was a private Christian school. She had to wear a uniform and pray between classes. Catherine was okay with praying, but she didn't like the uniform. She always liked expressing herself with clothes. Now, she could only wear the clothes she wanted on the weekends. Although there were no bullies, her classmates were hard to get along with. Catherine felt like her personality was so different from theirs. Her classmates were very serious, quiet, and kind of boring. Angie was a fashion model. The modeling industry was a tough world. Although it looks glamorous, it is hard to make it big in the industry. Angie's agent suggested that she get a new haircut to make her stand out. Angie currently had long, blonde hair. She did not have a unique look. Angie didn't want to cut her hair, though. She loved it. Angie and her agent went to a fancy hair salon called Cute Cuts. The hairstylist was world-renowned. Cut 9 inches off and spike up her hair like a boy's hair, the agent said. Angie was nervous. The hairstylist stroked her long hair. Are you ready to be a star? The hairstylist asked. Angie slowly nodded her head. She wasn't ready, but it didn't matter. Angie listened to the classical music while her hairstylist cut her hair. She tried to fall asleep so she wouldn't have to think about her hair. After 45 minutes, the hairstylist removed her hair towel. "Ta-da!" she said. Angie started crying. She thought she looked awful. "You'll feel better once you book jobs," the agent said. Although Angie didn't like her haircut, she admitted that it was going to make her stand out. Right now, Eileen is a famous fashion designer. She started from the bottom, though. She was raised by a single mother with 5 other siblings. There was barely enough to eat. In fact, there were a lot of days when she just ate an apple and a slice of bread. Eileen also lived in a bad neighborhood where hearing gunshots was normal. Eileen didn't do well in school either. She had a hard time focusing and often fell asleep while her teachers were talking. It was hard to think about George Washington or the scientific theory when you had personal problems. Because she didn't do well in school and she needed money, Eileen didn't go to college. She immediately worked at a clothing store as a cashier. Eileen would sketch designs during her break time. One lucky day, The owner at the time saw her designs and was impressed. He offered Eileen a position as a designer. Eileen worked for her boss for 5 years before starting her own company called Bottomless. There are now bottomless stores in over 100 countries. Eileen has been on many talk shows speaking about her rise to success. In the United States, you can pretty much vote for who you want to be president if you are 18 years or older and a U.S. citizen. People don't realize how great this is. In some countries, power is passed on to relatives, and the people don't get any say in who the leader of the country should be. However, a lot of people in the United States, especially young people, do not vote. There are many reasons why people don't vote. Firstly, they don't believe their vote matters. The truth is, everyone's vote matters. Secondly, they don't think that anything will change if they vote. Although it's hard to see big changes right away. The presidential candidate you vote for affects many policies. Thirdly, people are lazy to go out of their houses to vote. This is the worst excuse. People need to realize that voting is a privilege. Imagine if we couldn't vote. We would feel out of the loop. We would feel that our opinion doesn't matter. If you don't vote for a candidate, then you have no right to complain about the president who will be elected. Yvonne is addicted to biting her nails. She doesn't know how it started. She has been biting her nails since she was 4 years old. She bites her nails when she is not doing anything with her hands. She bites her nails when listening to her professor or waiting in line. People around her are grossed out by her habit, but Yvonne can't help it. Her addiction is getting worse. Yvonne now has an infection on the tips of her fingers. Her fingernails are also yellow. When Yvonne noticed all this, she realized that she needed to make a big change. Yvonne decided to paint her nails to stop herself from biting them, since she doesn't want to bite on the nail polish. Yvonne was in class listening to a boring lecture which made her want to bite her nails. She looked at her blue nails and stopped herself. 10 minutes later, she looked at her nails again. She started sweating and tapping her foot. The girl sitting next to her asked if she was okay. Yvonne couldn't take it anymore. She just had to bite her nails again. Bradley was a typical cool guy. He was the captain of the football team, dating the head cheerleader. He was rich, tall, and good-looking. He was also the president of the high school. Bradley had one problem. It was his grade in English. He couldn't write an essay to save his life. He had trouble coming up with ideas. Bradley's final English paper was supposed to be about his role model. He wanted to write about his football coach. Bradley knew he couldn't do well by himself, so he hired the smartest student in class to help him. He was going to pay Melody $10 an hour. Bradley invited Melody to his house. "Okay, Bradley, Start with an interesting sentence that's going to grab the reader's attention. How about, soccer is called football in most countries, Bradley suggested. But that has nothing to do with your topic, Melody said. Bradley felt bad. Hey, don't feel bad. Coming up with hooks can be challenging. Why don't you use a quote that your coach said? Melody suggested. Bradley thought that was a good idea. His hook was, football is an art, not a game. Clara always thought her eyebrows were too bushy. Having good eyebrows was becoming a very popular trend among girls. Clara's friend Rachel offered to take her to a salon to wax her eyebrows. Clara didn't like that idea. She didn't want a stranger to be so close to her face. Rachel offered to give Clara waxing products so she can fix her eyebrows herself. Clara said okay. Clara went over to Rachel's house to get the eyebrow waxing material. She then went to Rachel's bathroom. Clara was nervous. What if she did it wrong? She slowly spread the wax on her eyebrows. A couple minutes later, she pulled the wax off. Ouch! Clara yelled. Clara looked in the mirror. Her eyebrows were gone. She had accidentally pulled off too much of it. She screamed. Rachel went in the bathroom to check on her. I heard screaming. What's wrong? Rachel asked. Clara turned around and pointed at her face. Rachel tried to hide her laugh. It's not funny, Clara said. Well, it kinda is because you were worried that you had too much hair before, and now you have none, Rachel said. Paul tried hard to please everyone and had a hard time saying no to anything. When people asked him to do exciting things, Paul said yes, so people would think he's a fun guy. He also said yes to exciting things because he thought life was too short not to try new things. When people asked him to do favors for them, Paul said yes because he wanted people to like him. His agreement to everything was a big problem when he was busy with homework, chores, or any other personal commitments. One time, he had a test that was worth 50% of his final grade, and the day before it, he decided to go skydiving with his neighbor. Skydiving took about 5 hours, and Paul couldn't get home until 11 p.m. By then, he was tired and found it hard to focus on studying. Another time, Paul's friend asked if he could turn in her paper for her at 3 p.m. Paul had to be at his soccer game at 3:10 p.m. Any other person would have said no, but not Paul. Paul turned in the paper for his friend, ran to the gym to change, and then arrived at the soccer game 10 minutes late. Kenneth and Leslie raised their kids to have Christmas spirit. They do all the Christmas traditions, everything from decorating the house with lights to putting a star on top of the Christmas tree. The kids even think that Santa Claus is real. This all changed when Kenneth and Leslie's son Thomas saw Kenneth putting a bunch of Christmas presents under the Christmas tree late at night. Thomas gasped. He was upset that his parents lied to him. "Mom, Dad, why didn't Santa come this year? I saw you two putting gifts under the tree," he said. Kenneth and Leslie looked at each other with worries. "Well, son, the truth is, Santa didn't have time to put them under the tree, so he gave them to me and your mom," Kenneth said. Leslie was impressed with her husband's ability to come up with a lie so quickly. "You know, a lot of kids at school say that Santa isn't real," Thomas said. "Well, they're lying, honey. They just want to make you feel bad," Leslie said. "Really? Well, can you prove it by bringing me to Santa Claus?" Thomas asked. "Well, we can bring him to you," Kenneth said. An hour later, Kenneth entered the house in a Santa Claus costume. Linda loved her husband, Tom, but she hated Valentine's Day. She thought it was lame and pointless. She thought it was dumb that couples acted especially nice to each other on Valentine's. She believed that lovers should treat every day like Valentine's Day. Tom had flowers delivered to Linda's workplace on Valentine's Day. When she saw them on her desk, she rolled her eyes. Tom knew she hated Valentine's Day. She also thought that flowers were a waste of money. They died so quickly. She could never understand why anyone would pay over $30 for a bouquet of flowers. When Linda got home after work, she asked Tom why he sent her flowers. "I know you hate Valentine's, but I saw my friend play the piano in front of his wife for Valentine's, so I wanted to do something special," Tom said. Linda smiled. Even though she hated Valentine's, she felt loved by her husband. Ying moved to the U.S. when she was 15 years old. She was born in China and had a Chinese accent when she spoke. She didn't like her accent because it made her sound funny, and people sometimes couldn't understand what she said. Ying also knew that people made fun of her accent. Ying's history teacher made everyone go up in front of the class and recite a part of the Constitution of the United States. Ying didn't want to do it. She asked her teacher if she could record herself and send it to him. The teacher said no, because that would be unfair to everyone else. Ying then said that it was unfair that everyone had an American accent. The teacher told her to take classes to get rid of her Chinese accent. Ying took her history teacher's advice and took a class on getting rid of the foreign accent. The class was filled with people like Ying. The teacher had Ying and other students pronounce things. After a week, Ying didn't see an improvement. She decided to stop going to class and start loving her accent. She shouldn't have to change herself. People should like her the way she is. The career day was the time when parents of students came into the classroom to talk about their jobs. Jane brought her dad, who was a bus driver. Jane's dad did not like his job when he was first starting out. After 5 years, he liked it. He liked it because he got to talk to people. Sometimes, though, no one wanted to talk to him. Those days were bad. Jane's dad talked about what he had to do as a bus driver in front of Jane's classmates. "Anyone interested in becoming a bus driver?" Jane's dad asked. No one raised their hand. The next parent going up was Julia's dad. Julia's dad was a firefighter. He dressed up in his firefighter uniform. He talked about his experiences and the crazy fires he had to put out in the past. The students loved Julia's dad. They asked him a ton of questions, and someone even hugged him. Jane's dad felt bad. He left the classroom before the day ended. Jane's teacher ran out of the room to talk to him. "Mr. Lowell, I just wanted to tell you that I have so much respect for what you do." Jane's dad smiled. Donald is getting out of jail today after 5 years. He was in jail for hurting a convenience store manager. Donald had stolen food from the convenience store, and the manager ran after him. Donald punched the manager and ran away with the food. Shortly after, the police got him. While Donald was in jail, he promised that he would change his life around if he got out of jail. He saw some scary stuff while he was in jail. Jail was a whole other world. It was almost like high school, but worse. There were cliques where the tough guys tried to scare everyone. Donald tried to stay away from trouble. When Donald got out of jail, he smelled the fresh air. It felt great being out. He went to the convenience store he stole from. The manager saw him and grabbed the phone immediately. Donald assured him that he didn't want to hurt him. "I want to apologize for what I did. I stole food because I was homeless. I'm not trying to make excuses for how I hurt you, though." Donald gave the manager an envelope with $1,000 inside. "I know it doesn't make up for everything, but I was saving up this money for 5 years in jail," Donald said. The manager gave him a hug. Hannah was a good girl. She went to school on time. She did well in class. She was nice to everyone. She played soccer. She volunteered at the homeless shelter once a week. Hannah was about to go bad, though. Yesterday, someone robbed her house. She felt sad that bad things could happen to her, even though she never did anything wrong. Hannah decided to take revenge. Through her neighbor, she found out who robbed her. It was someone who lived just 3 streets down. At night, Hannah dressed in black and wore a mask. She was going to take back what the robber took and more. She wanted him to feel what she and her family felt. Hannah unlocked the door with a paperclip and went inside the house. She saw her belongings near the fireplace. She grabbed the belongings and put them inside a big black bag. She also stole some money, although it wasn't a lot. She realized that there wasn't anything worth stealing, so she spray painted the walls. Lillian loves spicy food. She has a high tolerance for it, which means that she can eat a lot of it without suffering. Sometimes she even adds more chili to spicy food. Lillian and her friends decide to try the fireball wings at a popular chicken wing place in their town. The fireball wings were supposed to be so spicy that you could still feel the burn after 1 hour of eating a bite. Lillian and her friends had to sign a waiver to eat the wings so that they couldn't sue the business if they had any health problems after eating the wings. Lillian was excited. Finally, the plate of wings came in, and everyone could smell the chili. One of her friends sneezed because the smell was so strong. Lillian took the first bite. It was hot. She started panting and breathing heavily. She drank some water, but it was still hot. Her friends ordered some milk for her. Milk is supposed to be good for dealing with spicy food. Lillian drank 2 glasses of milk, but her mouth was still burning. Her friends decided not to eat the wings because if Lillian couldn't handle it, then they surely wouldn't. Benjamin and Kyle are best friends. They met when they were 10 years old. They were both in the same swim class. They became the fastest swimmers in their class. They joined the swim team at their high school. Even though they were great swimmers, Benjamin and Kyle had different personalities. Benjamin was book smart. He had straight A's in all his classes, even the advanced ones. Kyle was street smart. He knew how to get what he wanted. Benjamin and Kyle both wanted to be the swim team captain. However, there can only be one. Whoever got the most votes would be the next captain. Kyle was worried because he knew that Benjamin was more popular than him. A lot of the other team members thought Kyle was a bit mean. Kyle had a plan, though. The next day, he gathered up all the swim team members except Benjamin to meet him at the pool. "Hey guys, I know you want to vote for Benjamin, and I think he's a great guy. The thing is, he would be a terrible captain. He always puts school first. He would rather study for a test than practice his breaststrokes. I love swim and would put everything I have into this team." Kyle knew what he did was bad, but he wanted to be captain so badly that he did not care. Benjamin walked out of the locker room after swim practice. One of his team members, Aaron, wanted to talk to him. "Ben, there's something you have to know," Aaron said. "What is it?" Benjamin asked. "Kyle said you would be a terrible captain to the entire swim team," Aaron said. Benjamin went back home depressed. He didn't think that Kyle would betray him. Tomorrow would be the swim captain election. Benjamin didn't have time to worry about Kyle. He had to prepare his speech. The next day, Benjamin and Kyle stood in front of the swim team. Kyle went first. "Hello, fellow team members. I want to be your next swim captain because there is nothing I care more about than swim. I will put 110% into every practice we have and every competition we enter. We're going to be winners if you vote for me." Benjamin was up next. "Hi all. I should be the next captain because I want to make this team stronger. It's important that we all work together and be friends with each other. We need to support each other whether we win or lose. I will make this team a family. By being a family, we will be more motivated to do our best. Benjamin and Kyle had just made their speeches to be swim captain. All right, all those who want Kyle as your captain, raise your hand, the swim coach said. 5 people raised their hands. All those for Benjamin, raise your hand, the swim coach said. 30 people raised their hands. Everyone congratulated Benjamin and chanted his name. Kyle was upset and left school early. Benjamin went to Kyle's house after school. He knocked on Kyle's door. Kyle opened it. "Hey, man, what's up?" Kyle said. "Were you ever going to tell me that you said I'd be a terrible captain to the whole swim team?" Benjamin angrily asked. Kyle did not know that Benjamin found out about the betrayal. "I'm sorry, man. I wanted to be the captain so badly." "I thought we were best friends. How could you do that?" Benjamin asked. Kyle shook his head in shame. "The truth is, I was jealous of you. You're a great swimmer. You're the smartest one in our class, and everyone likes you." "Kyle, you're pretty great too. Girls like you. Your swim technique is amazing, and you know how to get what you want," Benjamin said. "Can you forgive me? I'm really sorry," Kyle said. "Yeah, but let's talk about it over dinner. I'm starving," Benjamin said. Kyle and Benjamin went to a restaurant they had been going to since they were 10 years old. Mary and Natasha both like Kyle. They both want to go to the homecoming dance with him. Mary got to him first. "Hey, Kyle, want to go to the homecoming with me?" "Oh, gosh, I'm actually asking someone else later today," Kyle said. Mary was furious. How could he say no to her? "Who are you asking?" Mary asked. "Natasha," he said. Mary had to do something. She couldn't let Natasha take Kyle away from her. Mary walked over to Benjamin, Kyle's best friend. "Hey, Benjamin, you should ask Natasha to the homecoming dance." "Really? I don't think she likes me," he said. "She told me she likes you," Mary said. "Okay, I will ask her out. Thanks for telling me," Benjamin said. Benjamin went up to Natasha during lunch with roses. "Natasha, will you go to the homecoming dance with me?" Benjamin asked. Natasha didn't want to go with Benjamin, but everyone was staring at them. She didn't want to embarrass him by saying no. "Yes, I'll go with you," she said. Kyle and Benjamin were hanging out after school. "So I'm going to the dance with Natasha," Benjamin excitedly said. "What? I was going to ask her out later today," Kyle said. "What? Well, it's too late. She already said yes to me," Benjamin said. Kyle was sad. He decided to ask Mary to the dance instead. It was better for him to ask someone than no one at all. At the dance, there was a DJ, a disco ball, food, the school mascot, and pretty decorations. Everyone was having a good time, except Benjamin, Kyle, Mary, and Natasha. Benjamin and Natasha barely spoke to each other. Natasha kept thinking about Kyle, and Benjamin thought Natasha was way too quiet. Kyle kept thinking about Natasha, and Mary was mad that Kyle wasn't paying attention to her. "Give me a second. I'm gonna see how Ben is doing," Kyle said to Mary. Kyle walked over to Benjamin. "Hey, where's Natasha?" Kyle asked. "She's in the bathroom," Benjamin said. "None of us are happy right now. Why don't we switch dates?" Kyle suggested. "That would leave me and Mary unhappy," Ben said. Kyle sighed. He knew Ben was right. The homecoming dance was just going to be a bad night. Textbooks are really expensive. It is funny because nobody wants them. Students just have to buy them because teachers want them to. Mr. Tan teaches an economics class, and he usually makes them buy a $200 textbook. Last year, though, one of his students tried to steal a textbook. That student got suspended. The sad thing is, the student stole the textbook because he could not afford it. Mr. Tan decided to change some things around. Instead of making his students buy the textbook, Mr. Tan made copies of the textbook and gave them to the students. This is technically illegal. Another teacher found out about what Mr. Tan was doing and told the principal. The principal gave Mr. Tan a warning. Mr. Tan had to come up with another idea that was legal. Mr. Tan decided to use online articles that were available for everyone to access. The students liked this idea because they did not have to buy a textbook. The principal liked this idea because it was legal. Mr. Tan liked the idea because he felt that the articles taught a lot of interesting information. Mr. Tan won Teacher of the Year award. He was respected for caring about his students' financial situation. In college, everyone has different class enrollment times. Some people have early times, and some people have late times. The more classes you have taken, the earlier your registration time is. That is why seniors have early registration times. All student athletes, students on scholarships, and low-income students have early registration times. A lot of students complain about their registration times. Having a late registration time means not getting the classes you want. Not getting the classes you want means not being able to graduate on time. This is a big problem in public schools. Every semester, there are a ton of students who line up to complain about their registration times. Academic counselors tell the students the same thing every time. We can't do anything about it. Parents complain about it too. The academic counselors tell them the same thing. One of the parents who complained was a lawyer. She tried to sue the school. It did not work. Students also protested that athletes should not have earlier registration times. The academic counselors say, "We don't make up the rules." Stage fright is the nervousness one feels when speaking in front of an audience. It is extremely common. Mr. Todd tries to eliminate stage fright in his speech class. In the class, everyone is required to do 5 speeches in front of the class. The first speech is about the student. The students typically talk about their likes, dislikes, family, friends, hobbies, and future goals. Since it is the first speech, a lot of students are nervous. They want to make a good first impression on everyone. Mr. Todd told them to think of the audience as their friends. The second speech is supposed to persuade the audience to support a particular cause. One student talked about abortion. Another student talked about Donald Trump. For this speech, Mr. Todd advised them to make connections with the audience. People are more likely to support your cause if you make it relatable to them. For the third speech, the student is supposed to try to convince the audience to visit a particular country. By the third speech, the students were more confident. It was easier for them to talk in front of their classmates. The students felt like they were all friends with each other. Even if they made a mistake, it was okay. Darcy was in her 6th year of college. Most people go to college for 4 years and then graduate. Darcy was different. She did not plan well. In her first year, she was so excited to be away from her parents. She went out late every night. She drank too much alcohol. She made friends with the bad crowd. She skipped her classes. She had to retake a lot of classes. In her second year, Darcy started to get her act together. She stopped going out so late. She became friends with people who studied. She went to class and studied. However, Darcy wanted to change her major from chemistry to political science. The chemistry classes she took were useless now. She had to take political science classes she should have taken in her first year. In her third year, Darcy took more classes than the average student. It was very stressful. She was in class from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. She felt like she could not think in any of her classes. She was not getting much sleep. She talked to a guidance counselor who told her that she should drop 2 classes. The counselor also said that it was better to get good grades and stay longer in college than to get bad grades and graduate on time. Darcy dropped 2 classes and had to stay in college for 2 extra years. There are a lot of rules on what students can and cannot wear. Girls can't show bra straps, wear shorts that are too short, wear tank tops, nor can they wear body jewelry. Guys can't show their boxers or wear pants that are too baggy. Both girls and guys cannot wear open-toed shoes, including flip-flops. The students are sad because flip-flops are comfortable and easy to wear. Flip-flops are also great when it's really hot. One sunny August, Sebastian decided to break the rules and wear flip-flops to school. He felt cool that he was breaking the rules. His friend Brett looked at him in horror. "Dude, you're going to get in trouble," Brett said. Sebastian laughed. "They won't even notice," he said. Sebastian was right. Class after class, teachers failed to notice that Sebastian was wearing open-toed shoes. After the last class bell rang, Sebastian and his classmates walked out. When he walked outside, Sebastian tripped over a rock. His toes started to bleed and his foot was bruised. He couldn't even get up. Brett called the nurse over. The situation was too serious for the nurse to handle. The nurse had to call the hospital. Sebastian never wore flip-flops again. Mabel was the most likable girl in school. Teachers loved her because she was a good student who always had something to say. Boys loved her because she was so beautiful. Girls loved her because she was nice and always helped them. Her siblings loved her because she was caring. Mabel just had a good impression on everyone. One day, a robber came to her house, stole all her money, and punched her when she tried to stop him. Mabel was devastated after that incident. She felt upset that someone would hurt her when she was a good person. When she returned to school, it was hard for her to talk to people. She started spacing out in class, sitting alone during lunch, and wearing the same clothes every day. Mabel's friends were worried about her. They decided to go to her house to talk to her parents. Her friends explained how Mabel was acting differently in school. Mabel's parents had no idea. They talked to Mabel and told her that the robbery had nothing to do with her. Robbers just rob houses that they feel are the easiest to break into. Mabel's parents gave her a hug. Howard was never the athletic type. In fact, he was always the fat kid. People made fun of him for his size. Howard wanted to change that. He wanted to be more healthy. He wanted to get into sports. He saw a flyer for soccer tryouts. Howard never played soccer, but he watched it on TV. Howard had 1 week to get ready before tryouts. He watched soccer games on his TV for 2 hours. Howard was the fat kid, but against all odds, he surprisingly made the soccer team. His family celebrated. They were happy that he was being active, and they wanted him to make new friends. Howard was happy too. On his first day of practice, the coach made a short speech. "Congratulations on making it to the team. You have a tradition to keep. Our team is the best high school soccer team in northern Mississippi. Practice is going to be rough, but it's going to be worth it. Practice is 2 hours a day, every day, including Saturday and Sunday." Howard started to sweat. Was he ready for intense exercise every day? The team captain was the next to make a speech. "Coach is right. You guys all have to keep up. Keep up or go home." First, the team did warm-ups, which included stretching, running, bouncing the ball with their knees, and more. Howard was having trouble, especially with running. After the warm-ups, the boys played a game. Howard was already very tired. The captain pulled him aside and said, "I don't know how you made the team. You got lucky." Howard ignored what he said and continued to do the best he could. Howard had recently made the soccer team. However, he has been having trouble with the captain and keeping up with his teammates. Howard wasn't in shape like the rest of the guys. He also couldn't do a lot of the things that the guys did. Howard knew that the only reason he made the team was because he made a goal during tryouts. The goal he made was lucky, though. The coach quickly realized this after the first week of practice. The coach set up a meeting to talk to Howard. "Do you know what this is about?" the coach asked. Howard nodded. "Your performance has not been so good compared to the others. It also seems like you're having a lot of trouble," the coach said. "Yeah, I didn't grow up playing soccer," Howard said. "You're going to have a lot of trouble if you stay on the team. If you still want to play, I think you should take classes and try out again next year." Howard sighed. He knew the coach was right, but he was still sad. Howard cried. The coach put his arm around him. "Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Soccer is not your strength, but you are probably good at something else. My strength is playing soccer, but my weakness is playing instruments," the coach said. Howard felt a lot better after hearing him say that. Howard knew that he had strengths. He just had to find out what they were. Ricky is homeless. He sleeps under a shady big tree at the park every night. In the morning, he walks around the park and sometimes goes on the playground. He likes going on the swings, closing his eyes and thinking about the past. His past was great. He grew up in a wealthy family. Both of his parents were doctors. Ricky went to a good school, had lots of friends, and was on his way to being a doctor. Everything was perfect. Then his parents got sued by a patient. His parents lost the case and owed the patient millions of dollars. Ricky and his family had to sell their house and move to a much smaller house. Ricky also had to move schools. Ricky's parents had a very hard time adjusting. His dad had a heart attack after 1 year of living in the small house. His mom had a hard time without his dad and died from stress. Ricky had to support himself. He quit school and worked at a grocery store. He eventually quit because he thought he was too good for his job. Ricky decided he would rather be homeless than work at a job he hated. Ricky had gotten used to being homeless. He had been homeless for 5 years, and he is now 23 years old. He talks to people at the park and has good conversations. He gets food from the trash can. He doesn't mind. Ricky is homeless but happy. Margaret was going to meet her boyfriend's parents for the first time. She was worried that they wouldn't like her because she was poor. They probably thought she was with him for his money. She wasn't. She was with him because he was kind and funny. Margaret had to look her best. She put on her nicest dress, heels, and diamond earrings. Margaret's boyfriend, Jimmy, picked her up. "You'll be fine," he said. When she saw Jimmy's parents' house, she gasped. It was huge. There were 2 security guards at the 2 ends of the gate. They typed in the code and the gate opened. When they got to the front door, the servant opened the door for them. Margaret and Jimmy went into the living room to find Jimmy's parents drinking expensive wine. It was the kind of wine that was $100 a bottle. "Mom, Dad, this is Margaret," Jimmy said. Jimmy's mom looked at Margaret from top to bottom and frowned. Jimmy's dad did the same. Margaret was not off to a good start. The four of them sat at a dining table. Nobody said anything for 10 minutes. Margaret broke the silence and said, "This is delicious." "Of course it is. It's probably the most expensive thing you ever ate," Jimmy's mom said. "Mom, that was really mean," Jimmy said. "I'm just saying the truth, son." Margaret and Jimmy left after dinner. Margaret swore she would never see his parents again. For the first time ever, Gabby was going to be home alone. Her parents and little brother were going on a 1-week trip to Hawaii. Gabby didn't want to miss out on school, so she had said she would stay at home. It was going to be great. She could stay up late as she wanted, invite people over, and sing as loud as she wanted to. She invited her friends, William and Agatha, to her house after school. "Wow, it is so cool to have the whole house to yourself. Your parents must really trust you," Angela said. Gabby's parents trusted Gabby because she always told the truth and did the right thing. "You should throw a party," William suggested. Gabby and Agatha gasped. "Did you hear what I just said?" Agatha said. "I heard you. I just think Gabby should do the wrong thing for once and not be boring," William said. Gabby did think about it. People at school did think she was a goody two-shoes, and her parents probably wouldn't find out. "Okay, I'll do it," Gabby exclaimed. Gabby invited the whole 11th grade class to her house on Friday. A lot of people came and the house was packed. It seemed like everyone was having a good time. People really liked the food and the music at the party. Eventually, however, the party got too crazy. People started yelling at each other. Things broke, and neighbors complained. All of a sudden, the door opened. It was Gabby's parents. "Mom, Dad, aren't you supposed to be here tomorrow?" Gabby asked. "We were, but we came here to surprise you with a gift," her dad said. Gabby felt guilty. Ginny was obsessed with donuts. She had her first donut when she was 5 years old. It was from a gas station. Ginny was crying, and her dad was trying to get her to be quiet. He gave her a donut, and Ginny immediately stopped crying. Ginny has tried 20 different donut shops and hundreds of different flavors. Some of her favorite donut flavors included chocolate, banana, and regular glazed. Her friend Rebecca knows how much she likes donuts, so she recommended her a place. "It's called Donutty. It's known to be the best donut on earth," Rebecca said. "What's so good about it?" Ginny asked. "They're really fresh, and they use a type of sugar that is good for you," Rebecca said. Ginny was going to check the shop out. Donutty was an hour away from Ginny's house. Her brother made fun of her for driving so far just to eat donuts. When Ginny and Rebecca got there, the store was closed. The girls felt so frustrated. They decided to get donuts at the gas station nearby. It was not the best, but it was still pretty good. Ms. Robbins was known around the school as the meanest teacher ever. She gave hard tests, made fun of students, and wouldn't let the students have any fun whatsoever. Why was Ms. Robbins so terrible? Well, she never wanted to be a teacher. She grew up wanting to be an actress. She was pretty good at it. She even had her own TV show once. The TV show did not do so well, and it ended after a year. Ms. Robbins struggled to find a job after that. Ms. Robbins only got her job as a teacher because she knew the principal of the school. They were best friends from high school. Miss Robbins taught history. Her students were all afraid of her. One of her students, Cassidy, raised her hand to ask a question. Ms. Robbins, how long should our essay be? Ms. Robbins stared at her coldly and said, I hate repeating myself. Ask your classmate. Ms. Robbins was called into the principal's office. What's up? She asked. There have been some concerns over your behavior, the principal said. I know where this is going, Ms. Robbins said. Do you? Well, it has to change. I know you don't want to be here, but you can't get paid if all your students want you gone, the principal said. Ms. Robbins was more careful since her meeting with the principal. Martin and Kylie have been in a relationship for 4 years. They have already said, I love you, met each other's parents, and talked about marriage. Their friends and family are just waiting for Martin to propose to Kylie. However, they don't know that Martin has been having second thoughts about his relationship with Kylie. Martin asked Kylie to go out to dinner with him. So, this is going to be hard to hear, Martin said. What happened? Did someone die? Kylie asked. Kylie had no idea what was coming next. I want to take a break from us, Martin said. What do you mean? Kylie asked. I still love you. I just need some time to myself. I want to travel by myself, Martin said. For how long? Kylie asked. Maybe a year, Martin said. I'm not going to wait around, so we're over, Kylie said. Martin was sad at first, but as he was traveling across the world, he didn't feel too sad anymore. He first went up to Canada. He really liked the donuts there. He then went to Ireland. He really liked how green it was. He then went to Italy. He really liked the buildings and houses there. Next, he went to Vietnam. He really liked the people there. After 1 year, he came back to the United States. He asked how Kylie was doing. They went out again to catch up. They got back together. It was clear that they still loved each other. Myron was a meat lover, and Nick was a veggie lover. Not only is Nick a veggie lover, but he is a vegetarian. It makes things hard for Myron and Nick's parents to prepare meals for them. The parents liked meat, but when they make something like chicken, they have to prepare something different for Nick. It was extra work. The family was recently invited to a friend's barbecue party. Nick didn't want to go because he knew that everyone would ask why he wasn't eating meat. Honey, just come. There will be mashed potatoes and corn, his mom said. I know, Mom, but I just don't want to explain to everyone why I'm a vegetarian, Nick said. Everyone there wants to see how you're doing, his mom said. You know what, Nick? Why don't we all become vegetarians for this whole month? We can all explain together why we're vegetarians. It will be healthier for us too, his dad said. Nick appreciated his dad's suggestion. That's too hard for me, Myron said. Well, Myron, it would be good if you laid off the meat for a while, Nick said. The boys and their parents went to the barbecue party and didn't eat meat. They felt surprisingly good. Vicky works at 11 Men, a cafe that serves coffee and pastries. She does not really like her job, but it gets the bills paid. One of the rules at the cafe is not to bring food from other restaurants into the cafe. Vicky greeted one of the customers. She noticed that the customer had something from Panda Express. However, Vicky didn't say anything because she didn't think it was a big deal. Vicky's boss, Angelica, called her over. Vicky, you need to tell her about our rule about food from other places, she said. Vicky nodded and went over to the customer. Hi, I'm sorry, but you cannot have food from other restaurants here, Vicky said. But it's not like I'm not ordering from you guys. I just want something to drink with my meal, the customer said. You can come in after you finish your food. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules, Vicky said. The customer was furious. He got up and knocked the table and chairs down. This is a terrible cafe, he said. All the other customers and employees stared at him. The angry customer left and wrote an angry review on the cafe. The owners of 11 Men decided to change the rule so that people could bring in food from other places if they still buy something from them. It is 100 degrees Fahrenheit in Los Angeles, California today. Toby had made plans to go hiking today. His mom told him not to go because it was too hot. Toby still wanted to go. Toby and his friends drove up to the hiking trail. When they got out of the car, they felt the hotness immediately. Toby, I'm starting to sweat already, his friend said. You'll be fine. Just drink water, Toby said. As they started walking, they noticed that the plants were all brown. They all died. There were not a lot of people hiking either. Toby's friends started to put sunscreen on. Want some? He asked. Toby said, I don't get burned. Well, suit yourself, his friend said. As they continued walking, the trail was getting steeper and steeper. Hey, Brian, remember that one time your mom hiked with us? Toby asked. It was completely silent. Toby turned around. Brian was on the ground. He had fainted. Toby called 911. When they came, they told Toby that Brian fainted from the heat. You shouldn't be out on a day like this, the emergency response team said. Toby rode with Brian to the hospital. Toby even sat beside Brian while he was unconscious. An hour later, Brian was up. Toby hugged him. You're totally red, Brian said. Toby looked in the mirror and saw that his face was sunburned. Kathy did the same thing every day, and she didn't mind too much. She wakes up at 6 a.m. every morning, eats cereal, goes to school, and then goes home. She has a few friends, but she doesn't hang out with them outside of school. Kathy usually just reads books and watches TV shows when she has free time. Kathy was walking to school as she usually does. All of a sudden, a car hit her. Kathy was knocked out with blood everywhere. She went to the hospital, and her family and friends visited her. The doctor told them that Kathy was miraculously alive, even though she was hurt pretty badly. She was perfectly fine. Kathy's parents and friends kissed Kathy. Kathy felt very lucky. She decided that she would live like every day was her last. Every day she tried to do something meaningful, and every day she wrote in a diary. The day after getting discharged from the hospital, Kathy tried a new ice cream flavor. She usually gets vanilla, but she tried chocolate fudge and loved it. She also went skydiving. At school, Kathy started joining more clubs. In a weird way, she was glad she got hit by a car. Drake, Minnie, and Maribel have been best friends since they were 4 years old. They were inseparable. They had a lot of inside jokes, a secret meeting place, and friendship bracelets. They were very exclusive, too. They didn't want to include other people in their group. It would be too hard. Maribel went to a Thai restaurant with her family. She saw Drake and Minnie having dinner together. Why would they have dinner without her? It looked like they liked each other more than friends. Minnie was laughing and flipping her hair. Drake touched Minnie's hand. Maribel was upset. If they started dating, she would be out of the group. At school, Maribel confronted Drake and Minnie about it. "So, when were you going to tell me you two are dating?" Maribel said. Drake and Minnie nervously looked at each other. "We're not dating. We never would," Drake said. "I saw you two at the restaurant last night," Maribel said. "Well, we didn't want to tell you, but we were planning a surprise party for you." "That's why we didn't invite you to eat with us," Minnie said. Maribel felt bad that she ruined the surprise. Laura always had really long hair. It went all the way down her back. It was difficult to maintain. It took her 20 minutes to wash her hair. It was also hard for her to exercise since her hair was always flying around everywhere. Laura decided to cut her hair all the way to her ears. She wanted very short hair. She also wanted to donate her hair to cancer patients. Laura always felt strongly about cancer. Her mom died from breast cancer. The hairstylist asked Laura if she was sure that she wanted to cut her hair. Laura nodded. When the hairstylist was finished, Laura looked down to the floor. There was so much hair. Laura couldn't wait to go to school and show off her new look. When Laura met up with her friends, they looked shocked. "What do you think?" she asked. Her friends were silent. "It looks good," one of them said. He was lying. During lunchtime, Laura overheard one of the mean girls say that no guy would ever want to date her because of her manly haircut. Laura was hurt, but she didn't care because she knew that she cut her hair for a good cause. Zoe hated her boss, Justin, who thought he was better than everyone just because he went to Harvard. He proudly hung up his diploma in his office. Zoe knew that she was smart and capable, but she could never rise up with Justin as her boss. She knew she had to work somewhere else. Zoe submitted her letter of resignation. She went into Justin's office to talk. There were pictures of himself all over the walls. There was a picture of him modeling a suit, a picture of him meeting the mayor, and more. Zoe laughed. "Something funny?" Justin asked. Zoe shook her head. Anyways, I was wondering why you decided to quit. You have worked here for 6 years and have been doing well, Justin said. I just feel that it's time to move on to bigger things, Zoe said. Oh, so this company is not good enough for you? Justin asked. To be honest, I just don't like the way you run this company, Zoe said. Justin turned red with anger. He hit his desk and started tearing down all the pictures on the walls. He left Zoe in his office and slammed the door on his way out. Zoe just laughed. Eduardo went to a restaurant. It was a hole in the wall, meaning it wasn't a nice place. The restaurant was known for having delicious, authentic Japanese food. All the employees there were related to each other. Sometimes the service was slow, but that's because all the food is made fresh. The cooks make the food only when the customer orders it. Eduardo sat down. The table was dirty, but Eduardo didn't mind. The server asked him what he wanted to order. Eduardo ordered a salmon roll. It came out in 15 minutes. Eduardo took his first bite. It was delicious. When the check came out, Eduardo put his credit card down. The server told him the place was cash only. Eduardo asked if he could go to the nearest bank. The server said that he couldn't trust him. Eduardo swore he would come back. The server still didn't let him leave. Eduardo first called his sister to help him. His sister was at work, so she couldn't come until nighttime. Eduardo called his best friend Mason. Mason was in the area, so he said okay. Mason came down and paid for Eduardo's meal. Bethany decided that she would spend all the summer earning money as a tutor. She put up flyers around elementary schools in her neighborhood. She was offering lessons in Spanish, French, and Italian. Bethany grew up traveling the world, so she knew how to speak a lot of languages. She would charge her customers $25 per hour. Someone called Bethany. It was a girl asking for lessons in Italian. Bethany drove down to the girl's house on Saturday. The student lived in a huge mansion. Bethany went inside the house and introduced herself. I'm Megan, the girl said. Bethany first started teaching her the basics, like how to introduce yourself and say thank you. Megan had a hard time pronouncing the words. Bethany repeated them until she could say them correctly. Megan started to get upset and blamed Bethany for teaching her incorrectly. Bethany was insulted. She had been speaking and writing in Italian since she was 4 years old. Megan, why don't you take a short break and come back to this? Bethany suggested. Hopefully that would calm her down. Why don't you take a long break and get out of here? Megan said. Bethany left her house. She didn't need to take insults from a teenager. Kimberly was very selfish. She only cared about herself and never did any favors for anyone. A classmate of hers asked for her chemistry notes, and she said no. The teacher asked her to read a section of the textbook out loud, and she said no. The principal asked her to pick up a piece of trash on the floor, and she said no. The principal called Kimberly into his office. He asked why she was so disobedient. Kimberly said that she didn't feel the need to help others when no one has ever helped her. "What do you mean no one helped you?" the principal asked. Kimberly explained how she never met her mom and dad. Her dad passed away before she was born, and her mom died while giving birth. Kimberly was in foster care, and her foster parents were not the nicest people. They provided food and a home for her, but that was it. The principal felt sorry for her. Kimberly asked him not to feel sorry for her because she liked that she was independent. Chris owed Penny $100 since last year. Chris used the $100 to buy printer ink. He was in a tough financial situation, but really needed printer ink to write his 20-page paper. Penny wanted him to pay her back immediately, but it never happened. He always had some excuses. He would say that he had the money, but he forgot it. He would say that his boss hadn't given him his paycheck yet for a long time. Penny forgot about the money Chris owed her. Penny remembered when she and Chris went to a restaurant together. Seeing him take out his wallet made her remember. "Hey, do you have $100? You still owe me," Penny said. "I thought I paid you back already," Chris said. Penny laughed. "Can I give it to you tomorrow?" Chris said. Penny knew that if she said yes, she would never get it. Penny said no and made him go all the way to the bank to get $100. Chris went to the bank and asked to take out $100. Something was wrong with his account, though. The banker told him that there was nothing in his account. Someone had pretended to be him and took all his money. Penny was never going to get her $100 back. Apartment 103 had a dish problem. The sink was completely full of dirty dishes from 2 weeks ago. Nobody in the apartment wanted to wash their dishes. Also, no one remembered what dishes were theirs. It was getting out of control. There were flies flying around the dishes, and there was even some mold growing on the dishes. Everyone in the apartment knew that it was a problem, but no one wanted to do anything about it. Diane called all the girls in the apartment into the living room. "Guys, we need to do something about the dishes," Diane said. "I don't have time to do any of the dishes," Clary said. "We all don't have time," Diane angrily said. "Why don't we just split up the dishes in 4? That way it's all fair," Ella suggested. "But that's not fair because some of us don't use as many dishes as others," Katie said. There was a knock on the apartment door. Clary opened it. It was their neighbor, Eli. "I couldn't help but overhear your argument. I was thinking maybe I could wash all your dishes for $40, he said. The girls would have to pay $10 each. They decided it was worth it. If Eli washed them, then none of them would have to deal with it." Greg always felt strongly about the homeless population. He believed that even if a person was homeless, he or she deserved to be treated fairly. There must have been something tragic in their lives that led them to that path. He tried to help them in any way he could. For Thanksgiving, Greg decided to go around his neighborhood giving out free cooked turkeys. The homeless people were thankful to Greg. They felt bad that they couldn't return the favor. Greg told them not to worry about it. Greg also encouraged the homeless people to talk to each other so they wouldn't feel so lonely. Greg saw that 2 police officers were approaching him. He wondered what they wanted from him. The police officers told Greg that he couldn't give out free food without a license because it was a health concern. Greg thought that was ridiculous since it was clear that the turkey was fine. The police officers told Greg that if he gave out food again, he would be thrown in jail. Greg didn't realize that doing something good could actually be bad. Carter was known among his friend group to be the competitive one. He saw everything as a competition, from having the nicest car to finishing math homework the fastest. It was a good thing and a bad thing. It was good because he accomplished a lot. He always tried his hardest and aimed to be the best. It was bad because it made him stressed. Carter had just taken a difficult English test. A few days later, he got his grade back. He received a C. He was in shock. He had never gotten less than an A before. He asked his friends what they got on their tests. They didn't want to show him because they thought he wanted to show off. "Carter, you make us feel bad when you ask what we got," said one of his friends. Carter did not want to admit that he got a low grade. After class ended, Carter went up to the teacher. He asked Ms. Green what the average grade in the class was. Ms. Green said the average grade was B. Carter was extremely upset. For the first time, his grade was below average. Ms. Green told him not to worry and that even the smartest people would face setbacks. The 4th of July was a big deal to the Griffins. Every year, they would have a huge celebration at their house with their friends and family. First, everyone would watch a movie. Then, they would eat hot dogs for lunch. Afterwards, they would play games. Some of the games they played together included tug of war, flag football, and trust exercises. After playing games, they ate dinner. Dinner was usually barbecue ribs, corn, and green beans. During dinner, the Griffins would talk about life updates and current events. The big news this year was that Lila Griffin was engaged to the CEO of a world-famous company. Lila Griffin was going to be rich. She was going to move to Beverly Hills. Her uncle asked if she was going to quit her job. Lila said she would not because she would get bored staying at home. After dinner, the Griffins would watch the fireworks. They had a good view of the fireworks. This year, they decided to make their own fireworks too. The fireworks came in lots of different colors, like blue, green, and purple. The fireworks weren't as big as the ones at the park, but they were still nice. It was summertime. Everyone was going to the beach because it was too hot in the city. Ellen and Catherine wanted to go to the beach, but their friend Macy did not want to go to the beach. It wasn't that she didn't like the breeze or the sand. In fact, she loved the beach. She just did not like that she would have to wear a bathing suit. She felt uncomfortable showing a lot of skin because she was a little bit overweight. Ellen and Catherine reassured her that she looked fine. "Why don't you just wear a one-piece swimsuit?" Ellen said. "Because it still sticks to my skin and makes my tummy bulge," Macy said. Ellen and Catherine felt bad that Macy felt insecure about her body. They told Macy that a lot of people at the beach were not in the best shape, and nobody would even pay attention to her. Ellen and Catherine made a list of fun things to do at the beach and gave it to Macy to try to convince her to go. You don't even have to wear a bathing suit if you don't want to. You can just walk around the beach, Catherine said. Macy decided that her friends were right and drove herself and her friends to the beach. Miles loved playing sports. He grew up playing basketball and tennis. He even wanted to play both sports in college and eventually become a professional. It was also really important for him to win, too. In physical education class, the teacher wanted Miles and another student, Antonio, to each pick 4 other guys to play a round of basketball. Roland was in the same physical education class. Miles knew that Roland wanted him to pick him first to avoid embarrassment. Every time students picked teams, Roland was the last. He was on the chubbier side, clumsy, and got tired easily. Miles felt bad, but he also did not want Roland on his team. There were 2 people left, Roland and Tom. Both of them were not athletic, but Tom was a little better because he was taller. Miles felt conflicted. He knew that if he did not pick Roland, he would be really sad. What was more important, winning or friendship? Miles decided that winning was more important and picked Tom. Roland was so shocked that he ran away to the bathroom to cry. All the guys laughed at him. Miles followed him into the bathroom to talk to him. Roland told him to get out. Miles continued to play basketball and ended up winning. It wasn't worth Roland's tears, though. Roland and Miles have been best friends since 9th grade. They bonded over their common interest in video games. They would go to each other's house and play video games after they finished their homework. They did everything together, from eating breakfast to sleeping over at each other's place. Right now, however, they were not speaking to each other. Miles did not pick Roland to be on his basketball team, and Roland was upset. It has been 2 weeks already. Miles has been trying to make it up to him almost every day. He made him breakfast in the morning, offered to drive him to school, and offered to carry his textbooks. Roland just kept pushing him away. Miles didn't know what he could do. Miles directly asked him one day, and Roland said, "Nothing you do can make up for what you did." Miles was sad, and he gave up. Now, Roland and Miles are about to graduate from high school. It has been a year since they talked. On the last day of school, Roland goes up to Miles. "Hey, I really miss you, to be honest. Want to play video games after the graduation ceremony?" Roland asks. Miles smiles and says yes. Sometimes you can't fix your mistakes right away. Friendship takes time to fix. Janet has a shopping addiction. She loves buying clothes, school supplies, and electronics. If she is not shopping in stores, she is shopping online. She considers shopping as her hobby. Janet often shops when she is sad because she feels like shopping gives her power. Because she shops so much, her house was getting cluttered. Her mom and dad restricted her access to money by closing her debit and credit card accounts. They also stopped giving her an allowance. This did not stop Janet from shopping. In fact, things got even worse. Janet started shoplifting. She was really good at it too. For clothes, she would just go into the fitting room and put them in her bag. Fitting rooms did not have surveillance cameras, so that was why she could do that. School supplies were even easier to steal. Janet just looked around her and put the pens in her pocket. Electronics were difficult to steal, so she never tried. Janet saw a necklace she liked. As usual, she went to the fitting room and placed it in her bag. When she exited the store, the alarm went off. Janet was shocked, as that had never happened to her. An employee checked her bag and pulled out the necklace from her bag. It turned out that there was a security tag. Harold loved to draw. His love for drawing started when he was 5 years old. He went to a museum when he was 5 years old and was fascinated by all the drawings. His mom told him that maybe someday his art would be up on the walls. Since then, he had drawn something every day. However, there was one big problem. Harold was not good at drawing. He wasn't terrible, but he was definitely average. Harold is now 10 years old, and for 5 years his parents and friends have been telling him how great he is. Harold believed them. At school, he saw a flyer for a drawing competition among 5th graders. The theme was environmental awareness. The first place winner would get $100. Harold was super excited when he saw the flyer. It was a chance for him to show off his skills. Harold told his parents about the competition. His mom and dad nervously looked at each other. They didn't want him to find out that he was actually not a good artist. They told Harold what they really thought of his artwork. "So, you don't think I'm good?" he asked. They shook their heads. Harold was so upset that he tore up his art. He locked himself in his room. At night, his parents went to his room to give him his dinner. "Son, we really feel bad. We think it's great that you want to keep drawing. So your mother and I decided to sign you up for art lessons," Harold's dad said. Harold ran up to his parents and gave them a hug. Jacob had to write a 10-page paper on Abraham Lincoln by tomorrow. He hadn't even started yet. He always procrastinated, but he always got good grades too. Jacob poured himself a cup of coffee and drank the whole thing. He opened up his laptop. Then he opened up a blank document. Next, he opened up the internet browser. He had to look up information on Abraham Lincoln. When he clicked the enter button to look up information, it said that there was an internet connection problem. He checked his router. It looked fine. He double-checked if he typed Abraham Lincoln incorrectly. He tried turning his Wi-Fi on and off. It still didn't work. Jacob started to sweat. He knew his teacher wouldn't give him a deadline extension. Jacob called customer service and explained his problem. The person on the other line gave him suggestions, but nothing worked. Jacob talked to the person for about an hour and then gave up. He was upset that he wasted an hour. It was already 9 p.m., and he had to turn in his paper at 8 a.m. Jacob had to turn this around. He went to the library, picked out 10 books on Lincoln, and used the library computer. He finished writing at 2 a.m. He ended up getting an A on the paper. Beatrice rode her bike everywhere. Most of her classmates drove around the neighborhood. Beatrice's family couldn't afford to get her a car, so she decided to take her driving test later. She doesn't mind too much. Biking was fun, and it was good exercise. On her way home from school, Beatrice stopped by the supermarket. She forgot her bike lock. She thought about what to do and decided to just leave the bike outside. No one was going to steal her bike, she thought. She went inside to buy milk. When she exited the store, her bike was gone. She was going crazy. She looked all around the market just to see if the thief was still nearby. Hours went by, and she still couldn't find it. Beatrice walked back home with a gallon of milk in her hand. She looked up, and her bike was in front of her house. She was surprised. How did it end up at home? She asked her family how it got there. It turned out that her brother took it as a prank. Arya was always the pretty girl at school. She had voluminous blonde hair and curly hair. She was tall and thin. Because she was pretty, her classmates assumed she was dumb. Arya was not the smartest girl, but she wasn't the dumbest either. She wanted to prove people wrong by enrolling in advanced placement English literature. On the first day of class, people were shocked to see her there. The teacher even said that she was in the wrong class. Arya had to show the teacher her class schedule. The teacher assigned the students a passage to read and analyze. The teacher put them in groups of 4. Arya's group just ignored Arya and analyzed the passage. Arya tried to talk, but they kept ignoring her and cutting her off. Being sick of the poor treatment, Arya finally yelled, "I'm trying to talk here." "Nobody wants to listen to you. What you have to say is probably dumb anyways," one of her group members said. At the end of the class, Arya told the teacher she was dropping. Ms. Sanchez said, "Don't drop, because then you're proving them right. Show them you're capable of using your brain. Share your thoughts out loud in class, and work on getting A's on your essays." Ms. Sanchez was right. She would never get rid of her dumb reputation if she dropped the class. Steve was a counselor at Camp Lafton. His job was to take care of kids at night, teach them how to swim, and make sure they weren't getting into trouble. At night, the kids kept talking. They were supposed to be quiet an hour ago. Steve had a hard time stopping them from talking. He was getting tired of telling them to be quiet. Steve had an idea. "Hey, do you guys want to hear a scary story about this cabin?" he asked. They got excited and started jumping up and down. "Okay, I will tell it. You have to be quiet so you can hear me, though," Steve said. The kids nodded. The story was an old camp legend. It was about the twins who lived in the same cabin as they did. One of the twins mysteriously fainted, while the other one fell through the hole of the floor and was never to be seen again. The twin who fainted was in a coma. When Steve finished the story, the kids were scared. They couldn't sleep, and some of the kids even cried. The kids were definitely quiet, though. He didn't think they would get that scared. Teresa was 25 years old and trying to get a record deal. She wanted to sing pop songs and have her name known all over the world. She had a great vocal range. In fact, she can even sing opera. Making it in the music industry was tough. It took a lot of good luck and connections to get a record deal. One time, Teresa came close to signing a deal, but it fell through when her manager passed away. Teresa saw an advertisement for a singing competition on TV. It was called The Next Superstar. The show was going to be on a major network, so millions would be watching. Teresa first had to sing in front of the 3 judges in Los Angeles. She bought a plane ticket immediately. She always wanted to go to Los Angeles since there wasn't really anything to do in Maine. Teresa arrived in Los Angeles and met the 3 judges. They sat at a long rectangular table. The judge on the left end of the table was a famous rock singer of a band. The judge in the middle was the CEO of Harness Music Group. The judge on the right end of the table was a vocal coach to many famous singers. Teresa was a little nervous. Teresa just arrived in Los Angeles to audition for The Next Superstar. This was her last chance to make it big. One of the judges asked where she was from and what her life had been like. Teresa said she was from Maine. She then said that she had been singing since she was 5 years old and had been struggling to pay the bills. Teresa then sang an original song. The judges were impressed that she wrote a song. They liked how high her voice could go, and they allowed her into the next round. Since Teresa made it to the next round, she got to stay at a hotel for free and eat delicious food. Teresa met other singers, and they were all really good. They picked 100 out of 100,000 contestants. She was competing with the best. Teresa sang a Mariah Carey song for the second round. The judges said she was good, but it wasn't great. They recommended that she sing an opera song since her voice could go really high. Teresa sang an Italian opera song, and the crowd went wild. Since then, Teresa decided to change her singing style. Singing opera made her stand out. Owen and Donna had been dating for about 3 months. Everything was going well until Donna saw Owen hugging her best friend, Leanne. Owen and Leanne barely knew each other, so why were they hugging? After school, Owen and Donna met at their usual place. Owen tried to kiss her, but Donna turned away. "What's wrong?" he asked. She told him that she saw him hugging Leanne. She was crying. She got a really bad grade on her biology test, so I was just trying to be nice, Owen said. "Yeah, but you didn't have to hug her," Donna said. Owen couldn't believe that Donna was that jealous. "It's really not a big deal," Owen said. "It's a big deal to me. Other people were even telling me that it looked like you guys were a couple," Donna said. Owen rolled his eyes. "So what would you have done if you were me?" Owen asked. "I would have just talked to her and give her a pat on the back," Donna said. "Okay, now I know what to do next time. Can we just make up?" Owen asked. Donna nodded her head. She was tired of arguing. The two of them went to get lunch and do homework together. They were talking about the rides, fireworks, and scenery there. Sunny felt so left out of the conversation. Her parents never took her because it was too expensive. One time, her friend invited her to go, but Sunny did not want to spend so much money at one time. Now, Sunny was 18 and had a job as a cashier. She wasn't making a lot, but she saved just over $800 in her bank account. Sunny invited her closest friends to go to Disneyland with her. They went on a Thursday, so the lines were shorter. Sunny immediately fell in love with Disneyland. It was a dream that came true. It was everything her friends said it would be. Sunny went on almost all the rides and took pictures with all the Disney mascots. At the end of the day, she and her friends watched the fireworks. Stella was practically blind without her glasses. Her family was not blessed when it came to vision. Everyone in her family wore glasses, contact lenses, or had their vision corrected. Stella had to wear thick glasses because her prescription was 20/100. This means that she sees at 20 feet what a normal person sees at 100. Stella felt like people who had 20/20 vision didn't understand how lucky they were. A common problem Stella had was not knowing where her glasses were. There was a time when she knocked her glasses off the desk and spent an hour looking for them. Another problem was that glasses just made her look more nerdy. Stella slept over at her friend's house and had to drive home the next morning. When she opened her car door, she realized that she wasn't wearing her glasses. It must have slipped her mind. Stella knocked on her friend's door. There was no one inside. Her friend had just left. Stella couldn't drive back home. She would definitely get in a car accident. Stella waited outside her friend's doorstep. Eventually, she fell asleep. When her friend came back, Stella was too tired to drive, so she just stayed at her friend's house again. Ralph is a waiter at a taco restaurant. He likes his job because the customers are really friendly. His co-workers are funny. The pay is pretty good. He does not want to work at the taco restaurant for the rest of his life, though. He wants to use his money to start his own company. He wants to create a phone app that allows people to talk to friends internationally. Ralph has all the plans for his app, but he just needs the money. If the app goes big, he could make millions. The people who came up with apps like Snapchat and GroupMe are extremely successful. Apps are a modern invention. It's pretty amazing what one good idea can do. Ralph noticed a customer come in and serves him. Ralph compliments the man's watch. "Thank you. The truth is, I hate wearing it, but I need it because I have such a hectic schedule," he says. Ralph asks what he does for a living. The man explains that he buys apps from young entrepreneurs. Ralph jumps up and down with excitement. He tells the man about his app. He likes Ralph's idea and sets up a business conference meeting with him. Justin was a stay-at-home dad. That means he takes care of the kids and deals with housework. His wife is the one who goes out and works. A couple years ago, Justin worked as a teacher. He loved his job. Then, his wife Terry got pregnant. At first, the couple both wanted to work and get a babysitter. Eventually, Justin thought it would be best if he stayed at home and took care of their kid. He wasn't getting that much money as a teacher. Also, he wanted to have control over how his kid was going to be raised. Justin liked being a stay-at-home dad. He loved seeing his kid learn things from him. He wanted to make sure his kid grew up right. Justin made sure to read to his son, take him to open areas, and give him healthy food. The biggest problem with being a stay-at-home dad was the comments he got from his guy friends. They made fun of him for doing housework. At first, the comments bothered him, but they're not a big deal anymore. Justin does miss teaching, though. He is waiting for the day he can teach at school again. He is planning to go back to the job after his kid turns 13 or so. He thinks that is a good time for his son to do his own thing. Janet entered a sweepstakes where she could win a free trip to Hawaii. She read about it from the back of a cereal box. She always wanted to go to Hawaii, so she was excited when she saw the ad. She realized that a lot of people were going to enter the sweepstakes, but something in her felt confident she would win. She was so confident that she started looking up places to go in Hawaii. The winner of the sweepstakes was going to be announced on the Hario cereal website. Janet went on the website and saw her name on the home page. She won! Janet was so excited that she played a Hawaiian song and danced to it. She read the details on the website and found out that she could invite one person to the trip. Janet didn't know who to invite. She wanted to invite someone she could spend hours with. She wanted to invite someone who would be willing to do adventurous activities. She wanted to invite someone who would appreciate Hawaii. Janet thought about it and decided to take her mom. Diego did not like his name. It was a Spanish name, but Diego didn't even speak Spanish. People always assumed he did, though. In fact, Diego wasn't even Hispanic. Diego also didn't like it because it didn't sound cool. Diego wanted to change his name to something like Brandon or Brock. Diego told his parents that he wanted to change his name. His parents were furious. "This is the name we gave you. By changing it, you're going against our wishes," his mom said. His dad said, "Why don't you just tell people to call you something else? Don't legally change it, though." Diego felt that if he did that, people would just ignore him and continue calling him Diego. Diego tried what his parents suggested. At school, he told his friends and teachers to call him Brock. His friends laughed at him and asked him why. His teachers were okay with it, but they kept calling him Diego accidentally. Since Diego was already 13, it was hard for people who had known him for a long time to call him by any other name.
A different hairstyle or color can change a person's entire look. It can make a person look better or worse. Jean was about to enter her first day of college. She wanted a new look. Her current hairstyle was nice, but it was boring. She had it since she was a 9th grader. Her hair right now was straight, long, and blonde. She went into the hair salon and asked the hairstylist, "What kind of look are you going for?" the hairstylist asked. "I want to look like a model," Jean said. "Well, we can add layers to your hair. We can also make your hair more blonde," the hairstylist said. "That sounds good," Jean said. Jean sat in the chair while the hairstylist cut her hair. Jean couldn't see herself in the mirror because she didn't have her glasses on. She just trusted the hairstylist. An hour later, the hairstylist said, "Done." Jean put on her glasses and looked at herself. She looked totally different. She liked it, but felt strange. She could barely even recognize herself. Jean asked her friends and family what they thought. Most of them liked it. They said it made her look edgier, but very different. In fact, when she met up with her friends, they asked who she was. One of them even tried calling the police when Jean showed up in front of her house. When Jean was shopping with her friends at the mall, a model scout came up to her and asked if she would consider modeling. Jean said she would think about it and took his business card. The new hairstyle was really working out for her. Kelly's favorite holiday is Halloween. She loved pumpkin pie, pumpkin spice latte, dressing up, scary movies, and trick-or-treating. The sad thing, however, is that Kelly knows that she is too old for trick-or-treating. She is now 21 years old. She loved how she could get different kinds of candy for free. This Halloween, Kelly was going to babysit her 10-year-old cousin, Albert, and his friends. Kelly dressed up as a pirate. Her cousin and his friends dressed up as ghosts. Albert and his friends made Halloween-themed cupcakes. The frosting was orange and the sprinkles on top were black. Afterwards, they carved pumpkins. Albert asked, "What should we do now, Kelly?" "Why don't you go trick-or-treating?" she suggested. "I'm too scared to talk to strangers," Albert said. "Don't worry, I will go with you," Kelly said. All of them went to the house to the right. They knocked on the door and said, "Trick or treat." The couple smiled and gave the kids a chocolate bar. Kelly wished they gave her one. They went to the next house and the family gave them gummy worms. The next house they went to was interesting. The couple gave them money. Kelly definitely wanted some. They went to a total of 10 houses and got more than 10 different types of candy. They all went back to Kelly's house. Kelly was sad looking at all their candy. Then Albert and his friends gave Kelly a hug and said they loved hanging out with her. Ophelia was a night shift worker at a hospital. This meant that she worked late at night. Ophelia's work schedule was 9 p.m. to 4 a.m. Ophelia would sleep during the day while most people were at work. For the first year of work, Ophelia had a hard time adjusting to the schedule. She had trouble sleeping during the afternoon. She was upset that she had to miss out on social events her friends hosted. It's still hard for Ophelia to adjust, but she is better at it. When she comes back from work, she goes to the gym for a few hours. Then she practices her knitting skills. Afterwards, she would make herself a healthy meal. Night shift workers often eat unhealthier than day shift workers. After lunch, she would watch her favorite TV show. After that, she would sleep. The hospital informed the employees that they could send requests to change the time of their shift. Ophelia was excited about this and immediately sent in a request to change her shift. A couple weeks later, the manager gave Ophelia a letter. The letter stated that her request was rejected. Ophelia was shocked. She went to her manager and asked him why. She said that many night shift workers who requested an earlier shift were elderly. Ophelia was only 25. The manager thought that the older employees needed an earlier shift more than Ophelia did. Ophelia was mad at first, but she thought about the older employees. Their bones were aching and they're tired. They do need it more than her. Janice is turning 21 today. Originally, she wanted to go to Las Vegas to celebrate. A lot of people go to Las Vegas for their 21st birthday because in the United States, you can legally drink at 21. However, Janice decided not to go because she wanted to save money to buy a new car. Janice decided that she just wanted to go to a nice restaurant with her friends. Janice's birthday was on a Tuesday, and she had class and work on Tuesdays. She always walked to class with her friend Austin. When she and Austin met up, she thought he would wish her a happy birthday, but he didn't. Austin has known her for years, and he would always remember her birthday. Janice tried to drop hints. "I wonder what today is," she said. "Just a Tuesday, nothing special." Janice was upset. She ignored him during class. After class, Janice went to work. She expected a few birthday cards or a cake, but nothing. She was surprised because employees would always get something for their birthdays. This made Janice upset. She didn't even want to go out to eat for her birthday anymore. When Janice got home, she questioned if anyone even cared about her. Her friend Lisa called her. "Hey, can you open the door? We're here," Lisa said. "I don't want to go out anymore," Janice said. "Why not? Can you just open the door? We're already here," Lisa said. Janice opened the door. "Surprise!" her friends yelled. They had a puppy in their hands. Kathy, Denise, Lauren, Andre, Harrison, and David are best friends. They all live in San Francisco. They live in different places and have different jobs, but at the end of their workday, they would meet up in the same cafe. They also had different personalities, but somehow they would make it work. Kathy is a struggling writer. She is working on a fantasy novel and trying to get it published. Denise is a medical student at the University of California, San Francisco. Lauren is a TV screenwriter. Andre is also a medical student at the University of California, San Francisco. Harrison is an investment banker. David is a graphic designer. How did they all meet? Kathy and Denise were friends in college, and they moved to San Francisco together. They bumped into Lauren at a wine tasting event. The three of them became friends. Denise and Andre met at medical school, and Denise invited Andre to hang out with Kathy and Lauren at the museum. Lauren's cousin is Harrison. Harrison wanted a website for a company he worked at and hired David to design it. Lauren invited Harrison and David to come to the museum, too. When the six of them met up, they instantly became friends. Sometimes their different personalities caused fights. Kathy was shy and traditional. Denise was outspoken. Lauren was kind but also naive. Andre was funny. Harrison was smart but also greedy. David was bossy but also caring. Even though they were different, though, they all cared about each other. Eddie and Cynthia both went to the same high school. They had liked each other since 9th grade. Eddie and Cynthia met in math class. Cynthia was really good at math. She always scored the highest out of everyone. Eddie was having trouble with math. He kept getting Fs. If he didn't bring his grade up to a C, he would have to repeat the class. The teacher asked Cynthia to help Eddie out for extra credit, and she said yes. Every day after school for 2 hours, Cynthia would help him. Eddie fell in love with her. He ended up with a B in the class. Eddie took Cynthia out to dinner to thank her. At dinner, they both fell for each other. They started dating. Everything was good. They never had fights and even talked about getting married one day. When senior year came around, though, they had to apply to college, and they didn't want to stop each other from going places. But they both wanted to stay together. Cynthia got into Harvard and wanted to major in math. Eddie did not get into Harvard. He got accepted to a school near Harvard, but thought it would be better for him to stay closer to home. Cynthia ended up going to Harvard, and Eddie ended up going to Florida State University. They tried to have a long-distance relationship, but it was hard. They broke up after their first year of college. After they graduated, however, they both worked in Florida. They got back together. Ruby always looked up to her cousin Wanda. Ruby was an only child in her family, so she saw Wanda as an older sister. Wanda was beautiful, smart, and talented. She had straight A's, played the piano, and had so many friends. Wanda also had a great sense of style. It was classy yet cute. Ruby was still in high school, but she knew she wanted to go to the same university as Wanda did. Wanda knew that Ruby looked up to her, and she appreciated that. For Christmas, Wanda got Ruby a sweater with her university's logo on it. Ruby was so happy when she got the sweater, she put it on immediately and wore it almost every day. One day in class, Ruby raised her hand to answer the teacher's question, and the teacher accidentally called her Wanda. "I'm sorry, you just look a lot like her," the teacher said. "Don't apologize. I'm flattered," Ruby said. Ruby was even in the same clubs in high school as Wanda was. Sometimes people made fun of Wanda for not having her own personality. However, the truth was Ruby was different from Wanda. Ruby was more goofy and girly. When college admission decisions came out, Ruby was so anxious to check the website to see if she got in. She closed her eyes and slowly opened them. She found out she got accepted. She called Wanda to thank her for reading her application. The next day, Wanda took Ruby to look at the school. Nicole was always insecure about herself. She didn't like how she looked. She thought she was too tall and skinny. People would always ask her how tall she is. She tried to gain weight, but she never could. Most people would love to be in Nicole's situation, though. Nicole didn't like how she was so shy. She wished she could easily talk to people and make new friends. Nicole didn't like her voice. She thought it was too low. Nicole's confidence was so low that her friends started to get annoyed with her. They kept telling her that she was fine, but Nicole would deny it. Nicole's mom encouraged her to join a sports team at school. Nicole did not want to because she didn't want to get rejected. After days of convincing, Nicole finally gave in to her mother's request. Nicole decided to try out for the basketball team. She played when she was younger, but has not played in 5 years. It helped that Nicole was tall. When Nicole went to tryouts, she looked at all the people she was competing against. She started to compare herself to the other girls. They were all shorter than her, but they were more confident. Nicole tried to put them out of her mind. The coach asked the girls to shoot free throws, run short distance, then finally asked them to play a game. Nicole was doing well. She was surprised. She didn't realize that she still had basketball skills. Nicole made the team and felt more confident about herself. She knew she was good at something. Edward really liked Nancy. The Sadie Hawkins dance, where girls ask guys out, was coming up. In other dances, guys usually ask girls out. Natalie liked Edward too, but he did not know. Natalie was thinking about asking Edward to the dance, but she was shy. Her friends eventually convinced Natalie to ask him. During the lunch break, Natalie and her friends went up to Edward at his usual lunch table. "Hi, Edward. This song is for you," Natalie said. He looked shocked. Natalie took out her guitar. Her friends took out their instruments too. Natalie played an original song. The song was about how they met on the first day of 9th grade. At the end of the song, Natalie asked, "Will you go to Sadie with me?" There was a long pause. Everyone around Edward was waiting for his response. Edward said yes, but he didn't look too happy. After school, Natalie asked Edward why he looked so upset when she asked him out. "I really like you, but I'm not a dancer," Edward said. Natalie laughed. "Who cares? No one is really good at dancing. The important thing is that you have fun," Natalie said. Edward nodded and decided to go out with her. At the dance, Edward felt awkward at first. Then Natalie started dancing, and it was bad. Edward laughed and started dancing too. Even though they were both awkward, they had fun. Mildred was very superstitious. She believed that black cats and walking under ladders were unlucky. Her friends and family would make fun of her for her being so superstitious. Her brother tried to explain to her that superstitions are not real. She never believed him, though. There have even been times when she went out of her way because of superstitions. One time, Mildred was very scared to take a math test. There is a superstition that says that carrying a rabbit's foot brings good luck. Although Mildred could not get a real rabbit's foot, she bought a keychain of a rabbit's foot. Another time, Mildred's friends invited her to get pizza at a new restaurant. Mildred was about to go inside the restaurant when she saw the restaurant's phone number included 666. 666 is considered to be unlucky, so she left. Another time it was raining pretty hard. When Mildred went into the mall, she noticed that a woman still had her umbrella opened. An open umbrella indoors is supposed to be bad luck. She ran up to the woman and asked if she could close her umbrella. The woman looked at her with a disturbed face. "Don't tell me what to do," she said. The woman continued to walk around the mall with her umbrella open, just to annoy Mildred, who wanted to leave the mall immediately to avoid any bad luck. Her mom convinced her to stay. "Mildred, nothing bad is going to happen," she said. Mildred stayed in the mall for 4 hours. Her mom was right. Nothing bad happened. Irene has a secret. Her mom is the principal at her high school. She doesn't want anyone to know because her classmates would think that she gets special treatment. Not even her friends know about the secret. When her friends ask to go over to her house, she just says that her parents don't allow guests. Irene's mom also never told anyone that her daughter goes to the high school she works at. Bring Your Mom to Campus Day was coming up, and Irene usually told her friends in the past that her mom was out of town. "What does your mom even do?" her friend asked. "She is a cancer researcher, so she travels a lot." Funny enough, Irene's mom was always at Bring Your Mom to Campus Day. The vice principal once asked her, "Do you have a daughter?" Irene's mom said, "Yes, she is in college now." Irene was very close to getting an A in her calculus class. There was only one exam left. Irene would have to get 100% on the exam to push her grade to an A. The teacher offered the students extra credit if they brought their mom to Bring Your Mom to Campus Day. Irene decided that this year was going to be the year that she told her secret to everyone. Irene told her mom that she wanted to tell everyone about their relationship. Irene's mom agreed. On Bring Your Mom to Campus Day, Irene brought her mom to her calculus class. "Hi, our principal. What brings you here?" asked the calculus teacher. "I'm actually Irene's mom," she said. Stuart and Brenda are having a baby together. Brenda is 7 months pregnant. Stuart and Brenda still don't know if the baby is a boy or a girl. The doctor had asked them if they wanted to know, and they said no. They do not want to know because they want to be surprised. They think that it will make the day of the birth more special. Their friends and families do not approve. Stuart's mom wants to know the sex of the baby because she wants to know what color bib to buy. If it's a boy, then she will buy a blue bib. If it's a girl, then she will buy a pink bib. Stuart's mom has been nagging him to ask the doctor about the baby's sex. Stuart decides to listen to his mom's suggestion. Brenda is furious. She tells Stuart not to listen to his mom. Stuart is conflicted. He loves his wife, but he also loves his mom. Stuart decides to secretly go to the hospital to ask the doctor for the information. The doctor tells Stuart that the baby is a boy. Stuart tells his mom the news. She is happy. She goes to the store to buy a lot of blue clothes. Stuart tells his mom that she can't tell Brenda. Stuart's mom agrees. The next day, Brenda has a baby shower. Stuart's mom is also invited. When it is time for Brenda to open the presents, Stuart's mom hands her her gift. Brenda slowly opens it, and it is a blue backpack. At that moment, Brenda knows she is having a boy. Joseph and his wife Christina currently live in San Francisco. Christina is pregnant. She is a makeup artist at the mall. She does not make much money, but the job makes her happy. Joseph is an investment banker. He makes a good amount of money, but does not like his job. He feels like he does the same thing every day and like he is not making a difference. He also does not like his coworkers. He feels like his coworkers only care about money. Back when Joseph was in school, he dreamed of being a college professor. He liked teaching because he loved the feeling when his students understood something. He also wanted to be around people who love to learn. He believed that knowledge is power. Joseph wanted to quit his job at the bank. Christina did not want him to, though. "How are we going to afford to take care of the baby?" she asked. "Maybe we can give the baby to my brother and his wife for a couple of years," Joseph suggested. "That is ridiculous. If we do that, then the baby is pretty much theirs," she said. "Only for 2 years," Joseph said. "You need to think of the baby," Christina said. "Why don't you get a higher paying job then?" Joseph asked. "It's not easy, you know. I didn't finish high school," Christina said. This was a sensitive topic for Christina. Joseph knew that and stopped talking. Joseph stopped talking. He decided to stick with his job at the bank. Julia always felt average. She did not have any special talents, but she also was not bad at anything in particular. She always got B's in class. She was neither fat nor skinny. She could run a mile, but not much more. Most people felt neutral about her. She wore nice clothes, but nothing unique. She wanted to be better than average at something, but whenever she tried, she fell short. When she took an advanced math class, she found herself struggling. She joined the basketball team, but she was not very good. As Julia was walking to school, she suddenly felt something in her head. It didn't hurt, so it was not a headache. All of a sudden, she saw a cat stuck in a tree in her mind. It was almost like a vision. That was weird, she thought. She continued walking to school. Then, she saw a cat just like the one in her vision. It climbed up the tree and could not come back down. It was stuck. Julia realized that she could see the future. Julia would get her visions randomly. She wished she could control it, but she could not. Sometimes she would get 5 a day, and other times she would get them every 2 weeks. Julia loved her visions, though. She felt that it was her special power that gave her advantages. One time she had a vision that her friend was going to die in a car accident, so Julia made her friend not drive that day. Julia did not tell anyone about her visions. She felt like people would not believe her. Timothy loved to play games ever since he was young. He was good at almost every single game. He was extremely competitive and hated to lose. He decided to go to the arcade to put his skills to the test. He thought this would be a fun way to use his skills and be rewarded. He invited all his friends to come since he did not want to go alone. At the arcade there were all types of games. The games ranged from beginner to expert level. Some of the games required no skills and just pure luck. Timothy wanted to try the games that were not based on luck. He decided to warm up with claw machines. He thought these required coordination and precision. However, he soon realized these machines relied a little bit on luck to pick up the prize. He quickly moved on to shooting target games. He also played basketball games. Basketball was more suited towards his skills. He was able to win prizes in both. He also played games with his friends. It was fun competing against them, even when he lost. Sometimes he felt discouraged when he lost, but he kept trying. At the end of the day, he had many prizes to take home. He realized that he had spent a lot of money playing these games. Timothy told his friends that he had a fun time and hopes to come again, but not too often. He traded prizes with his friends, and they all took a photo to remember this day. It was hard to eat healthy at school. It was even harder when Jessica entered college. Everywhere she went, it seems as if she was surrounded by unhealthy food. From the dining hall pizza to the coffee shops at every corner, it was hard for her to eat healthy every day. She also had to balance many activities and classes. She felt she had no time to cook or find healthy food. She often stopped at fast food places and got quick snacks. The unhealthy food often left her feeling tired.
She did not have the energy at the end of the day and often felt sleepy. She decided she needed to alter her eating habits. She wanted to stop eating so unhealthily, but she did not know how. She decided to start by cutting out coffee. At first it was hard since she drank coffee almost every day. By the end of the week, she felt better. She was also saving a lot of money by not having to buy a drink every day, which quickly added up. The next step she took was to incorporate more healthy food into her diet. Instead of eating burgers and sandwiches so often, she decided to eat salads every other day. She found that salads were just as quick and cheap as burgers. This made her feel more refreshed and energized. She found herself less sleepy and more focused in class. The salad even tasted better than the burger. Jessica felt so good with her diet change, she planned on cooking once a week every week. She felt ambitious and loved the change she was making. Sarah found herself alone at home most of the time. Her parents were always at work and she had no siblings. Although Sarah had many friends, she wanted to get a pet. She was tired of being bored at home. However, Sarah did not know what pet she wanted. She kept changing her mind and fell in love with all types of animals. She decided to go to the pet store and let her heart decide when she got there. She went to her local pet store. It was only a 5-minute walk from her house. She walked with her parents, who agreed to let her pick out a pet. Sarah vowed to take responsibility and be super careful with her new pet. The pet store worker greeted them and showed them around. There were all types of pets, including reptiles and furry mammals. Sarah loved the dogs and cats. She thought they were cute and playful. She decided to also look at some fish. She enjoyed the colors and their beautiful nature, but she wanted something more interactive. When she came across the bunnies, she knew that they were the pet for her. She knew a bunny was easier to take care of than a dog, but still playful. She picked up a bunny and fell in love with him. He was brown and white. She decided to name him Chester. Her new furry friend also liked her. Her parents approved and were also fond of her new pet.
Brenda was moving into her apartment today. She needed to bring in a lot of things since the apartment was empty. There was no way she could fly with such large items. She needed to go shopping for a couch and a desk. Brenda decided this would be a perfect opportunity to road trip with her family. They could help her move into her new apartment. Her new apartment was located 3 hours from her current house. Brenda was excited about moving and starting her new year. She was moving to an apartment near her school. She would be living there with 3 new people she had never met. She was a little nervous to meet them. She was scared that she might not like them or they might not like her. She was excited also. She was excited for what the new year would bring. The new year could be filled with a lot of new memories and exciting events. Brenda made a list of things she needed to buy just in case she forgot anything. She separated her list by categories. She had a lot of stuff from home that she could bring to save money. She took her chair and her laptop from home. She also brought a lot of clothes and cooking supplies. Her parents agreed to help her shop for furniture once they got there. They were going to help her pick her bed frame and her mattress. She also needed to get a new couch for the living room. Although stressful, Brenda was ready to tackle it all. Ricky was good at everything. He had always gotten A's in all his classes. He excelled in all subjects and never had any trouble with the material. This year, he was taking calculus. This was a subject he had never taken before. He was struggling a lot and did not understand the material. His teacher handed his first test back. Ricky was shocked at his score. He had failed the test. It was his first time to fail anything. Ricky did not know what to do. He did not want to ask for help because he did not know how. This was his first time struggling and he had no idea how to approach his problem. He started talking to the teacher. He asked the teacher if there was a mistake or if there was any way he could retake the test. The teacher explained to him that it was reasonable that he did not do well on the first test. She gave a list of books and websites that may help him and also referred him to some tutors. Another suggestion she made was to reach out to friends and form a study group. He liked the idea of a study group because he felt more comfortable asking his friends for help. He asked his friends if they would like to form a study group. They loved the idea. They also were relieved since they were also struggling with calculus. They decided to meet twice a week at their school's library. They did homework together and went through each problem step by step. Before the next test, they studied extra long. They did several practice problems and helped each other along the process. Perhaps Ricky would not get everything correct on the next test, but he felt more confident. Catherine did not know what to do this summer. All her friends either had a job or were going traveling. Catherine was nervous because she did not hear back from any of the organizations she applied for. She applied to a lot of different internships and jobs. The wait was long and agonizing for her. Finally, she received an email. The email congratulated her on getting the internship, which was a teaching position in Japan. She was going to be teaching lessons on leadership in Japan to young high school students. Catherine was so excited to receive this internship. This was her top choice. She was nervous she would not get it because there were many applicants. It was extremely competitive. She was excited to travel and also meet many high school students. Catherine was passionate about education and leadership. This internship was perfect for her. She was nervous to travel abroad since this was her first time. She did not know what to expect in a foreign country. She also did not speak Japanese, which may be challenging for her. The challenges did not scare her. She was ready for the internship. She planned her trip early and began to make lists of things she needed to bring and what she needed to do. She also met with past interns and asked them about their experiences. She wanted to be as prepared for the trip as possible. Catherine wanted to do the best job she could and make a big impact on the students. Danielle decided to make sushi with her brother Jonathan. They both loved sushi and cooking. They thought this would be the perfect way to bond with each other and have fun. Sushi was something they never made. They needed to buy all the supplies to make the perfect sushi. They read recipes and watched videos on how to make sushi. Even if it was not perfect, Danielle was sure it would taste good. Jonathan was in charge of buying the supplies. He stopped by his local Japanese supermarket. This was one of his favorite markets because of its cheap prices and quality products. He started by looking for the seaweed and rice. He quickly found those in the same aisle. He then began to pick the seafood they would use. He decided on salmon, tuna, and eel. Danielle's favorite was salmon. He also got some cucumbers, carrots, and avocados to add extra flavor. Jonathan brought back his supplies home. They were ready to make the sushi. They set everything up in the kitchen. They were ready to roll. They divided the tasks. One person was in charge of preparing the sushi. The other person was in charge of rolling the sushi and cutting nicely into pieces. They needed to make enough for themselves and their parents. They even made extras. After all their hard work, they ate their delicious sushi and watched a movie together. The sushi was delicious and tasted really fresh. Their parents approved of their homemade sushi. Every day, Tiffany jogged 5 miles around her house. She loved running around her neighborhood. It made her feel refreshed for the rest of the day. She felt more healthy and productive after her runs. She did not always run the same route. She liked to change her route to make running more fun. Sometimes she ran to grocery stores, and sometimes she ran to her friend's house. It was a new journey each time. In order to run, she had to have the right gear. She always wore quality athletic clothes. She had to wear good running shoes that were durable. She kept her hair in a high ponytail so her hair would not interfere with her face. She kept a water bottle with her at all times to continue to stay hydrated. Sometimes she ran at the gym, but she preferred the fresh air. There was something about seeing the trees and cars passing by that made her happy. She always listened to music when she ran. The music kept her motivated and distracted her from the feeling of being tired. Today she decided to run to a movie theater. She was meeting a friend there later. She had her water, music, and a smile ready. She started running early so that she would be there on time. Rebecca was going on her daily jog when she saw a lonely puppy on the sidewalk. The puppy was alone. She did not see its owner anywhere in sight. The puppy had a collar. She checked the collar for an address or identification, but there was none. The puppy followed her and began to play with her. The puppy seemed to really like Rebecca. Rebecca loved dogs and did not mind at all. She wanted to help this puppy find its owner. She did not want to just abandon him. She decided to take a picture of the dog and post flyers around her town. She hoped that the puppy was local to the area. For the time being, she took the puppy home. She bought dog food and prepared a nice area for the puppy to sleep. The puppy seemed confused in its new environment. It was a little shy, but it showed a liking to Rebecca. The next day, Rebecca posted flyers all over town. She added her phone number in case anyone wanted to contact her about the dog. She hoped that she could find its owner. She decided to take the dog for a walk. She started to form a connection with the dog, but she knew she could not keep him. A few hours later, a woman contacted her about the dog. She was so relieved Rebecca had found him. Rebecca returned the puppy to the woman and could see how happy both of them were. Rebecca felt great and decided she would get a puppy in the future. The vase in the middle of the house was broken. Someone had knocked down the family's vase. The mom was furious. She had treasured that vase and was upset that it was now broken. She did not know who broke it since she was not at home that day. The only two people who were home were her daughter Violet and son Harry. She asked them who broke the vase. Both of them were quiet. They refused to answer, in fear of getting in trouble. She threatened to punish both of them if they did not give her an answer. They began to blame each other. They began to yell and tell their stories at the same time. She told each to explain their sides. Violet explained that they were playing tag and Harry tagged her while pushing her at the same time, causing her to knock the vase over. Harry explained that Violet tried to dodge his tag and hit the vase. There was no way for the mom to tell who was actually right. The mom decided it was an innocent mistake. She did not punish either of them. She just told them not to play tag in the house anymore. Harry and Violet had to be more careful next time. They apologized to their mom. They both felt terrible for upsetting her. They decided to be super good and started cleaning up the house.